What a day. Two-time. Yeah, two-time. Yeah. Two-time undisputed heavyweight champion of the world. Yeah, mate. EJ Boxing Live, and we are live with a two-time. Wilder press conference, man. Short, quick, and efficient. Tyson Fury carried the press conference. Wilder's hurt, man. What is Wilder doing the right thing? I've seen that before. Carrying the head glasses. Crazy. Trash talking.
Two-time.
Talking shit, innit?
Two-time.
Wilder cut out.
Yeah, very good goes to run. Sit over there.
Wilder cut out, boy. People just come around talking mad stuff, boy. They're just staring at each other about two-time, all that stuff. You know what I mean? Jump in. Yeah, everyone's on this one, bro. Everyone's on this one. Way up. Everyone's on this one. And making sure, man, we got a jam-packed show tonight. Wait up. Stay there, bro. I'm coming. Just making sure everyone's got the link. And here we go. Who's the first guy in? There he is, Mr. Trouble himself, Dan the Man Boxing. What's up, Dan? What's up,
Yo.
Dan? Yo. What's up, man, Chad? Yeah. The press conference, right? Yeah, the post. What'd you think? What'd you think?
Man, this was a bizarre presser to me. One of the most bizarre ones I've ever seen. Let me just say this. Wilder saying a few words and then he goes silent, refusing to answer questions. I don't know about that, man. And then after that, Tyson Fury comes in and he all shirtless in the presser, jumping around, all hyper, man. What the hell?
Crackhead, bro. But he's hot and crackhead. Wilder looked like he's intimidated. He doesn't want to hear no words. It looked like Tyson Fury's words has affected him. You know what I mean? So I think he's wearing.
It could be that, or he knows he can't out-talk Tyson Fury. So he's like, "There's no point, no energy for me to try to out-talk the guy. I can't do it."
Turning face forward to the cameras that are watching.
Well, he's gonna. Wait, the thing is, Wilder's finished, bro. Like, if he says anything, Tyson's gonna get him because we gonna say about his Tracy Fury was ready to unload about the water, about the referee. Yeah. Fury was ready to go. So
I know.
I knew. What can he say? You know what I mean?
Well, nothing. I mean, it's funny, because nobody touched up on that because that's why Wilder didn't want to say anything because he knew that shit was going to come up. I don't think he's worried about what Fury's going to say to him. Is the things that people are going to ask him about that, and he won't have no defense to it. That's what he's not worried about. I think that's what was on his mind, and that's a mistake on his fucking part because he should never have fucking been dragged down the rabbit hole on that situation. You let your fucking supporters handle that. You don't need to get involved in that. I was pissed when he went down that rabbit hole, and now he is coming back to bite him in the ass because he knows people are going to ask him about it.
All right, let me ask you a question. Yeah, what do you think he said when Fury was talking about Malik? He goes, I beat you up, and I beat Wilder. I may be the first guy to beat both the trainer and the fighter up already. I mean, that's some real serious trash talk, bro. That's serious, bro. He goes,
sparring. I mean, if I was Malik, I'm like, shit, your ass got whooped by Dillian White. So what does that tell you?
But Malik hit back though. Malik goes, yeah, but what's Javon Hill done? He ain't done shit.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, Malik actually could go toe to toe with Tyson Fury as far as trash talk. He could go toe to toe with him.
Yeah, brother.
Two-time.
They still on it.
Well, here's the one I gotta say about
who's that guy saying two-time? Who that?
I think that's Malik. That's Malik saying it.
That's all Malik is a hype. He's a hype.
That's Malik saying it.
Yeah,
that's Malik. That's his hype guy.
Yeah, and that's what talking mad smack, bro.
Two-time.
Well, that stare down was pretty pissed, man.
Wilder's on, man. Wilder's gonna get pieced up, man. I thought when I saw him come in the dark glasses and hey, I got no faith in him no more.
Well, he took his glasses off. You know that, right? He took them off.
Nah. But I don't like it. I don't. Bro, I see people do that. Yeah. I remember Julius Williams. Yeah. Julius Francis was fighting Mike Tyson. Right. He had the same thing on, bro. And he had the same thing. He didn't believe in himself.
Well, to be fair, Tyson Fury had sunglasses on too for the second fight. Look what happened. What was the result of that? He wore glasses in their stare down at their second presser or their first presser, one of those pressers in their second fight. So doesn't really matter to me.
Frank Bruno, when he fought Mike Tyson, had the same thing. Headphones and
well, like again though, Tyson Fury had the same thing, and look what he did to Deontay Wilder in the second fight.
What he had headphones and dark glasses.
No, he had glasses on and he was wearing a hoodie and a cap in one of their pressers.
Well, listen, yeah, I remember that. He didn't have headgear on, bro.
Don't matter, dude. The thing is that you're referring to sunglasses. You think that's an intimidating factor if you're not willing to look a man eye to eye. At least Wilder took off his sunglasses, looked at him eye to eye. So, but at the same time, though, to your point, though, man, it is possible to say that Wilder does know that he can't get to this guy mentally. He knows he can't do that. So why do I need to feed into his at the same time? I see where Wilder's coming from. Why do I need to try to out-talk this guy? I'm not going to do that. No way I can do that.
Yeah.
I'm going to say a few words, and that's it. And we'll wait until we get in the ring and at the weigh-in. So, but at the same time, if Sergey Kovalev took that approach with Andre Ward, there's some difference between that situation and Kovalev and Ward and Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder. Difference is that Fury's coming in. This is what I don't like too. There's some red flags here. You show up to press conference all hyper. You coming in all shirtless. You're there. To me that just shows signs of overconfidence, and you're not taking it seriously, man. That's the worry. That's the thing about Tyson Fury that needs to be addressed. Somebody should ask him, dude, don't you seem a little overconfident about this? Because this might be a different guy you're facing. It's possible.
Not with Malik, bro. I think when Fury sees Malik, he gets even stronger.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. He can get stronger all you want to, but the fact is that he's getting overconfident. That's my problem. I have a little concern about that with Fury. I'm like, dude, you seem a little overconfident.
Everyone's in the chat saying Wilder's mentally broke. I'm telling you, I feel the same.
Yeah, it's possible he could be broke. It's possible he could be broke. I'm not denying that. He could definitely be broke. There's possibilities, but I'm also pointing out the fact that Fury is also overconfident. So I'm seeing some red flags from both of them.
You don't want no smoke, man.
Well, we do know this is the only press conference they're going to have because the fight's only about 4 weeks away, so they don't have time to run another presser. They don't.
Is that right?
Yep.
Well, Wilder's I don't think Wilder's got any better, man. I don't think Wilder's got any better.
Yeah, it's possible, but like I said, to your point, though, the reason why he don't want to answer any questions is because he knew the glove shit was going to come up. He knew the water shit was going to come up. He knew the suit shit was going to come up. He don't want to address that.
No, he don't want accountability, do he, Dan?
No, he doesn't. Exactly. It's unrivaled, I'm thinking.
Unrivaled boxing. What's going on? What's going on, bro?
Not much, man. I'm just enjoying the fiasco of the ultimate yes man on stage.
That's both of them.
Alex Scott was holding his water boy, bro. Come on, man.
So was Shane Fury too, holding Tyson's water a little bit. But you know what? The fact is this.
Ben Davis does that as well, though.
Yeah, that's true. So let me just say,
was Ben Davison on the stage? Was Ben Davison talking for Tyson Fury?
Nah, but I'm just saying they're yes men all over the place. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
There might be yes men all over the place. I'm just saying the ultimate one.
Well, let me ask you this. To me, this is one of the most bizarre pressers I've ever seen, man. I don't know what your take on that, Unrivaled.
I think it was absolute crazy. You're there in front of the entire world. You refuse to speak on everything that you've said.
Yep.
You sat there. It's different being in front of the entire world than it is being on 78 Sports on a fucking echo chamber, isn't it? When the entire world of media is around you. You're sat there. Then you initiate the long stare down by taking your sunglasses off, and then you walk away first.
Yeah, you know what, though? Here's I want to say something about that. Wilder should never have gone down this rabbit hole of this whole glove, the glove situation, the suit, in the water spiking on. I say he should never have done that.
Dan's gone, mate. Hey, Fury. Hey, listen, Fury was gonna eat him for lunch. Yeah, what do you think?
Fury has excess skin from being fat. He's looked that way in all of his fights since he's come back.
No. Verbally, Fury was going to eat him for lunch.
Oh, yeah. He ate Malik Scott for lunch, didn't he?
Oh, he did.
Malik Scott bit the bait very easily.
He made Malik Scott yield, man. Right? Malik telling everyone he burst his eardrum. That's weak, man. That's weak, man. That's weak. Fury goes on the first guy to beat up the trainer and the fighter. Bust both of their eardrums. I mean, boy. I think that's some trash talk, boy. But Malik hit back, though, pretty good. He said, well, boy, what's Javon Hill done in the ring?
He ain't done nothing, but he's trained more. He's trained champions.
Who's he trained?
Adonis Stevenson and Tyson Fury.
His dad trained him, and he just jumped in.
He trained Adonis.
He was with Adonis, but Manuel Studio was one who made him. Yeah, Dan, we hear you.
You hear me?
Even if that's the case, EJ still has more experience. Way more experience.
Well, you got more. Dan keeps jumping up.
Just being around Manny Stewart for that long is unbelievable amounts of experience. You know that yourself.
Yeah, can't deny that. I think Wilder's in trouble.
Man, I'm betting heavy on that stoppage, bro. There's positive odds on that shit still.
Wilder, if just looking at it, don't look good for Wilder, man. I don't care. How the spin doctors are going to
You hear me now?
Yeah.
We hear you.
All right.
I want to hear how the spin doctors are going to spin this.
You guys sound low, though. Hold on.
They're going to say Wilder won the stare down, right? Listen, Fury looked like he's got him. He's living in his head rent free. Dan, you see that? Go ahead, Dan, talk.
He said that we're low. Yo, EJ,
Hello?
EJ, you over? Yo, Donnie, you there?
I'm here. Well, you can hear me. You can hear me though, right?
I can hear you, but it's Don there.
No, Dan's there. He's having technical problems.
Okay, EJ, you're one of the best people at selling people a fight. Sell me this. After what I just saw, get me to part with my £20 for this fight.
What to buy the fight or to put money on Wilder?
No, to buy the fight.
Oh, to buy? Yeah, buy the fight, man. Buy the fight. Listen, Fury is an all entertainer. This is one of the most anticipated fights this year.
Yeah, I know I can't hear you guys, but I'm gonna come back in later. All right, y'all take care.
All right, damn. Nice one. This is what's anticipated this year. We got the Gypsy King, first time defending any of his belts. He's been criticized that he's never defended a belt.
Mm-hmm.
Deontay Wilder trying to get his belt back after being embarrassed, talking reckless. And the winner gets to fight AJ. Bro, what's more at stake? I mean, we just found out that Teofimo Lopez has got COVID fighting in August, so this is the most anticipated fight for me this year. Now, is it going to be competitive? I hope so.
You hope so. But
I pay my money. I pay my money. Listen, Wilder and Fury, all of them have been must-watch fights. That's the bottom line they have. Now, I'm not trying to say, oh, this is the fight we want, but Fury and Wilder's still box office, and so is Fury. So, and even Wilder doing that stupidness, yeah, he's played into the narrative that we think Wilder's going to get his ass kicked.
You've done a very good job, EJ. But I need more if I'm going to spend my 20 quid on that.
You know you're going to live stream it anyway, so I don't know why we're even getting this.
I know what?
You're going to live stream it like I am, so I don't know why you bought
it. No. I actually do. I do buy pay-per-views. I buy a lot of them.
Well, let's talk about Matchroom leaving the zone and Top Rank moving into Sky. Remember we talked about it?
Yes.
I said to you, Eddie Hearn had Andy Joshua like Hulk Hogan had Vince McMahon.
Yes.
This time, he's finished himself off. He's moved off his own patch in England. I don't know where is he going? Like, you try and tell me that what he's done is a good move, going to the zone, when Matt and Bob Arum has moved into Sky. I think Eddie Hearn's on his last legs. The zone hasn't been around for 10 years yet, not even 5 years. I mean, you tell me about that, boy.
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you really. I think the move maybe it could be good for Eddie specifically, Not as fighters in terms of being able to promote them, because you and I both know, outside of the freeview channels, right? If you're on a pay-per-view platform, Sky is it. Sky is it on pay-per-view in the UK. The amount of promotion they can put on, everybody has access to Sky Sports News. It's the number one sports news channel. Has been for 15 years now for just sports news in the majority. Moving over to the zone, he must have gotten a hell of a pay packet. And he must have equity.
We might have another lockdown. They might have to cut his money down again.
Maybe.
Well, I think it's a bad movement. And the only reason he did it is because his dad was getting chased after the Epstein thing and he didn't want no heat from that. Yo, Doctor, what's going on?
What's going on, gentlemen?
Yo, what's up, man?
The press conference, right?
I saw the press conference.
Go ahead.
So I don't understand the stare down. Wilder was not supposed to just up and walk away. I can understand not saying anything, sitting there with his headphones, not answering any questions.
Yeah.
But the part when he just turned around, he turned his back and walked away, I was thinking to myself, round one goes to Tyson Fury.
Yep. Right.
All you had to do was just stand there. That's all you had to do. Stand there.
Let me ask you a question, both of you in boxing. Has anyone ever won a stare down and won the fight, and the other guy won the fight? Because Evander Holyfield, yeah, he used to get stared down by a lot of people, and he used to have this little smirk on his face, yeah, and everyone thought they got in his head. But when the bell rang, he was on your case. So does it even mean anything? Does it even mean anything?
Yeah, it does. So, well, look, Evander Holyfield is a far cry. Deontay Wilder is a far cry from Evander Holyfield, because typically Evander was the one was the one knocking people out. And I don't recall Evander Holyfield in a stare down coming off a fight where he just got knocked out. So I don't know that we can compare those two situations, but given the situation, given the circumstances, this guy just knocked you out. He was cheating, according to you. Yeah, you were not supposed to just turn your back and walk away. You were supposed to just stand there and give him and mean mark him until either he turned from you or somebody dragged you away. That's what was supposed to happen.
Wilder's, my man on Rival just disappeared. But he was here. I think what he said was true, because he's been in the echo chamber and people been regurgitating what he's been saying. And for the first time now you're on the world scene, he ain't saying nothing because he knows he can't say that stuff because he can't get back up and he might get sued. So it's best that he don't say that stuff there on a live press conference. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that part. Look, I understand you have to watch what you say because you can get hit with a defamation lawsuit.
Yeah.
But and look, I had no problem with him sitting there quiet, not saying anything. I just had a problem with how he handled the stare down. And you have to forgive all the background noise. I'm taking a walk with the girlfriend, soon to be wife.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, but I just don't get. He was supposed to be giving him like the meanest mug possible for as long as possible. And if that were me personally, I would not have even dreamed of turning my back and walking away. Okay. I would not have dreamed. How you are doing? I would not have dreamed of turning my back and walking away.
Listen, I can tell you this, right? As far as I'm concerned, yeah, it looks like Wilder's lost that battle, but this don't mean nothing in terms of fight. Well, Wilder better hope he's got a good game plan. I can tell you that. Wilder better hope.
I certainly hope so. I tell you what, Tyson Fury looked a bit soft to me. It looked like he was holding in his gut.
That's what Rival said the same thing. He said he looks a bit podgy around there, innit? But it don't matter. He's a natural. He's like Andy Ruiz. It don't matter. He's a natural. You know what I mean?
Now, Tyson Fury did say something which I found to be very disturbing, which is he said that he wants to be 300 pounds come fight night.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with that?
He said it, I forget at which point in the press conference. It was before the I forget when it was. But I thought I heard him say he wants to be 300 pounds come fight night. And if true, if he was sincere and trying to come up to 300 pounds, then I fear for his health and safety. And if he is so, how can I put it? If Tyson Fury is so divorced from reality that he would dare to come into the ring at 300 pounds, then I would expect him to get knocked out, brutally knocked out.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think he's being honest about that. I think that's more a joke. He said it with a smile on his face.
So he looks pretty big. I don't really care how big he comes in. Don't whoop up.
He looks about 265, 270.
It helped him the last time, so he ain't gonna change nothing. He doesn't need to change anything. He can be any size. He whoop Wilder's ass because he knows, that Wilder can't beat him coming forward. That's it. Wilder's only got the jab and the right hand. That's all he's working on. And like Malik, if anything, Malik's killed his power. He's got him doing rat-a-tat-tat combinations. You know what I'm saying? That's not really going to help against Tyson Fury. What Wilder really need is head movement to avoid some of them straight punches that Wilder's throwing. He ain't done that. His hands are low. It's easy. Look, bro, I'm telling you, listen, I look at the opponent and I break down weaknesses. Wilder's weaknesses, is because his hands are low and he's being that, and he's not encouraged. And he said he's already stubborn. He's not being encouraged to put his hands up. He's going to get his ass whooped. He's not defensively enough.
EJ,
sound. Go ahead.
I want to ask you, because you've seen the pad work, right? And you seen him firing that long extended right hand to the body. Yeah. I'm sure you noticed his left foot turning to the outside as it's going, so he's slightly off balance. And I'm sure you also noticed him pushing his head out and his chin being way up in the air.
He's defensively not responsible, man. All that stuff. Because he's got the wide stance, he makes himself shorter. That's the first thing. His hands are down. He's exposed to a lot of punches. Fury, on the other hand, even though he's got his style, he's very tall. He fights tall. He fights like a 6'9" guy. He keeps himself tall. He keeps himself rangy. And you got to do a lot of shit to get in there, man. You got to take a lot. You got to do a lot of fit. Yeah. Oh yeah. Don't worry about it, man. Your connection. Don't worry about it, rival. Troy from Philly, you back, man? Yeah, EJ, I'm back. You got to do a lot of stuff to get close to Fury, man. You got to do a lot of stuff to get close to Fury, and when you're getting in there, you're gonna put some hands on you. That's what it is. What do you think, Fight Doctor? That was on the shortest press conference.
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I agree with what you're saying. Question is, the only question in my mind is which Tyson Fury will show up come fight night. If it's the Tyson Fury from the rematch, Wilder loses. If it's crazed, cokehead, coked out Tyson Fury, then Wilder has a good chance to win.
Okay, yeah, he's technical problems. Everyone's got technical. Hey, you know what? Listen, Wild Fury has got the best trash talking ever. I tell you what, man. Sitting opposite him, you better be on your game. What really can you say to him? What really can you say to Fury? Yeah, he's fat. He doesn't mind. He got the MMA. Is it MMN thing, whatever? Where he's like, you look at it and goes, yeah, I know I'm fat. He calls himself fat. Like, you can't really say anything to him. That's why Wilder's got these thing to insulate, so he doesn't hear anything. And I don't want to hear no words of him. But bro, when the bell rings, you're gonna hear Fury, man. He's gonna say, I'm gonna punch your eardrum. I'm gonna punch you in the other ear. How's man telling you, yeah? I might be the first guy to punch both the fighter and the trainer in the ear. That shit was cold, bro. That's some cold trash talking, bro. That is some cold trash talking. And then he trash talked the trainer and said, I beat you up in sparring. Make Malik look like a bum. A bum, man. You can't
Malik, so Scott made a good point. He countered the point that Fury was making about Scott not having been a great fighter, and how can he teach Wilder to be a great fighter? Well, the same logic holds true for him. Sugar Hill wasn't a great fighter.
He's a man who used to his nephew, bro. That's what everyone knows. He's a man who used to his nephew, bro. Yeah, he was.
Well, I agree. He's the nephew of a great trainer, no question.
Yeah, but bro, if you're the nephew of a great trainer, and like, okay, you know what? To be fair, that's a good point. But the bottom line is, does he know boxing? Yes or no?
Unquestionably.
Okay, then that's all that matters. So, end of the day, he's trying to say that Malik doesn't know boxing. That's what Fury's saying. We ain't questioning Sugar Hill. We're questioning Malik. You know what I mean? That's straight from the jump out the gate. Because Malik is fruity. And don't let me bring the pictures on the screen of him and his girl. And he paints his nails. Right? Malik's, yeah, don't listen. I'm gonna find some pictures of Malik, yeah? And he's painted his nails and stuff. Right? So Malik, listen. See this boxing thing? It's bad, man. It's bad. You can't live in a glass house, bro. You know what I mean? It's gonna burn down on you. Malik Scott. All right, I'll bring some pictures of him and his chick. Right? And he's painted his nails. Nah, man. Nah.
So I would like to make a prediction.
Go on.
If Wilder loses this fight, I predict he will blame it on Scott and immediately fire him after the fight.
And say he drugged him as well, yeah?
Yeah, he's going to fire him, blame everything on Scott, and fire him.
I think Wilder can win the fight, though. You know what I mean? I'll be honest. I think Wilder can win the fight. But, you know, like a lot of guys, when they lose the championship, great fighters, they can get their belts back. Maybe Wilder can do it. I'm not too sure. Can he? I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? Can Wilder do it? It doesn't look like it. I didn't think. I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't think AJ would get his belt back either. I'm gonna lay it out there. I thought Ruiz was gonna whoop AJ's ass. So I'm gonna continue to see what I see, and I don't. Wilder doesn't give me no confidence that anything is gonna change, right? It doesn't.
No, he gives me no confidence. I think Wilder is a live underdog in this fight, only because he's a puncher and he has the equalizer. But would I bet on Wilder in this fight? Nope, not even close.
No. Nah, I won't bet. I'll probably put some change on it. Waste my money. Yeah, but because I want Wilder to win. But Wilder don't give me no. Wilder with Malik, the way he talked to Malik, man, he talked to Malik like garbage, and Malik fell for all the traps. All the traps, Malik fell for it. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna bring up some pictures of Malik and his chick. Nah, you shouldn't really, but Malik, bruv, what are you doing, bruv, with the little fat thing, bruv? You know what I mean? Like him and his chunky thing, yeah. They doing the bubbles, bruv. They doing the bubble ground, bruv. I'm trying to Malik with his bloody painted nails and shit. Cause he got painted nails, pink. He likes to wear pink. Ain't nothing wrong with all that. But you're the heavyweight champion of the world, and we're supposed to be taking you seriously. Look at this picture here. Now this is your trainer. I'm gonna send you some pictures, right? I'm gonna put this picture up, right? And then you guys can see what I'm talking about. There's a couple of pictures. Malik is a very unusual guy. Very, very unusual guy, you know what I mean? And listen, the trainer's gonna get rinsed in it. It's just the way it is. You know what I mean? Hey, Javon Hill's getting on fruity with Fury though, but he ain't getting on fruity like Malik. Now ain't no fruity. Malik is fruiting up the place, man. Oh
yeah, man. Well, it's 2021, so we live in a bold, brave new world.
Well, listen, Malik is the boldest of the bold, and he's out here talking boxing like we don't know what you're doing, Malik. You've posted everything on social media, so we're gonna talk about it. And here we go. Exhibit A. That's Malik Scott. That's Wilder's trainer. I mean, that is not a good look at all. There you go.
That's not a good look.
This is all accessible on his Twitter. You know what I mean? I like Malik, but bruh, your credentials for training the heavyweight champion of the world, it ain't over brilliant. It ain't looking good, bruh. It ain't looking good. I don't know what you're training him. You know what I mean? And Fury's already highlighted it already. He's like, bruv, like I already busted your eardrum. I don't know what you're gonna teach him. That I already smoked you already. You know what I mean? I already smoked you already. I mean, look what he's doing, bruv. This is what this man's doing in his spare time. This is what this man's dressing up as the alien. Bernard Hopkins, yeah?
Yeah, that is highly, highly suspect.
I don't mind, yeah. If you weren't training, but you're training the man. You're training to this day. To this day, you're training. Like, let me got this new one. Look at this new one, right? This new one's gonna kill you now. Like this new, you thought that was bad. Look at this picture here. I want to see the chat. Well, I'm looking for pictures. Don't worry, chat. I'm gonna get to you. I mean, look at this. Man. Fight Doctor's learning learning as we go along. Look at that. That's Malik, man. That's what Malik's doing.
Wait, is that another dude?
Nah, that's the chick. That's the chick. That's the
Okay.
fat thing. That's the fat thing. That's
Okay.
the fat thing he's with.
Okay.
That's what he's up to, man. That's what Malik's up to in his spare time. Costumes, the fat chick. This weird, man. This kooky out there, which is, you know, not so bad, like, you know, but as a trainer who's trying to fight, who's training, you know, Wilder, pink, painting your nails and wearing pink, and man, it's too fruity, man. It's too fruity, man. It's very.
It's wild. It's out there.
And then you got Fury beating the shit out of you in sparring. That, I mean, bro, that alone, yeah. I don't even know what to do. See, stuff. What stays in sparring, right? But Fury does. He's all, you know. He's just all ammo. He gonna use everything. You know what I mean? That's why Wilder put his headset on, because if Wilder heard some of that stuff there, Wilder would have been doomed. You know, Wilder would have been doomed, innit? And Wilder really can't say anything about the allegations because, you know, I think it's ongoing. I think it's ongoing. You know what I mean? So I can understand.
But he doesn't want to get hit with a defamation lawsuit, and I get that. It's probably some type of gag order in place. There's probably all kind of legal stuff in place that prevents him from saying anything. So I guess, you know, from that point of view, it's probably better to be silent at the press conference as opposed to opening your mouth, letting emotions take over, and something slip out that you could, you know, regret having said at some point in the future. So I think that was a smart thing to do.
Well, Malik's gonna get his biggest payday of his life. You know what I mean? He's gonna get his biggest payday, so he's trying to hold it down. But bro, he's like, oh, this like I'm right. Look at this here. Look at this picture here. That's Malik. That's Malik and his fat thing. Ain't nothing wrong with her. She's nice and everything like that. But Malik is a strange one, bro. He's a strange. I mean, this picture here. I mean, you know, that's not wrong with that picture. But this one here, I mean, that looks like some feminine shit. That's some feminine. That's suspect, isn't it? Yeah, that's what Malik's on, man. You know what I mean? I didn't know this picture. I just went down his Twitter. I thought, let me have a look, because I know Malik's fruity, right? I know he's fruity tooty. You know what I mean? And it's like, you know, Malik, so what's that got to do with my boxing? It's like, Malik has got everything. It's like, I don't know if he knows that we know that Malik, you know, there's the suspect fight with Derek Chisora, where you could have got up and you didn't get up, right? That's one of them things, right? Then suspect with you and Wilder, the next day he knocks you out, that you're his best friend. Yeah, there's so many things that this guy's up to, bro. You know, smoking cigars, wearing pink. You're gonna get the biggest payday of your life, getting beat up by Fury. I mean, my gosh. Wilder's pick until he picks shit. That's what I think. What do you think? Look at this picture. This picture here is crazy, man. I've got another picture for you. Right?
I think Wilder needs to be taking this fight seriously. That's what I think. And you know, he should.
I mean, that's what Malik's doing. That's what Malik's doing behind closed doors. That's what he's doing with his freaky thing, with his fat bubbling thing, innit? The bubble thing. That's what he's doing with the bubble thing in the corner. Look at this picture here. Look at this picture here. Look at this one. That's what he's doing with the freaky thing. That's Malik, you know. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not a good look. But I mean, to be fair, at the end of the day, this has nothing to do with Scott's prowess as a trainer.
It does.
No, what I'm saying, I agree it's not a good look, right? But it's a very bad look. But to be completely honest, to be completely fair, has nothing to do with his ability as a trainer. Now, it does say something about his character, but it doesn't tell us if he can train or not. So we won't know.
All right. So from the pictures, you look at the pictures, the freaky shit, yeah? Ain't nothing wrong with that, because everyone may have a bit of freaky stuff behind the closed doors. But this is on display, by the way. What's it showing about his character when shit gets hazy? When this shit gets hazy, what's it showing?
Well, it seemed to me that from looking at these pictures, when things get hazy, I don't know. He might pull something shady.
Man reverts to his feminine. Man reverts to his feminine side, bro. That's what we're talking about here. He goes to his feminine side. You mean? And he got the freaky thing. He got the freaky bubble and squeak roll up on. I mean, look. Him and the Bubble and Squeak. That's what they think. I think she's from Germany. He must have met her from Germany or wherever he met her. You know, cigars, beating this little fat thing every day. And then if he's not beating her, Malik's doing his nails. You know what he reminds me of now? Actually, I've got it now. He reminds me of Dennis Rodman. The
I think that's a very good analogy.
Yeah, and Dennis wasn't reliable. This is what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, Dennis was not. I agree. He was not the most reliable person in the world. However, he was good at what he did. No question.
Yeah,
he was.
But
one of the best at what he did.
Yeah, but they had to beat him because Dennis used to go on parties every now and again, and they had to beat him, and Derek they had to chase him down. They had to chase him down and do all kinds. Jaleel is coming in a bit. They had to chase him down and do. I like Malik. I just felt, you know, Fury's brought up his question about, you know, what he wasn't a good. I mean, he's basically trying to add on to Wilder, and that's a good thing, right? But is it enough time for Wilder to change what he's doing?
No.
Wilder believes in Malik, yeah? Malik's a fighter, right? But Malik never showed heart. And that's what I'm talking about, his character. And then what I'm trying to say, because he never showed true grit and heart, right? And then because of that, he got into his feminine side. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I mean, I might be wrong. I get what you're saying, but I don't think that.
That's what Dennis. To be honest, I don't think that Malik Scott, his job is necessarily to bring those particular qualities.
No, but he can't control him like Dennis Rodman married himself. That's what Malik's on. You know, when the shit gets hazy, he gonna marry himself. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to tell you. And that's the guy. This is the guy who's training Wilder. And Fury brought it up. And Wilder knows this, yeah? Because I'll be looking at him sideways like, man, look at this. This is your trainer, you know? Look at that. Look at that. That's what your trainer is, you know?
Yeah, but this speaks to Wilder's state of mind. I mean, I'm not going to put any blame on Malik Scott. The reason being is because Malik Scott is doing what he was supposed to do. And Malik Scott, there's never been a question mark. If you're Deontay Wilder, then this, I'm sure, none of this is news to Deontay Wilder. So at the end of the day, this is who Deontay Wilder chose as his trainer. So all the blame has to go squarely on Wilder. The loss, the excuses, and his knee-jerk reaction, you know, after the loss and everything that's happened, firing Mark Breland, all that's all on Deontay Wilder. It's all of it.
Yeah. Well, listen, he you know what I saw Wilder. Let me encourage this. Let me encourage you, right? So Mark Breland is the trainer, right? Let's say Mark Breland coming at the press conference. Does he encourage Wilder to put the headphones on? Does he encourage Wilder to put the dark glasses on? That's my question. I don't think he does. I think that was Malik's idea, right? Because I tell you why. Yeah, I'm gonna bring him a picture. I'm gonna show you something, right? I'm gonna exhibit A, right? And it might be hard. It comes like I'm hard on Malik, yeah. But bruv, I can't help it, bruv. Look, I'll tell you why I think, yeah, it was him to tell Wilder put the dark glasses on, because this is what this guy's on, right? Oh, let me see this shit. Hold on. That better picture. This is what the Malik's about. This is why I say this guy's not serious. When you heard he's training Wilder, he's got Wilder doing fruity stuff, and Wilder doesn't even know. He's looking like a sucker MC out here. Wilder's looking like a sucker MC. Yeah, he is. All right, now look at this. Malik might be saying, EJ, man, why you dissing me like for, man? Yo, me and you be cool. I say, I know, Malik, we cool. But Malik, man, you're encouraging Wilder to do some fruity tooties, man. Because you're on the fruity tooties, and now you got Wilder doing the fruity tooties. That's what's going on here. All right, where's the picture? Where's my picture? I got a picture coming up here. Come on, EJ. Where are you? Where is it? I'll go do it again. Oh, there you go. That's the picture, all right? This is the one. Mayweather was on that fruity shit as well, you know. But Mayweather keeps it all business, though, when it comes to the boxing. All right, look at this picture here. Look at this. This is Malik, right? One minute. Come on. Picture. There you go. Look at Malik. That's Malik. That's what, when he was fighting Wilder, that's what he put on his head. Now think about the dark glasses and the headphones. Who you think? Who you think encouraged them to do that?
It was probably Scott.
Yeah, it was Malik Scott. Look at it. Look. He's got the eyes through, and he's got the get your popcorn ready. Yeah, and then he proceeds to throw the fight, and he's the one. He encouraged Wilder to put the dark Wilder. Look how Wilder looks. Clean cut, earrings. He ain't got that mad stuff on. He ain't looking. He just look. Wilder's on it. But Wilder somewhere along is gone fruity tooty. You know what I mean? What he's doing in the bedroom is slowly crossing over into the fight, and he's starting being deluded. And Malik's, have you ever seen Lord of the Rings? You ever seen what Wormtail? Is it Wormtail? The one who's whispering in the king's ear, telling the king lies. That's what this guy's doing. He's doing Wormtongue. He's whispering in Wilder's ear, turning Wilder into a fool, man. Wilder,
I recall.
He turned Wilder into an idiot. Wilder's bloody got the dark glasses and the headgear on, and then why are you looking like an idiot, man? It don't matter about what I say anyway, because Wilder might still win the fight, but Malik is in question. Malik's on the clock. Malik and the freaky bubble and squeak that the chick he's got, man. Listen, man, Malik, bruv, this guy, bruv, look at that. Fight doctor just don't even know what to say no more. See?
Yeah, it's a lot to process. I'm not gonna lie, it's a lot to process. But
look at Floyd. Look, Floyd's on that stuff. Yeah, Floyd. That's why Floyd got robbed the other day, because one of these girls here. I bet this one, that muscular one at the top. She probably strapped on Floyd and strapped down on Floyd. I reckon it was her. Probably got some boys to rob Floyd's house. That one there. But there's no. I haven't got no proof that. But what I'm saying is that the freaks you're messing with, they're turning you over. Malik's definitely been turned over. You know what I mean? I don't know if she put the strap on Malik or whatever, but Malik, how you gonna have Tyson Fury talk about your eardrum? Like if a fighter said to me about my eardrum, I go, bro, don't bring that up. Yeah, but I'd not done your eardrum. But why are you telling them when you sound like a fool, bro? Like, well, you ain't fighting me, and you know what I mean. But Malik goes, no, but you bring it. I said, Malik, you sounded soft out there, man. Sounding real soft out there, real soft, bruh. And Fury had to feel sorry for him. He started apologizing a bit, because I'm not trying to come at you. I'm trying to come at Fink, because Fury went a bit too far. But then after he said, nah. You know what? I'm at the first trainer fight who bust the trainer in the fighter's eardrum. I mean, that is a mad disrespect, bruh. Straight. That is mad disrespectful, bruh. I mean, I tell you what, he knows how to get in people's head. That was madly disrespectful.
Yeah, no question.
So, you picking Fury in it? So I can't be picking Fury.
I'm leaning Fury, but I'm going to make my final prediction after I see the weigh-in, because I think that would tell the whole of the story. But I think I give Wilder a puncher's chance. I think he's a live underdog, but an underdog nonetheless. And if Fury comes 75-80% of what he was for the last fight, Wilder's going to lose. That's what I think.
Jalik, you're here, man. Jump in, Jalik. Come on. Me and Fight Doctor, I've got Fight Doctor kind of like in shock of what to say. Like he's just trying to process everything. Oh man, man. What's the sources? The sources that Malik's up to no good. Javon Hill's been acting funny with Fury though. He's been getting funny with Fury as well though. He's been acting suspect with Fury, but he ain't doing the freaky deaky stuff. He ain't doing none of this. Look at that. This dipping his. I mean, he's sitting on the chick's stomach and he's pushing his hand finger down her throat, man. Oh my god, bro, Malik, you need to slow down, son. Slow down. Oh man, bro, damn. And that was one of the most press conferences ever. Bob Arum was laughing his head off. He was laughing his head off. He goes, "You made him look like suckers. Oh my, you're gonna kill him, Fury." I think what Dan the Man said, he Fury might be being overconfident. But why wouldn't you be, bro? When you look over the corner, you see this man. You see this man. You see this man wearing this.
Listen, if Tyson Fury is overconfident, then there's only one person to blame. That's Deontay Wilder for all of the material that he's given to Tyson Fury to feel confident. All the reason why he's given Tyson Fury to feel confident. I mean, honestly, it really looks like it's almost like a joke. Team Wilder.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to call Wilder a joke, but I mean that's what it's looking like. You are the number one heavyweight in America. Okay.
Yeah.
Deontay Wilder. You could probably have any trainer you want. You go with this guy. You go with this guy. All the trainers in the U.S. who were probably lining up to help you out, you go with this guy. You fire Mark Breland, and you go with this guy, Mr. Fruity Loops, or whatever the hell he wants to be. I mean, it's a joke. It's a joke. And it speaks to the sad state of heavyweight boxing in America, and I'm damn near ashamed. Damn near.
Well, you think America? You think boxing's going down? I know you don't like the YouTubers. You think boxing's going down? Don't like the state of where boxing's going?
Well, I can't speak to boxing in other parts of the world because apparently, obviously, in other parts of the world, it's thriving. In the UK, parts of Europe, Asia, but here in America, boxing it's relegated to the back alley. It's relegated to the side show. I mean, YouTube, TikTok, Floyd Mayweather, circus, 3 rings, big top, clowns, the whole 9 yards. That's boxing in America, circa 2021. Okay, it's not a sport, it's entertainment. It's a joke.
And you know Wilder might pull it. And you know what? Wilder might pull it off.
He just might. I agree. Listen, Tyson, look, there's no reason why you shouldn't think Tyson Fury doesn't come in overconfident, doesn't train seriously. I mean, look at it. Listen, we are 5 weeks away. We're about 5 weeks away. Yeah. And if the fight would have happened today, who would you pick? I picked Deontay Wilder based on what I saw of them standing on the stage. Deontay Wilder looks like he's ready. He looks like he's in fighting shape today. Tyson Fury doesn't.
But Wilder always does that. Cause Wilder's, he doesn't put on weight.
True. So
that don't mean nothing. But it's his boxing acumen is what we're questioning, right? Is his understanding? His understanding of the thing. And I understand what Tank's fighting this weekend. And Teofimo Lopez has been tested positive for COVID. But, I understand, from where you're coming from, it's a long way. I sit there and watch some of them old fights. Wow, they were great. But I like some of the stuff. Occasionally, you get some good fights. But all you need, Fight Doctor, is one good young Tyson, Mike Tyson, or one good champion to come through and revolutionise sport. Boxing's always waiting for that. One guy coming through. There's always someone coming through, Fight Doctor. Always. There's always a next crop of fighters coming through. That's the good thing about boxing. Rising stars every year. So, as much as you can criticize this and this, that, the other, there's always a guy, and some guys do it right. Oscar De La Hoya done boxing. He was doing boxing well. So did Chavez, and many fighters before him. You know what I mean? What's he saying? Sugar Hill is going to make sure Fury's ready. Yeah, I think Fury. I don't think Sugar Hill does much. I think all Sugar Hill. What's up? Well, what's up? One of them ones. I think Sugar Hill. I think all he did is he keep Fury good. I think Fury is Fury. Fury is another one who just listens to himself. He moves his own drum. Fury. So, all he did is give him great advice and told him, "Says, listen, why are you running from this guy? He ain't that good." I know that's what he said to him. He ain't that good. He goes, yeah. He goes, yeah, he's not that good. He's punching. Go, what about his power? Goes, nah, man. He has to hit you first. Nah, just go straight to him. Take it to him. And that's what Fury did. That's all he did. And Javon Hill, because Ben Davis don't know nothing about boxing to tell him that, Malik knows the box, This is the thing, right? There's one thing that Malik has. He's a very, very, very good boxer. He's a very good boxer. He's very cagey. Now, you question when he gets hit, but he ain't Wilder. So if he turns Wilder into a very good boxer, Wilder can be quite dangerous. But is that enough time to be better boxer than Fury? I mean, if Fury busted his eardrum, then how's Wilder gonna get back? Wilder's really at heart is a fighter.
That's what Wilder is a fighter.
Well, Malik said something interesting at the press conference. What he said that caught my ear was he wants Wilder to go back to doing some things that he was doing previously earlier in his career, which is basically boxing. And I agree. Listen, if Wilder wants to win this fight, he's going to have to learn how to box. It's just that simple. Okay, because bringing a big right hand will not be enough. It just will not be enough.
All Fury gonna do is turn southpaw on him, and then what are you gonna do then? Fury, Wilder's hands are still low. He ain't move his head. You know, he's basic because I'm looking at him, yeah, and you know, Malik is that, but you're not really giving a real representation of Fury. Fury is a very, you know, if you was having a box of chocolates, right? Like Forrest Gump, and used to eat one and buy again. That's what Fury is. A box. You don't know what you're gonna get until he gets in there. You know he's there. He might decide to box one day. Then he might decide to come forward. He might decide to smother you to go inside. You just don't know what you get with Fury. You know, you got to cover all bases. When you basically fight him, you have to have all bases covered every time. That's exactly how you got. But the main thing, I firstly think if you want to fight Fury, you look at I don't know why they didn't bring him in. I don't know why they not. No one's even dealing with this. You bring in Stephen Cunningham. He's the man that had the great game plan how to do Fury, the overhand right as Fury comes in. That looping overhand right, that Fury steps in, he can't see it. And I teach all my short fighters to do that. All of them. When they're fighting tall fighters, the tall fighter won't be able to see it. And it's the same with short fighters. What are short fighters susceptible to? Uppercuts. You know, uppercut. If you're a short fighter, you're not going to see a tall man's uppercut because it's right down and you don't know it's underneath your chin. Because you're short, you don't know it's coming. And then boom, Lennox Lewis was great at that. But when you're fighting a taller guy, you know, them overhand rights. Mike Tyson when he landed on Larry Holmes. You know, boxing's not hard, you know. All you got to do is just go through the libraries and pick a style. You know, Mike Tyson's style would give Fury all kinds of trouble. Tyson Fury, all kinds of trouble. Yeah, all kinds of trouble, depending on what kind of Fury, you know, if he gets aggressive, you see what I'm saying? So, you know, Wilder's just is not doing the right strategy. Malik is not giving him the right. I feel to talk to Malik, say, Malik, why don't you just bring in Steve Cunningham and let Steve Cunningham tell you how to land the overhand right? That's the punch. That is the punch to do Fury over. And if you don't understand that, I don't know where you're going. I'm gonna teach Wilder to box. Because no, you idiot. It's already there, laid out. That's the punch, man. Fury can't see it coming. It's a loop. All Wilder got to do is I'll rival point up. Wilder's chin's always up in the air. All Wilder's got to do is dip his chin down to the ground, look like he's looking down to the ground. Fury's then going to advance and come forward, and you loop that shot over. He'll get knocked right in his jaw. Not a straight right. That punch will do him every single time. Every single time it will hit Fury. But Wilder's not. He's not learned that, and Malik's not teaching him that because Malik doesn't understand it either. That's my little thing, isn't it? So I'm still. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think honestly, Deontay Wilder's somewhat divorced from reality. I'm still in disbelief that he turned down the Mayweather offer. I mean, here it is. You have a guy in Floyd Mayweather who offers to train you, a guy who's arguably, you know, one of the best. In fact, not arguably, he is one of the best ever to lace up the gloves.
Is that the same? Is that the Floyd? Is that the same Floyd Mayweather went the distance with a YouTuber? Is that the same Floyd Mayweather?
Same Floyd Mayweather.
Let me bring this to you, right? The people who gave Floyd the strategy, half of them are dead and his dad's still alive. You know what I mean? They're the ones that Floyd listened to. Like the Roger. They gave Floyd all the game plans he needed to make him successful. Rafael Garcia, right? And not Ellen Ellaby, these guys here now he died. So Floyd don't listen to no one, and you saw what happened then. When he did everything he wanted, he went the distance with a YouTuber. So I don't know if you want to listen to Floyd.
I would listen to Floyd over Malik Scott any day of the week. Okay. I don't know how you feel about it, but for me personally,
yeah, man, he'll be trying to take the light. Floyd's too much. He's too much in the light to sit back and let things go. He's very egotistical, and he still thinks he's the man. You know what I mean? He can't sit back and let you think. You know, that's like Floyd's in your business. You know what I mean? And then, you know, if things don't go well, he gonna say it's Wilder's fault. Yo.
True.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Floyd's like, I ain't touching Floyd. I like Floyd. But he's bad, man. He's bad with it. Like Broner's fought. I told him to train. I mean, okay, Floyd's a very good boxer. You know, he's a tremendous boxer, but how long is he gonna spend time when he's there in the strip club? He's gonna have time for Wilder. Wilder needs a 24-hour trainer. So I don't think realistically that would work, you know. That's you know. Fury had his jacket on and he took his jacket off because he was looking to rumble. That's how he is. He was ready to fight there and then. I think Fury's trying to show Wilder. He doesn't look in tremendous shape. Maybe lose some pounds, or maybe he doesn't. Look at him. Look how fat he is, but it doesn't matter. Ruiz is in worse shape than him and he can still do damage. Does it matter, Fight Doctor, that he's not in tremendous shape?
No, it doesn't. Well, it matters at the later part of a 12-round fight. At that point, it matters. Yeah, sure. But question is, can Wilder stick around to see the later rounds? That's the question.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Wilder stick around, man. I don't. What? Let me show you what I got a picture of Wilder here. Yeah. Now you guys look at his body language, and he's got the dark glasses on. Look at his body language and tell me, does this look like a man who wants his belt back? This man, when I look at this picture of Fury, he looks all confidence, supremely confidence, radiating confidence all over him. Like when Mike Tyson was fighting back in the days in the late 80s, and he had that shine about him. That's what Fury looks like. He looks like a champion. He's all confident. Now look at Wilder's body language. Look at that man. Look at that man. That man looked like his life has been drained from him, bro. The dark glasses, the head for you look crazy, bro. You look absolutely crazy. Look how Wilder used to look. This is how Wilder used to look. You see that look? Look at that shine he used to look. That's when he was undefeated, right? Now look at him now after he's lost.
Yeah, so his energy sort of betrays a bit of I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Insecurity, maybe?
Yeah.
Or maybe he's not quite sure of himself.
Well, Malik's been lying to him in his ear. That's what Malik's been whispering in his ear. That's what's been happening to him. Malik's been lying to him, telling him lies, man. Telling him, you're the best, champ. You know what I'm saying? Telling him lies. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies. Listen, man, he doesn't look confident, man. The dark glasses, my man. Round 1 goes to Fury. Yeah. Come on, bro. It's a press conference. AMG2. You're right, it is. But we can read into it. Abs, Wilder looks like, yeah, he's hangover. He doesn't look confident. He doesn't. Look. You can see it. I'm not, you know, just telling you. Look at this. This is Wilder when he was undefeated, when he was giving Malik a good whooping. Yeah, look at that. The shine. The same look I told you about, the brim of confidence. Everything's all there. And Malik's got a bag on his head. Now look at him now. Yeah, he
doesn't look sure of himself, in my opinion.
He's just acting like Fury won the fight today. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, kind of. It does look like he's got the victory. Fight Doctor's bounced out. It looks like he's got the victory. There you go. He's back. Let's Fight Doctor.
Yeah, he won round 1. That's for damn sure. Okay. If the press conference is round 1, that was Fury's round. No question.
Yeah. And then all Malik's gone. Malik's gone to doing this to his chick. You know what I mean? That's what Malik's gone. He's gone back to doing his little freaky thing. Look, see the pizza? That's what he's doing with the little fat thing. He's got the fat thing on the pizza. Pulp Fiction in the background. He's got the mask on, doing the freaky deek. That's what Malik's up to, yeah? Malik is hardcore, bro. You know, after this fight, he might do like Yusuf Mack, make some porn. You know, I ain't gonna be like, yep. He might make some gay porn after this, man. I don't know. I'm not too sure. I ain't gonna be watching it. I tell you, damn sure. And maybe not some gay porn, but maybe what some porn. Wilder looks like he just just wants to fight already. Yeah, he does. He does want to fight. He does want to fight. I agree. He does want to fight, but Man, what's going on with his trainer though? That's the question. What's going on with your mans? Look at this. The Gypsy King. He's just all confidence, man. That guy's just. There's only one Tyson Fury. BG London, what are you saying? Wilder by knockout. Brutal knockout. Brutal KO, shall I say. EJ, don't be redemption. Nah, I got Wilder. I want Wilder to win. Doesn't sound like it though, but I was amazed to see Wilder with the headphones, man. I was wild to see him just he looked like he conceded. He just looked like he conceded. You know? It just like that's not the guy I remember. It's not the guy I remember. He used to be
He conceded round one. There's no question. He gave up round one. So, question is, what happens in the next round?
That's what I'm saying, man. You know what I'm saying? It just don't look. It doesn't look. He's never been that type of guy to shield himself. I know that I've done that in the past, right? I've shielded, like I put headphones on and because I didn't want to hear the person talk. I didn't want to hear. I didn't want to hear them affecting me. But you know, and maybe Wilder doesn't want to bring up some of the stuff he was talking allegations about what he's saying about his trainer and allegation against Kenny Bayless saying he was drunk. I mean, Wilder, you crazy? You said some real, you know.
But that just simply betrays the fact that he's a bit divorced from reality. I mean, there's no other way to look at it. The referee is drunk. The suit, the costume weighed 40 pounds. It was too much. The egg weight in the glove, in the spike water. I mean, all of these things, they tell us something, right? All we have to do is read the tea leaves. And when I read the tea leaves, it tells me that Wilder is divorced from reality. His choice of trainer. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, this is the thing, right? My man AMG2, man, shout out to him, yeah. It's like chess moves, yeah. There was no need to out talk, yeah. Fury. You couldn't out talk Fury if you wanted to, by the way. And nobody wins these battles. Fury would have slapped him around with some wicked words, and he already did it. He said, "I'm the only guy to beat up the trainer and the fighter and the trainer, make both their ears. It might be the first one in history." He was slanging it up, bro. He was on his game, and that's why he got the headphones on, because he knew he was gonna get worked. You know what I mean? Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. Yeah, listen to him, bro. Why take the headphones off, Wilder? Take the dark glass off and listen to him. Yeah, let me beat the battle. The battle is spiritual, physical, and mental. And you didn't want it. That's why you put the headphones on. That's why you got the dark glass on, because you didn't want to meet the requirements. Boxing's a mental sport, man. If you didn't want to meet, you didn't want to hear what the man said because you've been talking crazy, and you're gonna get straightened out for it. You know, and we wanted to hear, and you didn't want to, you know, all the stuff you've been saying. You know, now you don't want to talk about it. That's your platform, and you don't want to talk about it. Facts, ignorant book. You know what I'm saying? Now you don't want to talk. Go ahead, Fight Doctor.
Yeah, Wilder is losing the physical and spiritual aspects of the fight. Yeah. Okay, the spiritual and mental aspects of the fight, he's losing right now, based on what I saw in that press conference. He needs to wake up, smell the coffee, come back down to earth, and deal with the reality of the matter. You know, you got a tall order in 5 weeks, and dude, you need to be prepared.
Jalik, you just came on. Where you, Jalik? I ain't see you. Where you at, Jalik? Yeah, look, he's not meant. Malik, and this is the thing about Malik. If Malik is fruity tooty, like we said, how is he gonna get you mentally ready for war? Malik, when war comes, Malik he's not the man. That's Malik right here. When the war comes, he's putting that bag on his head and getting the popcorn. That's what he's doing. You know what I mean? He's a man. But Bodini Brown had more fight in him. He used to go when the Bodini Brown with Muhammad Ali. Yeah, he was a hype man, but he'd go in there. He'll go and fight for Ali though. He'd go in there to fight. When Malik sees Fury in that, he don't want no smoke. You know, and the thing is, yeah, but Bodini Brown, if you think you sit there and let the opposition talk down like that, no, hell no. No, sir. No, sir. If I would have even if that was the case at the spot, I would have shut Fury's ass down, man. Where's Jalik at? Again, yeah. I would have shut him down. I said, yo, Don't be talking about stuff like that, bro. Me, I ain't fighting you. Don't be talking about what me doing. Like, bro, like focus on Wilder, bro. Don't talk my name. I would have come in one of them ones. Don't talk my name. Well, don't talk my name, bro. Straight. Yeah. End of the day, yeah, look, we got smoke for you, and we're gonna I would have talk them things there. I would talk real street. I would have drag it down there. Don't call my name. Don't talk about how I came to help you out in sparring and you're talking about what you did. Talking about how you busted me up, man. Don't be talking about stuff like you did stuff in me sparring. I would have went there with him. But Malik didn't do that. He goes, oh, okay, you bust my eardrum. And so what? Then Fury goes, I didn't tell everyone I bust your eardrum. So Fury's making him like an idiot, man. Make him look like an idiot out here. Oh, God.
Deontay Wilder's doing it to himself, okay? Deontay Wilder's doing it to himself. He's got nobody to blame but himself. He wants to blame everyone. He wants to blame the costume, blame the spike water, blame his trainer, Mark Breland. Wants to blame the egg weight. Blame everybody but yourself. So so if Tyson Fury is poking fun at him and successfully poking fun at him, there's nobody to blame but himself. As far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much I could talk about this, man. We saying what's my man AMG2 saying? EJ would have got the fight cancelled. No, I wanted to see the fight. No, I want to see the fight. I look forward to it. I want to see this fight. I want to see my ultimate dream fight. It's not a dream fight. It should be a reality. It's Wilder versus AJ. That's the fight I wanted to see from time. I want to see that fight. You know, two of the best areas. There he is. Jalik. What's going on, bro? See now my mic's good to go now, Jalik, innit?
Yeah, it's good now. Is Fight Doctor still on there?
Yeah, Fight Doctor still
bro. There. Fight Doctor.
What's going on, brother? How you feeling?
Yeah, I was looking at that that press conference. It was real interesting, man. I've been hearing some of the stuff y'all was saying. I was doing my thing. I just got home now, though. Phone be acting up sometimes. Yeah, but it was interesting, man. Malik don't know how to really talk trash. He like, why he bring up busted his eardrum? I'm like, bro, why did you bring that up? He don't know how to talk trash, man. Malik don't.
No, but he's fruity though.
Yeah, I didn't know that. See, I don't follow Malik. I was like, well, I didn't even know about this. I don't know about the guy. So I'm like, what's up with him? I don't know what's up with the map dude, bro. I'm like,
He's always been a bit fruity, man. But who you think won the press conference though? Just like that.
Tyson Fury is good at getting under people's head because he has stage presence and he real confident. See, they don't know how to use it against him. So even Malik Scott, when he was talking, is like, well, you're 200. He was like conceding to the guy. You're a 260-pound guy. You busted by eardrum. Why did he bring that up? Now he really giving Tyson Fury a lot of confidence.
Yes, he is. Absolutely.
Like, because he showed they actually low key. See, I can look at it in two ways. Wilder being quiet is a good thing, and he learning to conserve his energy, which is cool. Actually, that might be good for him in a sense. But also, do you remember when Floyd fought Zab Judah?
Yeah.
And Zab Judah didn't do no press conferences, and Floyd was mad because I believe that was Floyd's third pay-per-view after Baltimore, and then got it. He was mad because
Floyd. Well, I think that press conference when he was doing that, him and Floyd and Corey Spinks got into it. But you're right, Zab was like
he was mad at Zab Judah because Zab Judah, Floyd was talking big trash to Zab Judah, and Zab Judah was he was mad at him. He kind of would then open up. It's like that's not cool because he trying to settle a fight. And I guess Wilder is like, whatever. I don't know. He's doing what he think is best to win the fight because it is a mental game with him. Mm-hmm. There's certain things that he can do with Tyson Fury, but Tyson Fury is confident, but he might be overconfident though. He said he gonna gain weight. I don't know what he gonna do. But I don't know what he's gonna do. To be honest with you, this time I figure he would walk Wilder there because, to be honest with you, that's how you beat him. You got to get Wilder out of there. What Shakur done to homeboy, you can't play with Wilder like that. And then, because all it takes is a half a second and you're done. So you can't play games with Wilder. But the thing what Wilder has to realize is that he can't win off intimidation no more like Tyson used to do. But once Tyson got knocked out by Buster Douglas, less people were scared of him. So it's a total different ball game now.
Actually, I disagree with that. And I agree, but I disagree. And what I mean by that is you're correct. Mike Tyson, he had an edge. Look, Mike Tyson, most of the time, most of his fights, he won when the contract was signed. He already won because the guy was intimidated. All right. And a perfect example is look at the Michael Spinks fight. And just look at Michael Spinks's body language during the ring walk, when he's in the dressing room before the fight. You could just tell that he really, 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 really did not want to be there. He really didn't want to be there because he knew what was waiting for him, which was Mike Tyson at his absolute peak. All right, and we all saw what happened. Yep. But the minute that Mike Tyson ran into a guy who was not intimidated, we saw the bully fall apart.
And that's
right. However, Tyson Fury isn't intimidated. But what Deontay Wilder, what he can do to make Tyson Fury feel intimidated is to land the right hand. Okay? I promise you, if Deontay Wilder is able to bring a delivery system to the ring, and if he's able to touch Tyson Fury will be intimidated. There's no question about that. But the question is,
you think he'd be intimidated, or you don't think he'd change his game plan? Because it's obvious he got up twice. See, remember when Shane Mosley hit Floyd? And Floyd punked him after that. When you shoot, it's like when you hit somebody with your best shot and they get up, it does something to you psychologically. So if you're the type person that's trying to win off of fear, and it's like you stand up to the bully, and say a bully smack you in your face, you get back up and step to the bully and smack him back. It's going to do something to the bully thing. Not saying that Wilder don't technically fight as a bully type fighting style, but psychologically it does something to him. And I believe Tyson Fury is in his head a little bit, but the thing with Wilder can improve on some things. So I did like the fact that maybe he does listen to Malik Scott, and maybe Malik Scott is good for him. What y'all think?
Well, I honestly, based on these new revelations, the jury is out. I mean, we won't know until the night of the fight, But again, Deontay Wilder is the number one heavyweight in America. Okay, and he's honestly probably the top draw in America. So it just seems to reason that given these truths, he could have had basically any American trainer that he wanted. So why would you go with a guy who's essentially unproven? Look, you could have kept Malik Scott as a second, or you could have kept him in the gym. But why would you want to make this guy your lead trainer or your second when you could have brought in anybody? I don't get it. I don't get it.
On the interview, I think with 78, he said he had a secret weapon that's coming into their camp. I don't know if it was George Foreman. So according to them, they're bringing somebody else into the camp as well. But the fight is about 5 weeks away, though. But I don't know, because popularity, if Malik is doing this thing, then hey, I don't know. Like I said, does Malik train anybody else?
Not that I know of.
I never heard him training nobody else. I don't know.
I think he trains his fat thing, innit? I think he trains that fat thing he's within it.
That's his girl. Like I don't.
I think he trains her. I think he trains her. Yeah, I think he trains her.
I don't know about him like that.
He does.
Don't know about Malik Scott like that. Nothing about him.
What's up, Smoke?
I just know he's fought and everything. And I remember when he fought Luis Ortiz. That boy was trying to survive with her. Luis Ortiz, bro.
Yo, Smoke, you want to jump in? Yo, Smoke, you want to jump in?
EJ, he gonna have Wilder fighting on the back foot like he gonna have Wilder fighting on the back foot like Floyd.
But yo, listen. Real talk though. If you go back and you watch those fights with Ortiz, Wilder was actually fighting off the back foot and was actually having some success.
Wilder, I'm telling you, Wilder has more. Wilder is not. See, thing about Wilder, you got to look at the gray area. Wilder has extreme, and everything is to the extreme with a Wilder. When people say he trash, they be like, "Oh, he trash," and then you got all the people that be like, "Yeah, he da." So you got to look somewhere in the middle. You're not just going to box and just win a bronze medal that easy. So it's obvious he does know something. It's just how to utilize it. Now everybody has a fighter that gives him a hard time, and Fury just gives him a hard time because stylistically, everybody else that he fight is not going to be like this. I'm just telling y'all. So he can beat Fury. It's going to be tough though. And the key to it, in my opinion, is his jab and his check left hooks and things like that, and just keeping his composure and coming in good shape. Coming in real good shape and having a strong foundation in his legs right.
Rabinski, what's going on? What's going on, bro?
Oh no, it's what's up, guys? Yeah, this is my new profile. You'll be seeing me post under this.
Oh, that's you?
Yeah.
You got a new channel?
It was an old one. But yeah, I'll be over there soon.
So you change your persona, or?
Yeah, I'm not. You know what? I don't know about changing my persona. I'm just not necessarily like debating with people, like, you know. I don't know.
That's cool. So you grew up there. So no,
I didn't. It's not about growing up. It's that like people misunderstood my name, and they just emphasized the fact that, but they thought that smoke meant that I just want to argue with them, but so really it was about me.
Other people's fault.
No. The new name's good because he's trying to say. And people, it's true. Like, because either he smokes weed and you can't take him seriously, or he wants to argue. So either way, he changed his name. So what do you want us to call you from now on?
The Boxing Lounge is good. Smoke is still fine. Like if you know me to smoke, I'm not gonna not answer to smoke or anything like that. I'm just not putting that. I'm just
Boxing Lounge, aka Smoke. That's what
yeah.
No, Professor is a good one. I'm gonna call you Professor. I like that name, bro.
Hey, that's a great one, Jalika. Like I actually really like that one. Like straight up, I absolutely like that name. Like it's one of the. I know it's tongue in cheek, but I feel like I resemble that remark. So
yeah, I like it.
Yo, Professor Smoke.
Professor Smoke. Hey, Professor Smoke. I like that one.
Let's call Professor, bro.
Professor Smoke. Hey, listen. Hey, so let's get into it. Smoke. What's your take on Wilder in the press conference wearing the gear and stuff? What's your take?
So like I'm listening to you guys for that part of it. I have not seen it, so like while you guys chop this thing up, I'm about to watch it right now. But yeah, I was listening to you guys talk about like trainers and people talk, like I feel like a lot people put too much into press conferences, just in general. Like neither one of their press conferences, to me, I couldn't like extrapolate what was going to happen in the fight from their previous two press conferences. So I doubt I'm going to be able to from this one either. But I would definitely like look at it because I want to know what the hell went on. But as far as like, Malik Scott being a trainer and why he took Malik Scott, that's when I was, I commented on, just because I don't think that there's anything we can say or know really about him, his ability as a trainer, because we just haven't seen it yet. But whether or not it's a good choice for Wilder, I think it's kind of a logical choice. That doesn't necessarily mean it's the best choice. But they know each other very well. The way that Wilder operates seems to be, loyalty. He seems to be really engaged in like his intuitive side, like his emotional side. So this seems to be like a real emotional pick, but it's also is in harmony with the way he does everything else. So, like trying to bring in somebody new into a camp for a fight like this seems like that also could have its own kind of like challenges that you may not want to deal with. So why not deal with a Malik Scott who's been in every single one of your camps outside of the one that when you guys actually had a fight? So like, since they've known each other, since Wilder's been a pro, Malik Scott has been there except for like minus 2 months when they actually had to fight each other.
That's a good point that you brought in, because I'm sure people been probably trying to get him whispering in his ear, because it's a dirty game out there. They've been probably trying to say, yo, you should use this trainer, you should use this trainer. And that's a good point that you brought up, though. It's just because he always been against the grain, and it actually works out for him, because it's like he real polarizing, bro. Wilder is super polarizing. Now you see how many people was waiting for the press conference. He's real polarizing. He's not saying nothing. But see, it was actually other people was on there, and Tyson Fury was doing interviews afterwards. See, that's what I haven't got a chance to see yet. Did Wilder do any interviews afterwards?
Nah, Wilder cut out, man. That's Wilder's not gonna say anything. Wilder's got a legal team going on, so he don't want to get himself in no lawsuits, because it's okay saying something on YouTube where it's amateur media, but now you're on a professional thing, and even that woman said, she goes, we don't want to talk about nothing to gonna get yourself in trouble. And Bob Byron warned him. Bob already warned him. He goes, listen, kid, don't be saying stuff that's gonna get you in trouble and jeopardize the fight.
Yeah, they probably did.
Wear the headphones, the dark glasses, keep it moving.
So the only thing,
the other thing is like, I was just saying, like, Wilder's been the subject of a couple of coordinated media campaign, like negative media campaigns, right? So, like that, the idea that Wilder is like going to all of a sudden like give a damn, like buddy up to the media, I think it's not going to happen. Like the media basically have drug everything this guy's done through the mud. So.
I agree, but one thing about him though, he always was like cool with the media though. If you can't say that he done this to the media before, like he always been real cool with the media. Like he looked like he would stay extra minute.
He trying to bite off Ray John Raheem's head to this day.
Right, but that was before the. Sorry. Go ahead, Julie.
No, that don't mean that you mean to the media if you had one incident. It's not like he's certain people that be. He had a couple things, like he wasn't in basketball well, Barry, if y'all watch baseball, Barry Bonds, he didn't mess with the media at all. He didn't play with the media, bro. You from that area, Professor, so you know.
Yeah, it was a thing where I think Wilder was. I feel like he's been burned by the media. Like he feels like he's been burned by the media. I think that whole like that costume thing was completely. I feel like he thinks it was taken out of context. I think it was taken out of context, and people just ran with it. And also, people ran with the idea that the contract is like expired. Like there's all these things where it seems like there seems to be like an animus. Like there's an energy out there that says we need to like paint Wilder in the most negative light possible, and he's just not engaging in that. In the 78 interview he gave, he said something about people saying he was depressed. Like I didn't even hear this narrative that he was depressed after the fight, but that's like both he and Malik Scott referenced it. Like so, there's something that happened to him, and that maybe it was even somebody that was close to him in the media that just turned him off to talking about this thing at all. Like he's like, I messed with 78 and that's it.
Yeah, that's 78 interviews. Wilder said they got the juju. I said, bro, he crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if that's how it's gonna work out for him. I don't know if that's a good. Yeah, But the guy's always been. See, and that's the other part of it.
He polarized it. It's crazy. Like, so all the people that really hate Wilder, they make a lot of their money from Wilder though, because he gets the people wild up. I don't know. Is it something that he does? It's just weird. It's just I be sitting back with this, and I be cracking up at a lot of different stuff that be going on, man. Hopefully, I'm sorry, but not to coach you because
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah,
not because I don't know. You know how to create demand. I don't know what it's called. You probably know. One of y'all probably know to create the demand. Like when an iPhone come out, they only make a few of them available, so that way it gets people hyped up. The demand real high. Did you see the tickets? It looked like they sold out already. But then they say you can go on certain sites, but the tickets is real high. Like I'm like, damn, they should have had it in the Raider Stadium, because the people want to see this fight, bro. This fight gonna be big, bro.
Yeah, I think the fight's gonna be big, also. But yeah, it seems like content creators are the most ones who are like trying to either get Wilder to talk more, but the way that they're doing it is by basically talking shit about him. The fact that he's not talking, so just kind of like it's just this self-defeating kind of. I still need to talk shit about Wilder, but I want him to talk. Like, yeah, just like what's.
So can I chime in real quick on Wilder and the media?
Yeah, go ahead.
I will agree that the media had been very unfair to Wilder prior to the Fury loss. Media has always been unfair to Wilder. You know, talking about this, talking about that, dogging him on this. But at the end of the day, up until the Fury loss, he had been winning and he knocked everybody out. So, you know, you can criticize him for being, you know, windmill, Wilder, whatever, but he had been winning. All right. Yeah, that's the Fury loss. But since the Fury loss, I'm going to be brief. But since the Fury loss, Wilder has given the media tons of ammunition, tons of reason to be very critical to him. All right, with all the excuses. So you know, Wilder. So at this point, the criticism he's receiving from the media is fair. Well, maybe not all of it, but some of it is fair. A lot of it is fair at this point.
Right. So here's really the thing. Like, first, when you say something like making excuses, like if you talk to like 10 people, you might get 10 different responses as to like what's an excuse. Some of those things, at least like 3 or 4 of those people will just be given reasons. But for other people, there's no such thing as a reason. There's only an excuse, right? So there's even the media understood that part of it. Like if you ask a guy, hey, why didn't I see you look the way that you looked in 40 other fights? And he starts speculating as to why that may be and answers your question. Because since you're speculating, it's a speculative thing. But then you come out and say, hey, you know what? This guy's just making excuses. Meanwhile, the dude was just speculating and answering your question, right? So you throw all of that part out and you just go, well, Wilder said the reason why he lost was because his costume was too heavy. But Wilder didn't say that. Right. So now the narrative's out there that he's making excuses. So then everything he does that doesn't just say, hey, Fury was better than me and that's why I lost, sounds like an excuse.
Yeah.
Wilder said that Kenny Bayless was drinking alcohol. That's one of the reasons. He also said that he's trained to poison his water. That's another excuse, right? That's what he said. So, when he said that, and them two bring then, I don't. Then he said he got hit with a golf ball, and the man dented his skull. So I don't know what's going on.
So EJ, did Wilder ever say that he lost the fight because Kenny Bayless was drinking alcohol?
He said that's one of the reasons.
No, he didn't say that was one of the reasons why he lost at all. He just said that Kenny Bayless did a bad job. Everybody said Kenny Bayless did a bad job. Why can't Wilder?
Well, okay, let's review that. What bad job did he do?
What bad job did Kenny Bayless do? I mean, well, first off, I mean, just for me, I felt like he didn't warn Fury either enough about his rough tactics, and also didn't do enough about it, right? In order to keep it a clean and fair fight. That's just like one. That's just one thing, right? And that's just one thing, right? So, but the other part of it is the idea that that Mark Breland poisoned his water. Maybe that like while I think that is like a spurious charge, like I don't know, like I don't know why he thinks that sort of thing. But he also said that they did a tox screen and he had some sort of foreign substance in his blood at the exit fight tox screen. Is that true? I don't know if that's true or not. But if that is true, right? Like he doesn't know that Mark who did it, right? He's just speculating at that point. Like he's, to me, on the outside looking in, he's suspicious of Mark Breland doing it, and he's accusing Mark Breland of doing it. Is he saying that that's why he lost? If you think you were drugged and you think somebody drugged you, what are you supposed to do? Like, is that an excuse? Like, if Mark Breland actually did drug him, is Wilder still making excuses?
But here's my question.
I want to go back to the referee. Hold that one fight, Doctor. I go back to the referee. He said he done a bad job, right? He said the man was drunk, right? So he said he was drunk. Now I'm still on this one, right? So the reason why he's going because he blamed everyone except for himself, right? It's because when Kenny Bayless said the fight was over, he couldn't believe that his trainer said, "Nah, yo, why are you stopping the fight? You're bleeding out your ear." Now at that point, Kenny Bayless, let Fury whoop his ass. Kenny Bayless was letting the ass whooping go on. Now I don't know what helped Wilder was working because as far as I know, when you get in the ring, is protect yourself at all times. And Kenny Bayless was letting the ass whooping go on. It was only his trainer stepped in. So when Wilder says he was drunk and it's a bad job, I don't think so. I think I think Kenny Bayless would have got Wilder killed. Right now, going back to the training and the drinking, I don't know what Wilder was doing in the back door before the fight coming in. I can't speculate on that. I mean, I can't speculate on that one. The one thing I'm talking about is Wilder said Fury had an egg weight in his hand in the glove. So and he hit him, and that's what cracked his skull. I mean, that one there, I don't know how you explain that one. How are we going to explain that one?
Okay, so this is only Wilder. Like, all right, so just let me just make it very clear. This is not something that I know to be a fact. This is only what Wilder is saying, right? I don't even know that Wilder went to the doctor. I don't know that Wilder had a tox screen, like any of this stuff. This is just what Wilder is saying, right? Yeah. So according to Wilder, his doctor says he has an egg-shaped dent in his skull that is not consistent with boxing, right? That's what his doctor says. I don't know if he actually even went to the doctor. I don't know what this so-called doctor's qualifications are to make this sort of diagnosis, right? I have no clue. But this is what Wilder is saying. So if Wilder is saying is actually the fact, then yeah, I could understand why he would think this. But none of this has anything to, but hold on a second. Wilder did come with the he did after the fact congratulate and give credit to Fury. It wasn't until after he maybe found out this stuff, if he actually found out anything, that he then started talking about these other things, right? So just going back to Kenny Bayless, while you may not criticize Kenny Bayless in his performance as a ref, I think that it is, if other people did come with some criticism, I think there's some fair criticisms of Kenny Bayless's performance in that. But none of that excuses whether or not Kenny Bayless was like actually throwing punches. Like, he wasn't doing that shit. Like, all of the damage that was done in that fight was done by Tyson Fury. Some of the damage that he did, that Tyson Fury did, was definitely outside of the rules and was in the purview of Kenny Bayless to manage, right? And Kenny Bayless's job at managing that, maybe it was good, maybe it was bad, but I think it was some fair criticisms to be had there.
Okay. Right, Doctor.
So here's my question, right? And Smoke, I hear everything that you're saying. I agree. However, just playing devil's advocate for a second, let's assume that Wilder went and had some type of toxicology report, okay, some type of screening that showed there was some substance in his system. And let's also assume he went to some, specialist, X-ray head neuro specialist or whoever it might be, who did X-rays on his head and saw that there was some damage to his head that was not consistent with what would typically happen in a fight where everybody adhered to the rules. Shouldn't all of this information find its way into the hands of the Nevada State Athletic Commission? And shouldn't there be some type of official inquiry on their part?
Ooh, all right. So that is a great way to pose that question. I think that there should be. I mean, but even if there was, does that mean that it would, like, what would that actually mean? Like, I'm not sure that athletic commissions are the best arbiters for this kind of stuff. I know that they're the official arbiter, but I don't know how good they are at their jobs. It seems like they seem to be more motivated by the revenue that's being generated versus like some principled idea about like fighter safety or like rightness or fairness.
You know, they don't care about fighters. They just care about money.
And but then if you're Deontay Wilder, that's why you have an attorney, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, right. So I think so. Here's me. Like, if I'm it, like just and I don't know. I don't have any special information that you guys don't have, so we're all just drawing our own conclusions based on the available information. But on the available information, if what Wilder's saying is the fact, like we're going to assume everything he says is true, what I would do was I would definitely do the trilogy because now I get to like take my revenge out on you physically. I can and also make tens of millions of dollars while I do it. And then I would take all of my all of this, air quote evidence that I have to the local courthouse and sue this guy civilly for what I like. I would bring this and the evidence there. I would say, here's my doctor's specifications. Here's my tox screen. I don't think you're going to get a judgment against Breland, regardless if you bring the tox screen or not, or Fury, regardless if you bring the tox screen, because there's just no way to prove that they're the ones who put that shit in your system anyway. Right. But as far as like X-shaped weights go, it dents in your head that's not consistent with boxing. I think you might have some traction there if that's actually what happens and your doctor's actually credible.
I tell you what, Malik going in there to check the gloves, I don't trust that one. And JD's, this Malik, he's the one going to go in there and make sure the gloves are going to be okay. Look how Fury buoyed him up in the press conference. And JD's look like suspect as well. So I reckon the same egg weight is going to be, if there was an egg weight, it's going to be back in the gloves again. So I think, because these guys don't know what the heck they're doing. You know what I mean? JD's and Malik, they don't know what the heck they're doing. They're just out there getting a payday. And the only one who was really concerned about Wilder was the guy he got rid of, is Mark Breland, for far as I understand.
Well, if that is a guy that cares about, like, I need a different kind of caring about, but like, I don't need for my trainer to go into the media and like throw me under the bus. I don't need that. Like, he did that before the Fury fight. Like, before the Fury loss, right? He talked about any number of shit. Like, anyway, like,
what did he say? What did he say? What did he say? What did he say?
Just a bunch of shit, like about his hand, whatever the hell it was. Like, I don't remember. Listen, I'm not trying to misquote Mark Breland.
Give us a brief. What did he say?
He was talking about his skills, and what he needed to work on. Like, but he was doing it in a very derogatory manner. But the whole point of it is he went to air out like Wilder's dirty laundry into the media. Right, that kind of caring I don't need. Like, I don't care what you think you're doing that you think is beneficial for me. Don't put my business in the street if you're a part of my team. Right, I just don't play like that. Look, like, maybe other people work that way. Like, even who you got? Manny Robles, when he was talking about how Ruiz didn't show up to camp and all that shit. Like, he's looked fat, all that. Like, cool. You may that seems like you're covering your own ass. So when your guy loses, you can say it's not my fault. It's their lack of discipline, and that's cool. Like, I understand there's a point in this thing where it's every man for himself. I'm just saying, don't then try to pretend like you're part of my team and that you have my best interest at heart, because you don't.
Who are you picking in the fight?
I'm not making no picks, man. I have not known what was going to happen in any of these fights. I've been shocked at every single result, and at this point, I'm popping my popcorn and I'm just gonna watch this whole thing unfold. I would favor Fury at this point, just because I've seen Fury have success in a few different ways, and I haven't seen Wilder have that same kind of success. I've seen him, the moment be too big for him. I've seen him be distracted. He still seems to be dealing with a whole lot of shit that don't have anything to do with what happens in the ring. So, I would favor Fury.
Yeah, well, I want Wilder to win.
I'm rooting for Wilder.
I want Wilder to win, but I don't like his body language. I mean, I'm just looking at his body language here. But look, most fights ain't won in the press conference, but he looks drained out. I make a point. Look how he used to look when he was winning. Look how glowing his skin is and everything. He looks healthy, and now he just look. That's him right now, drained up, drained life, drained out of him, injured, wounded. Pride, wounded, and then you look at this guy over here. He looking the business, fat blubber, Fury's on it, and then Wilder's actually gone down in terms of trainer. Mark Breland seemed like he knew what he was doing, bro. He had Wilder from the start, and now Malik's just been in his ear. Since then, Malik's been in his ear since the popcorn.
Yeah, I mean, listen. I personally think that Wilder regressed. under Mark Breland's thing, right?
Oh
So the idea that Mark, like, it seemed like that relationship had run its course, regardless of whatever you feel about the way that it ended. It seemed like it had run its course, and it probably could have ended maybe 2-3 fights beforehand, right? But you can't tell because he still got the result. But that result definitely is coming at the expense of, like, it seems like his development as a fighter, right? So, like, is Malik Scott the answer? But who did Mark Breland train before he trained Wilder? Who has he trained since he's trained Wilder? Like, who is Mark Breland's other example of success outside of Wilder? It's like, to the extent that Mark Breland made Wilder is the same extent that Wilder made Mark Breland.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Well, Fury brought up about, I don't know, you haven't seen the press. This is what Fury said. He may be the only fighter to beat both the trainer and the fighter before a fight and burst both their eardrums. That's what Fury said at the press conference.
Okay.
Cool.
He also talking about meaningless stats, right?
Hey, listen, it means something, Then he started criticizing Malik and said, "Well, Malik, I don't know how Malik's going to train you anything, because when I sparred him, he didn't show me anything, so I think you're in trouble." And then Malik hit back at him and said, "What has Javon Hill done? Who's he beat? What makes him a good trainer?" And everyone says, "Well, he's Manuel Stewart's nephew, and he had Adonis Stevenson, and he had the Darrell brothers out of Detroit." So
that's him as a right. That's him as a trainer. That says nothing about him as a boxer, right? I mean, because that's the whole thing. It's like you're trying to extrapolate what he did in the ring as what he is as a trainer, whereas like Freddie the Joke Coach Roach was a human fucking heavy bag in the ring.
But his mentor was Eddie Fudge.
I know, yeah. Eddie Fudge didn't stop him from getting his ass totally fucking whooped, right?
No, but you see,
Eddie Fudge told him, like, listen, Eddie Fudge told him to retire, and he didn't. And Eddie Fudge, for those last few fights, Eddie Fudge wasn't even part of Freddie Roach's thing.
I think sometimes
he did the most damage.
See, I think people need to understand, about boxing trainers. Yeah, we understand getting people in shape, right? That's one thing, but it's the strategy. Freddie Roach is a master strategy. He's a master at strategy. It's not how he fought; it's how his strategy is, and that's ultimately made Javon Hill help McFury. It was a strategy. He told him the right strategy. Now Malik, yeah, in the other thing, Malik's a good strategist. He might be a good strategist, but Wilder's a fighter at heart. So Wilder's he'll listen to Malik, but at some point he's gonna cut off and become a fighter. Malik's trying to make him box. You know what I mean? And against Fury, that I already pointed it out. That's not what Wilder needs. What Wilder needs, yeah, is to learn from Steve Cunningham. The only man to floor Tyson Fury and throw him hard and proper, right? It's called a bolo punch, where you dip your head down, Fury advances, and you throw a looping hand. You see Mike Tyson use it on Larry Holmes, right? That's what Wilder needs to work on. Head movement as well. You know what I mean? Wilder's still basically the same. His hands are down. He's throwing longer punches, more combinations, but he's not loading up no more. And that's kind of like what he was doing before he was loading up. But it doesn't matter. Like, Fury, to beat Fury, you're going to have to throw some punches that he ain't going to see. And that's what Steve Cunningham should be in there as the master strategy. You know what I mean? The only thing with Steve Cunningham, he didn't finish the job. But Wilder can. If that kind of punch, yeah, if Wilder hits Fury, that kind of punch, it's gonna be a game changer. That's the ace in the hole that they're not even looking at. I know Malik ain't even looking on them things there. You know what I mean? None of their team is looking at, and Wilder's team is the inexperience is showing, man. You know, Malik, this is Malik's first and only biggest fight of his career. Not Javon Hill, not Tyson Fury. They just cool. They're cool, calm, and collective. They ain't getting caught up in this shit. You know?
So yeah. So if it I agree with you when it comes to like the brain trust, the corners, they're like night and day. Like the amount of experience, like the ability to to color outside of the lines, I think, and without getting caught, I think is definitely on Fury's side, right? Like I don't know that Malik Scott, he ain't no Nassim Richardson all of a sudden, right? But maybe he's better at it than JD's. Who the fuck? I don't even know. But yeah, I'm not quite like the. It seems like what Malik Scott was. Well, not seems like what Malik Scott said that they were working on was different targets for the right hand. Like everybody knows the right hand is coming, so they are working on different targets. I definitely think that they should work on more of the left, like how to use the left hand more and also cleverly. But maybe throwing the straight rights to the body or something like that. Maybe that works. Maybe some chest punches, some sternum.
Fury's got longer arms, man.
I understand, but right, he had longer arms, didn't stop him from getting hit though.
No, but he fought differently. That was Ben Davis trained him. This is Javon Hill.
Even Javon Hill trained him. He still got hit.
He didn't get hit more than Wilder.
But he still got hit. The point is, if even with those longer arms, he still got connected. But what Wilder was doing was headhunting a bunch. So maybe if you, instead of just trying to hit him in the head, you focus on other places to hit him with
and that's what Mark Breeding told him in the first fight. He said to go for the body, and Wilder said after the fight, I ignore what Breeding said. I got caught up. What Breeding gave him a great game plan. He said go for the body and then stiffen him up, and his legs are gonna stiffen.
Yeah,
and then he did. Yeah, Breeding told him all that.
But this is not all right. So the idea that Breland doesn't know what to do, I don't think is the issue. I think there's something in their relationship that was broken.
Yeah, no, I know. That was JD's. That was JD's not letting him talk. JD's told him when Wilder became champion, changed the number. Wilder used to come in and dictate. Breland said all that stuff, but I ain't worried about that stuff though. I just like more. I
thought JD's gave him better instruction in the Ortiz first fight than Mark Breland.
I know that. Listen,
right? Like if you look at that first Ortiz fight and like the way that he was doing his jab and all that shit, it was fucking atrocious. Like, and if you look at his fights before that, the way that he was using his jab.
But that's what Breland was saying. He stopped listening to him.
No, it wasn't what Breland was saying. Breland wasn't saying shit. It was what JD's was saying.
No,
JD's was the one.
I don't know why you're bombing on Breland for. Like Breland,
because I was actually watching that.
Let me ask you a question. You don't think Breland's a good trainer now? Because when Breland's been Wilder from the very start, yeah. And someone along the line, Wilder's changed. Breland's still the same guy.
Okay,
still the same guy. Wilder has got more leeches and yes men around him, and that's what's going on.
Bro, listen. If you're going to tell me that the guy who was with him from the beginning, and you say to the same guy that he has no skills and hasn't learned anything since he turned pro, then why would I go around and say the guy's a good trainer?
Let me ask a question. Do you understand that when you're a boxing champion and you're winning, harder you see through forests? That means everyone around you is going to tell you what you want to hear. Do you understand that? So when you're around people, you need people to tell you the truth. And what Wilder was doing is that when he's in fights, he ain't throwing no jab no more. He was just loading up the right hand. So what I'm trying to say to you, when Breland's telling him stuff there, he's telling him what he needs to hear. And you know what I'm saying? You already highlighted that what Wilder didn't do, Wilder should do in this fight, and what Breland said it in the first fight. So what I'm trying to tell you is that Wilder has yes men around him. Breland was the only one to stand up and tell him because he has the credentials to say it. So Breland, nothing wrong with Breland. Wilder's the one who's got his head in the clouds. And some of the stuff he's saying is unprovable or whatever, but he's the one right now. Fury, now they're getting twisted now. Fury's crazy. Like Fury's crazy now. He said, because the thing is, let's get it right. Fury thought it was gonna make the AJ fight, right? He said we don't have to worry about Wilder, that contract's done. Don't worry about him. We're getting on better pastures. And he knew the arbitration was still there. And they made Eddie Hearn and AJ fight. Wait and do that thing. So they're not off the scales either. Fury's a bloody compulsive liar with Bob Arum. So they're both of them are account on board. It makes for a great fight. It makes for a great fight. But the last person I'm gonna point the finger at, in my opinion, and it comes down to it, because ultimately, ultimately, Breland was the one who got on the apron and stopped the fight when no one else would. That's the nuts and bolts of it. When the man was bleeding out for his ear, and the man was sitting there and he's complaining about the referee, complaining about this, Breland was the man enough to get on the apron and tell him, the fight, you ain't gonna win, son. It's time to go home. And that's what you need to hear. Okay, so a few things. Firstly, what's up, Michael? Go ahead.
Just a couple things. First, I think that Mark Breland was teaching him a bunch of stuff, right? I think that Wilder, at some point, their relationship went the way it went, and Wilder started regressing. But like I was saying, in the Ortiz fight, the first Ortiz fight, I actually like listening to the ring and to what was going on in the corner. I thought JD's gave him better ring instruction. Like I think that victory was more about JD's being in the corner, but JD's being in the corner than Mark Breland being in the corner. But all of that being said, Wilder says that in order for him to bring Mark Breland onto the team, he was like, I'm good. I need to go out on my shield. And that was part of their agreement. Whether, like, I don't know that what Wilder's saying is the truth. I wasn't there for the conversation, but this is what Wilder is putting out there. Yeah. Like, if what Wilder's saying is true, then Mark Breland should not have either Mark Breland should have thrown in the towel, or Mark Breland should have told him right when he said that at the beginning, no, I'm not gonna, that's not the way this works. If you get into trouble, I'm throwing in the towel. So I'm not going to be your coach because I'm not going to go along with this. But either Wilder's lying, or Mark Breland at some point violated the trust that they're supposed to have while pulling a paycheck.
Yeah, I see why Wilder is mad in that perspective, because did y'all watch the Chico Corrales and Floyd fight?
Yeah.
And you notice that was homeboy's stepdad. I think his name was Kenny Adams. And Chico after that fight, he never worked with him again. He worked with different trainers.
That was his dad. Stepdad.
Yeah.
He did the right thing.
And he ain't want him to stop the fight. He was mad and he stopped.
But Chico, but that's why Chico ain't here no more. Because he don't got people around him to tell him when he needs to stop, man. You know what I mean? That's why you got beat up by Joshua Clatty and many guys. Michael, what are you clicking? There's some clicking going on. What's going on, Michael? You want to say something?
Yeah, I want to say something, bro.
I'm just saying how fighters are, but go ahead.
All right.
No, you're right. Go on.
All right, so we're talking about Wilder, right? A few things I want to say about Wilder is that, to be honest, he's beyond deluded now, and it's getting really ridiculous. And funny enough, the only person who was reasonable in his corner, he actually fired that person, and he brought in Malik Scott, who I think is just really blowing water up his ass. He's not going to criticize him for anything, and he's just going to be a yes man, you know. And going into this third fight, I don't think that's going to be to his benefit, you know. And to be honest, I think it's still gonna go the same way.
Yeah, that's how most people perceive it. The thing with Wilder is he got a puncher's chance, but his puncher's chance is not like the ordinary person's puncher's chance, because his power is there. He got that Randall Bailey type, you know. Remember Randall?
You know what's funny about boxing? When boxers start, right, you usually have one or two fight, you know, your trainer, the manager, or whatever. And as the fight goes along and they get more successful, he has a whole entourage. His brother, his cousin, Marcellus Wallace or Marcellus Wilder. You got Malik Scott. You got all these people coming in, and they know better than what was happening. They know more than what is. You know, I take on board that what Smoke said about them, and you know that could be true about the Ortiz fight, because they're a team. They work together. He might see something that Breland never saw, but that's a team, right? They all talk, so it's not one against the other. They're all working for the benefit of the fighter. But when it comes down to when Mark Breland got in the apron and stopped that fight, my gosh, he did the right thing. But saved Wilder's life. If that fight, Wilder had brain damage right now. When you got blood, listen, you see when I see a fighter and blood bleeding for the nose, that means there's something going on in the brain. But he ain't got blood bleeding. Blood was coming out for the ear, whether it was cut, whatever. I don't know where it's coming, but it's like, yo, that's serious. You know what I mean? That means there's something going wrong there. You know what I mean? Rush off to the hospital. You know, and all the Wilder said, you know, in his skull and all that stuff there. And then you got people around him now that I don't think he can. I don't think he sees. Yeah, that he could have better people. He's all the way in Alabama. You know, if you want real school like boxing, good teachers in Detroit, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, there's some real good trainers. Malik, I ain't gonna question Malik. Malik might do it. I want Wilder to win. So if Malik wins, then fine.
Malik from Philly.
If he wins, then great. Like he wins. But bruh, like right now, it looks like the odds are against my man for him to get his championship bout. It looks like Fury look like he gonna hold on to that. Anyone else want to say anything? Go ahead.
Nah, but Wilder, a lot of people gonna put money on Wilder because I looked at the odds. It's not that too crazy, bro. The betting odds is not too far off, and a lot of people, I'm telling you, man, a lot of people gonna be putting.
The Wilder was something like a plus 250 right in there somewhere.
Off. What's your thoughts on Sugar Hill saying Tyson Fury now has one punch knockout power. So if that's the case, if he got one punch knockout power, then J-Rock also gonna have one punch knockout power. Like, what's your thoughts on that?
Nah, he's from the Crump Gym, and like that's where they work on that straight right. So he's probably working on that. And you got to take it seriously. That's why Wilder needs to move his head. I take that deadly serious. He probably has in sparring, but can he do it in a proper fight though? That's what we're gonna see. But if I was a fighter, I ain't hanging around to get my head hit either, because I can see Wilder. You know who I see Wilder in this fight? I see Wilder acting like Tyson Fury in the first fight. That's what I see, bro. You know what I mean? I see chicken.
He's fighting on the back foot and with his boxing.
Yeah. Wilder's gonna do what Fury did in the first fight.
Yeah, he could.
Yeah. That's what I see. What happening, bro? Wilder gonna be in the back foot the whole fight.
Yeah, because it's actually things that he can. It's like I said, but mostly this boxing game be mental. But Tyson Fury is very confident. You got to take his confidence away from him. It's certain stuff you got to do, body shots, and a lot of it is with feints too. Because
a right hand would take away some confidence, that's for sure.
Go to his body, but Wilder ain't really a body puncher. When you go to somebody's body, it's different, man. You weaken their.
Yeah, like to me, as long like Wilder's got to be a lot more proactive, a lot less reactive, and needs to keep the fight long. It's very few things. Like he needs to make just a few kind of adjustments and have a different sort of mental perspective and be focused. And I think it'll be a much better fight from him. Whether or not he still wins is a different thing, right? You need to see it. But
I agree.
I think in order to give himself the best chance, that's really what he needs to do. And we'll see on the fight night. I think he's still like way too interested in shit that don't matter. Like that costume is a testament to how much energy he gives to shit that don't fucking matter.
That costume was fire though.
But who cares, dude? He's a grown ass man playing dress up.
That's part of their persona.
Smoke, what's that costume mean? I still didn't. Anyone know, Michael?
Exactly. It was terrible. It was fucking terrible.
But what's it represent? No, what is it?
I don't know. I absolutely don't know. It represents the fact that dude is like part Darth Vader and wants to be on top of a wedding cake or something. I don't know. I don't know.
He looked like the devil coming out of hell.
Yeah, well, he had skull and crossbones, like a battery operated helmet. Like I feel like, what are you doing? Like listen.
You close to boxers though. Getting inside that ring is like going to war, literally, right? So it's like your mind got to be damn near not a normal person to even get inside the ring, knowing that this can be your last time to fight.
Yeah. But that's right. Yeah, that's right. But I think Wilder was Hades from the Greek. I think it was Hades, bro.
I think the dude has a bunch of kids and he was like still trying to interact as a family man. Like he basically is Halloween. Like I don't need for the dude to be like that. But all you need is your shoes, your equipment, and your fucking people. But focus on what is happening in the ring and spend way less time trying to get all these other things that don't matter correct.
Two-time. Soldier Boy said two time. Soldier Boy,
I'm not about that.
Go ahead. So Michael, let me ask you, Michael. Hey, it's the first time you go. You from the UK, right?
No,
from
I'm in the US.
You're in the US, yeah? You Nigerian? Ghanaian?
Yes, Nigerian.
My Nigerian brother, man. Nice to have you over, bro.
Yes,
all right,
sir.
so Michael, you're an AJ fan?
Yeah, big AJ fan.
Okay, you're an extreme.
So it's for your AJ. Why AJ fan hates on Wilder fan? Tell me why.
Yeah,
you see, I don't really hate Wilder, but his fans made me hate him so much because they always gas him up like he's someone who was, he couldn't get beat. Because I knew Wilder could get beat easily by somebody who could avoid his right hand and just keep the fight. Ortiz was winning in the second fight, right? Until I think it was the 6th or 7th round where he started getting too excited and he was keeping his hands down, and that's when he got rocked. If he kept his focus, I think he could take it to the 12th round and probably beat Wilder on points or something like that. But the way the LDBC and all those guys be overhyping him, that's what made me really I don't really like
AJ
Wilder.
fans don't overhype AJ. Like what the hell? What are you talking about?
No, listen. Maybe I'm not going to. Maybe I'm slightly unfair to AJ because of being Nigerian as well, but I don't really like, you know, all over him. He's the best thing. What? When he lost to Ruiz, I didn't make no excuses. Neither did he. But when Wilder lost, bro, the excuses he made were ridiculous. You know.
Okay, so you don't think that saying it's a lucky punch from the gods is an excuse?
Nah, bro, you were just caught. You're not focused. That's it.
See, that's for me. Like I try not to let the fans like dictate how I feel about a fighter, because I just know that fans are kind of full of shit. Like, no offense to you, but what you just said to me sounds like completely hypocritical from my experience from both fan bases. Like, I've experienced Wilder fans that basically like that don't think that this guy can do any wrong and can beat everybody if given a fair shot, right? Not can beat everybody, but will beat everybody if given a fair shot. I'm definitely a Wilder fan, but I think that he could lose to AJ in a fair fight, and I think he could lose to Fury in a fair fight. You know, that's, and maybe that makes me different than other Wilder fans or whatever.
Yeah,
but I have interacted with AJ fans who definitely make excuses for him, definitely gloss over all of the negative shit that AJ does, and then put it on other people like they don't do it. Like, AJ totally fucking made an excuse, and not only did AJ make an excuse,
what excuses did AJ make?
A lucky punch from the gods. That wasn't a lucky punch from the gods. That was Ruiz whooping that ass. That's what it was.
Okay.
That wasn't what happened. So wait a minute. So let me ask you this. So let me say. Did AJ not actually give the correct offering to the gods? Did AJ offend the gods somehow? Why was the gods on Ruiz's side and not on AJ's side?
Hopefully,
fair play. But at least AJ at least owned up to them. He said he lost fair and square, right? But
but I'm talking about specifically the lucky punch to the gods. I'm talking about the excuse that he made. You're saying he made none. I'm saying that he said it was a lucky punch from the gods. So my question is, if that's not an excuse, what did AJ do to piss off the gods?
I don't know, bro. I don't know what gods. I didn't hear that part. So maybe if he said that, then he did make excuses. But one thing about Wilder, the recent excuse that he made in that interview is 78 Sports, who is just another Wilder fanboy. He was like, Fury won because of white privilege. What's that? Like, what type of excuse is that? That's ridiculous, bro. You know, all the other people that he were knocking out, the white guys that he were knocking out, he wasn't saying that he won because of you know, black privilege. I know there's white privilege, but it had nothing to do with that boxing match. It was just
so
I
understand the pivot, right? I understand the pivot back to Wilder, but you just completely glossed over the fact that AJ also made excuses.
Can I address the 78 situation?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 78 Shit TV is probably one of the most ridiculous personalities in the so-called boxing new media. And whatever he says, believe the opposite. And I'll leave it at that.
No.
So Wilder, I'm telling you this, Wilder versus AJ will be a huge fight, man. If Wilder win this fight, bro, it's going like, whoa, he gonna be.
That's the fight I always wanted to see. Eddie Hearn was the one who blocked that. Eddie Hearn was the one who blocked that, and he led AJ down the great merry, what's it called again? The merry, well, I don't know, whatever, the road, isn't it? The merry, you know, like Dorothy down that road, the
merry-go-round.
Yeah. He let him down there. A waste of time, and then Eddie Hearn lost his contract with Sky, and Bob Arum moved in the UK. I mean, I don't know what's going on around the world. The world's gone backwards. How you gonna this is the first time in history that American promoter is joined up with a UK broadcaster. I mean, it hasn't happened before.
Yeah, ITV, right?
A 5-year deal.
Well, it depends on what you like. Some people think some people class Al Heyman as a promoter, and he had that deal with ITV.
ITV is not the leading broadcaster network. Sky Sports Sky Sports is traditionally from the start has always had a UK prominent promoter, and now American promoter has rolled in because Eddie Hearn's moved into their patch, and now they've come over and joined his patch, and I think it's a massive mistake. I mean, the zone with charismatics and some of their commentary, I mean, it's still there to be desired. The YouTubers are moving in. The whole landscape, everyone's trying to spread. You got the Triller thing over there. You know, you got the YouTubers trying to fight. Everyone's vying for the spots. But the bottom line is, Wilder and Fury is the fight. Number 3 is the fight that I want to see. I mean, it ain't the fight that most people want, but I like it. I like UK versus America fights. I think they're always good for boxing. Mayweather versus Ricky Hatton was good for boxing. Frank Bruno versus Mike Tyson was good for boxing. And this is good for boxing right here. You know what I mean? America, most of the Americans don't really care. But if Wilder was to bring back the belt, maybe some people might be thinking you can have AJ there. You know what I mean? But if Fury wins the belt, then America ain't gonna see nothing. Because all Fury gonna do is make an all domestic UK fight. I'm not really down with that, to be fair.
But we haven't had the unification in a while.
When is Tyson?
Yeah, I know he hasn't. I know. Go ahead.
When is Tyson Fury's contract up with Top Rank?
Now he'll renew it, man. He ain't going nowhere.
So
I think this is his 4th. I think this is his 5th fight, right? This is 4th fight.
Yeah,
his 3rd fight.
His fight, and then he had
his 4th fight. This is his 4th fight.
Pauline and that other dude.
Yeah. I think it's supposed to be a 5-fight deal. I think this is fight number 4.
Oh, so the Fury. Oh, okay.
2 with Wilder, Wallin, and Schwartz. So he's got like 1 more fight.
So if he was to win and fight Fury, AJ, which won't be the next year, because they ain't gonna have AJ fight September and then come right back this year. I doubt that. So it'll be sometimes next year. But I don't know if you're gonna talk about this or you only gonna keep it on there. What are your thoughts on Homeboy pulling? They're canceling the fight 4 days before it's supposed to happen.
Oh, the Triller, Teofimo Lopez.
Yeah, that's kind of fishy, bro.
Is it called off? Is it officially off?
Yeah, it's called off because he got COVID.
To August 14th. The fight was supposed to be this Saturday, and it's crazy that a few days ago they announced his renegotiation with Top Rank, and then this fight get canceled. I'm thinking, okay, and then they also mentioned how Triller didn't pay Roy Jones, and Triller allegedly didn't pay Mike Tyson all of their money. And then I'm looking at the amount of the purse bid, and then I'm also looking at the ticket sales that I heard wasn't doing as good. So I'm starting to think like, oh, okay, this starts all these different things starting up. I'm like, bro,
they ain't gonna do as good as Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson like sold the whole thing. So when you get them numbers like Mike Tyson, you ain't getting them same numbers again, bro. Mike Tyson is like Mike Tyson. You're not gonna. There's no one else you can get unless you bring Canelo and AJ. You're not making no numbers, and I don't like the way Triller going anyway because they're complaining about people stealing from live stream. Yeah, we gonna steal. Yeah, we gonna steal from live stream, and also their number 1 star is signed a contract with Showtime. Jake Paul is signed a long-time contract with them, so they haven't got no stars there. You know.
So wait. People have been stealing live stream since before there's anything called Triller. Like they came into the market with people already doing this, right?
Yes.
Nobody told them that people don't steal shit if they can get it. People don't pay for things they can get it for free.
They must have thought everyone was gonna buy the damn thing. When I heard them, they were we gonna sort it out. I heard them like you're killing your own thing. Yeah, we're gonna steal. We're gonna steal, of course we do, but at least we can watch it. Even if you're not gonna get your money, but the majority is that it's expected that people are gonna steal. It's like when you have an event, know some people, you got to expect that some people are gonna break into the arena and not pay for a ticket.
That's true.
you know that.
Yeah, any type of business. Even if you got a retail store, a couple of people gonna steal a couple of your shirts. You get what I'm saying? Or you have insurance. I think, I see what you mean on that.
Yeah, you always make a loss, man. Always in a business, you got to compensate for a loss. And like Triller, they were complaining about the after. We're gonna do something. I said you sound very immature because you're not really in top with the thing. Because most of the fan base are young. And they're gonna steal, and then you're not got Mike Tyson on the card. Yeah, you got all these artists, and it's a concert and this and that. They ain't coming for that. What's up, Coach K? They ain't coming for that.
And then they hired Jim Lampley. I was like, they getting
they hired Jim Lampley. That's gonna run it down in the ground as well. That ran it right down in the ground.
Bro,
yeah, you don't go backwards.
Yeah, they hired Jim Lampley. I'm like, why are you so corporate, bro? Damn, I'm like, what are you doing? Like. You could have I
think they want to make it official, but if you hire Jim Lampley, all he's gonna do is
they don't need that, bro. They don't need.
I like Jim. I like Jim. I don't know if I don't like about him is like when he was pushing like most of the European fighters, I wasn't really on that, but it was Larry Merchant I had a problem with. He was very bad. To me, Larry Merchant was really bad. But I think their power gone to their heads and that network because they had so much control in the boxing. So when they left boxing, is boxing better off with HBO or worse off with these guys in it? Is it better or worse? Because always used to class them.
We still don't get the fights that we're playing, so it's like it's not.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Here's really like I didn't like either one. Like Larry Merchant was openly disrespectful to fighters, like hostile kind of. Yeah. Whereas Jim Lampley was passively disrespectful to fighters because he would talk about his fucking laundry or what he had for dinner, like while guys getting punched in the face, like during the fight. Like both of them were disrespectful in their own ways. As a matter of fact, what Jim Lampley did to Rigo was inexcusable to me. Yeah. Like I don't understand like why you need that in your life. But HBO definitely went downhill. It was definitely on the Jim Lampley watch that it went downhill. So yeah, I was not looking forward to him coming back at all. But coming back on an experimental platform that's supposed to, is supposed to make you think of the future of boxing. Yeah, I don't understand what this. It seems to be like off-brand, like really.
What you know what? Because I know Jalik wants to say something. Let me. I was gonna say you speak after Jalik. Jim Lampley. What you talking about the Rigo thing is that when Rigo hit a guy on the bell, on the cusp of the bell, Jim Lampley went out his way and went and talked to the referee and the official to get the decision overturned. And I was like, yo, you've gone too far. But Teddy Atlas did the same thing one time as well. He said, I think he chased after the referee or the judges and on it. So some of these guys, they go too far. It's like you take your job way too far. And then if it was Teddy Atlas, we'd have a bloody commission. We'd have the White House running boxing. Hell no, like boxing is better than Wild West. And we complain about it. But at the same time, like Marvin Hagler said, I got the left fist, I got the right fist. They're gonna be my judges, not the judges around the ringside. They're gonna be my judges. So I'm gonna make sure that you're not even gonna see the last bell. So how about them apples? So that's why. But I agree. Yeah, but Jim Lampley was getting very disrespectful. They were promoting a lot of European fighters when traditionally in all through the 90s, a lot of African American fighters with Michael Nunn, and I can go, fight that. That was this loads of, Vander Holyfield got disrespected by them. It was them not disrespecting Vander Holyfield. I mean, it was well disrespectful when he won the title. He ate Mike Tyson. I was like, what? You know what I mean? He's fighting. Look at the side. He's fighting George Foreman. Right then, after that, he gonna fight Riddick Bowe. I mean, bro, this guy. I mean, Vander Holyfield was one of the all-time greats. They only gave him respect when they see him lose. I mean, what is this? These people that should have came off boxing a long time ago. I think. We don't really need that. What's his name again? I think Al Bernstein's okay, but end of the day, some of them old guys. Paulie got slapped in his neck the other day. I don't know if you saw that. Go ahead, Jalik.
Yeah, I was just saying that. I don't know what's up with Triller. I found that real odd that they just pushed the fight was 4 days, and out of all the fights this weekend, the Teofimo fight was the fight that I was looking to the most. Yeah. So now I have to watch your boy, EJ, one of your favorite fighters, Monster. New
that hype job, that number one hype job, number two.
You're a Monster hater, low key, EJ. Monster.
Listen, like Monster's cool, but Monster is definitely being like he's being pushed to the limit. Like that dude is being hyped. I don't know if he's overhyped, but he's certainly not the second best fighter in the world. Like if people got like Canelo pound for pound number one and Monster number two, Monster in a way is not the number two, but he's not the second best fighter in the world. No way, shape, or form.
Teofimo Lopez is number two.
Teofimo Lopez is not the second best fighter in the world.
Nah, he should be because he beat number one. He beat the number one. Why?
Okay. Is he not? Right, because it's not Highlander. You don't like absorb all of his fucking.
Yes, you do, man. Yes, you do. If you knock off number one, when James Toney. Hold up. When James Toney beat Michael Nunn, James Toney became pound for pound number one. I don't hear no bullshit. When Julio Chavez got a draw with Partner Whitaker, they made Julio Chavez number one.
Who did Lomachenko beat to become pound for pound number one in the world?
Right. So here's the other thing. If you have two guys who are on the pound for pound list, I can get behind what you're saying. But let's say you have a Jeff Horn versus Manny Pacquiao kind of situation. Jeff Horn didn't all of a sudden become a pound for pound fighter because he beat Manny Pacquiao. He's still trash.
Was Tarver pound for pound when he beat Roy Jones?
Nah, they didn't make him pound for pound. But he went up there though. He got high though.
When Vernon first beat Shea Mosley, he got up there in the pound for pound as well. They were up there. That's how it is, man.
Yeah, it's just not an automatic thing. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying it doesn't make you automatic, especially when you got a guy like Teofimo Lopez who's still developing as a fighter, right?
Nah, it should do. No, but I'm not saying he should be number one either. But what I'm saying is that they gave Lomo high tech so much praise. So the fact that you beat him, you should be number one. Like you should be like number one, number two. So what I'm saying is that in a way, it's like Dougie Fresh Fisher. That's what I call him, Dougie Fresh Fisher. He all of a sudden he's the master of these little guys from nowhere, digging them up and putting them up there. You know what I mean?
But Dougie Fresh loves a promoter though. Right? Dougie Fresh has his own kind of biases where he likes fighters who have promoters.
No, yeah, well that's what
EJ, but Monster.
But wait, we have to address this whole Lomachenko being pound for pound number one question because that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I didn't think he was number one.
I mean, listen. At the time, they were promoting, they were selling Lomachenko as pound for pound number one. You had Terrence Crawford and a still active Andre Ward. Now, what kind of logic does a person have to abuse to put Lomachenko ahead of Terrence Crawford and Andre Ward? That's ridiculous. I mean. Who is Lomachenko ever beaten?
It's all
Listen. I think Lomachenko did what he needed to do to be considered the man at the divisions that he was competing in, and not only that, he had the skills to warrant him being on a pound for pound list. However, when you look at a guy like Teofimo, who was not on anybody's top 10 pound for pound, probably wasn't even on anybody's top 20 pound for pound. Like you can't just go from being that far removed from the top 10 to me becoming like number one just because you beat this one guy who is the man to beat in a division. Like I don't know. Like that's a problem.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people. This depends on. Yeah. A lot of people's pound for pound list is based on their favoritism. So it's all opinions, to be honest with you. Because I'm gonna tell you this one: if Usyk upset AJ, then I'm gonna have to put him probably pound for pound number one because he already like top 5, top 6, 7, and for him to move up and be AJ, bro, that's
so. If you want to talk about some white privilege, right? There's two guys who are on top 10 pound for pound list, or most people's on the recognized people. I know that it's all opinion and it's stuff to sell magazines, but let's say you're ESPN or you Ring magazine, and it's your job, like your pound for pound list carry weight, like in the boxing community, right? There's only two guys who aren't champions yet are still on the top 10 pound for pound list, and that's Loma and Usyk. Loma is coming off of a loss and is not a champion. It's still like top 10 pound for pound.
Yeah, I don't see how Loma's still on there, and then they got Triple G in the top 10. But it is, but that's why I don't go by like all them corporate people. Like we don't need like except for their boxing schedule and the fights that they put on, we watch just as much boxing as them. So that's their opinion. Like, how you gonna have Triple G on a pound for pound list and then he don't want to fight nobody? Like, I don't even some of that stuff I don't take. And then Jamel Charlo, but to be undisputed, he not even on the list. So that's fake.
Yeah. So these pound for pound lists are obviously motivated by things other than resume, politically and other factors weigh as far as how people are ranked pound for pound, in my estimation, because Bum Lufkin is the definition of a modern myth. I mean, that guy has beaten nobody. He has one name on his resume. That's Daniel Jacobs, and that's a fight I thought he lost, to be completely honest. Other than that, he's beaten nobody. Nobody.
And then Better Biev is undefeated with all knockouts. Any unified too, but he not on the pound for pound. Like, come on, man. How he and Triple G is higher than Better Biev? Get out of here.
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, it's a device to sell magazines. But the other thing about Monster is he's been on the pound for pound list for like 4 years. He's not like a new addition to it, and he's a new addition to being worthy on a pound for pound list. Forget like been there for years and now should be like top 5. Like I think that he's done enough to be somewhere in there, but the second best fight in the world, top 5 fight in the world. Come on, give me a break. The dude got like cool power, and he's a little dude.
Nah, and he real exciting though. Like
He is exciting.
He's very exciting. Like he like must see TV. I ain't gonna lie. I
got it. But that's the recipe for getting on the list. Being a little dude that can crack.
Who's the he actually got skills though. Who the dude that he fighting? I actually never heard of him before. Has anybody seen him fight? That's my I forget how to pronounce his name. That's Marinas or I never seen him before.
All I know is y'all talking about these little guys killing my views. That's all I know. I tell you what, man.
You can't see him, huh?
Yeah, no one cares about it, man. They be killing the
views are coming up short.
Yeah, man, bro. Everyone came in to see talk about the Wilder and Fury, but I think
go ahead and talk about it.
No. I think we kind of killed that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Small
Wilder, I'm telling you right now.
I'm glad they had a press conference, but Wilder being silent, being too dark and handsome, and not saying nothing is a rarity, you know. And you know, that's one thing I say about Wilder. You never know what you're gonna get. Fury was ready to go, and you know the fight's gonna happen, and we're gonna get it on, man. But hopefully Wilder can get his belts back, because I think when Wilder has his belt back, it's good for boxing. Because Fury, he's a very dodgy customer. Fury is an out and out liar. You know, why you just tell AJ, I got arbitration. You know, I don't think this fight could happen, but you had AJ, and AJ waste time and money. And you see the thing about Eddie Hearn, good, but you see when you was lying on Wilder, saying, well, a man from Alabama has got 50 pounds. I mean, what was you saying? Saying all the things you said about Wilder, and now you wasted your time and money when you could have made the fight with Wilder. And you know what Eddie Hearn said? After Eddie Hearn saw Wilder lose to Fury, I should have made the fight, you know. I could, because AJ told me he would have beat him, but I didn't want to do it. And now I've made a fool of myself. You see, Eddie Hearn's an idiot. He's an idiot. You know what I mean? He's an idiot. Because that fight, they were both undefeated. There was going to be the biggest, you know, after the Vladimir Klitschko fight, they were both undefeated. It would have been a great fight. And they would have fought each other like 3-4 times already. So Eddie Hearn messed up now. You see, the viewership go up now, you see? The viewership go up. You know what I'm saying? No, if they don't want to hear that, it's deep enough. If they don't want to hear that, you know, the views go down.
It's not. Listen, it's not just your views. It's boxing in general's views. Like nobody wants to see a couple of hood ornaments fight. Like that's not. That's
what I'm saying. Wilder make a lot of money for people, even that people that like hate him. He's like super polarizing.
But even heavyweights, people want to talk about that. But yeah, Wilder is definitely like, you know, he's his own thing. But the funny thing about it is a bunch of liars pointing the finger at each other, saying that guy lied. Like Fury, Warren, Bob Arum, Eddie. All going like, no, that guy's a liar. No, that guy's a liar. No, that guy's a liar. Okay, all of the guys are a bunch of liars, which is why I never paid any I didn't give it too much credence.
You know what? Good for boxing. Even though I might criticize Malik and his freaky deaky stuff, hopefully Wilder gets his belts back and Fury goes about his business, because really and truly, Wilder was fighting. He was very exciting when he was doing his thing. He fought regularly, knocking out guys. Some of the greatest knockouts I've seen. The Spilker talking mad shit. Yeah, I like the idea that Black History Month, he talks about black issues, you know, and everything like that. And I like, well, Fury, you know, Fury, he's had his day, he's running me. Like he's getting away with things. But
you're breaking up a little, EJ.
They need jobs are correct. I'm still there. You're breaking up.
Is it me? Is it me? Okay.
Yeah. Wilder needs to make sure his team correctly checks all the boxes in terms of Fury's team. Make sure the wraps and everything like that. So he belt out. Make sure that's all sorted out, and then we can go forward and we have a great fight. You know, Al Heyman's team, the Watsons, they need to be on that stuff. They need to have mad security and make sure that Wilder gets a fair shake if you think he didn't, and shake hands after the fight and go live your lives, and hopefully both people live their lives and they're safe. You know, end of the day, you know, these guys are gonna put on great fights, but you know, make the best man win. You know, all this talking and that's like that. Let's talk more action. That's Anthony Joshua saying. I agree with that. Last words, Jalika. Last word, fight doctor. Unless you want to talk about something else, go ahead.
You know, Oh yeah, you closing it up? Yeah.
No, go ahead. You can bring somewhere. If you got something to talk about, go ahead.
Nah, that Tyson. I mean, that Tiafimo. That's weird. I don't trust that. I don't know. Like 4 days before the fight, and then you say, "Oh, he just canceled it." Like that's they pushed it back to August, and then everybody wanted to see him fight Devin Haney. So now he really ain't gonna have it. He already got them talking for him, talking about he got a child is born, which is amazing, but he's supposed to come back in October. It just, I don't know. I just think he's I see a lot of times I believe that people's managers who they think might be on their side start colluding with promoters and go behind you. It's a lot of weird stuff that go on in boxing, man. It's just crazy, man. And the fighters just gotta be smart. That's all to it, man. That's all to it. I won't be surprised if Triller find out a way to not do it and just feel like they paid too much. That maybe they try to work something out. I don't know, man. But, if Water come back and beat Fury, the internet gonna go nuts. The internet gonna go crazy. I'm telling you, it's gonna be crazy. If he win, it's because I'm gonna be honest, I didn't think AJ would have won that rematch. I thought Ruiz's style was too crazy. If Water win this rematch, the internet gonna go nuts. That's all I'm gonna say, because and then that'll be enough. They don't need to fight again. This is definitely it. Like, it ain't no more than a trilogy. They don't need to fight again, man. It's done. AJ versus Wilder. That'd be crazy, bro. That's we'll see, man.
Yeah, that's the fight. That would be like when they were both undefeated, yo.
Yeah,
and then after the winner fights Dillian White. You see what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, the winner of that fight, like with Dillian White versus Wilder, I won't mind seeing
Cali. What you think about Lawrence Okoli, EJ?
I don't know, man. I already think much of Lawrence Okoli, bro. I mean,
you are crazy, you.
Lawrence is a cool guy, man.
Yes, man. You like an extreme. Don't give nobody credit for nothing.
Lawrence is okay, but he's Lawrence has got a dodgy chin, now, man. Like, if he gets it on his chin, he's gonna get go. But like in the cruiserweight division, he's okay. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't know he had a weak chin.
Well, he ain't got hit yet. He ain't got hit yet, but he got hit in the Olympics. When he got tagged in the Olympics, his legs sprayed underneath him. But he looks like he's getting on. He's a world champion now. He's confident. But I think he wants to unify that, against Bradis. I don't think Bradis wants to fight him, though.
The reason why I brought him up, because Eddie said he might fight in the U.S. in August. Him and Dillian White.
Eddie, I don't trust Eddie's got the worst matchmaking in boxing. So if he fights in the US, he's gonna get knocked out. You know what I
mean? That's AJ boy though. AJ got it.
AJ, the UK is bad luck for Eddie Hearn. How many UK fighters gone to America and won? Tell me now. I don't know. Every one of them have got their ass whipped.
Front though, Dillian White fighting over here would be nice though, bro.
He might get slept as well, man. Everyone who comes to the US, from Eddie Hearn.
White against
Katie Taylor, she lost. And listen, there's dodginess going on out here. I'm telling you, I gotta tell you the truth, man. That's why people they call EJ the UK hater.
Yo, I don't think you like no UK fighter. Like, I don't know what UK fighter.
Andy Joshua, man. Andy Joshua.
Joshua. That's it. That's it, bro.
Nah, I like Dillian White.
Lawrence Okoli, nice, bro. And I ain't gonna front though.
What do you think of Anthony? You like Anthony Yard as well?
I like Anthony Yard, but he ain't better than Lawrence Okoli, bro.
Okay.
Nah, I like Yarde. And I think they got a new trainer that they brung on, right?
Nah, they ain't got no new trainer.
Nah, they did. They brung somebody else onto the team.
That's James Cook. Cook, man. Ain't nothing changed, bro.
Ain't nothing changed?
Nah, ain't nothing changed.
Yeah, I'm pulling for Yarde. Then Buatsi is supposed to come back in August too.
You spend too much time watching the UK. And you forget about the American fighters. What's going on with the Charlo?
Nah, I like the Charlo. I'm not watching. I'm not watching that fight this Saturday. I'm not watching that, bro.
You see what I'm saying? You see, this is what I'm saying. We need to change countries.
No. Look, why would I watch it? And he act like, first of all, he don't want to fight Canelo, and then he
don't want to fight him.
Nah, you're crazy, bro.
They don't want to fight the Charlos.
They don't want to fight.
Bro, they're waiting for the Charlos to get turned 50 years old. They're waiting for them to turn 50 years old. They're blocking out, hey man. They're blocking the brothers out from the belts, man.
Not for Charlo 154 Charlo, yeah. But his brother this Saturday, I'm not watching that fight because what is he fighting for? He fighting a guy that just beat James Kirkland. He don't want to fight David Benavidez. He don't want to move up. He act like he don't want to fight Canelo. He don't want to fight Demetrius Andrade. Like, what are you fighting for? Like, I'm not watching him fight tune-ups and
man. I'm watching him, man. What about Tank? I'm watching Tank as well.
I'll watch that one because that's more intriguing because he's moving up like 2 weight classes. And Barry
he ain't moving up 2 weight classes. He moving up 1 weight class. What you mean? He fighting at lightweight, right?
His last fight was at 130 though against Santa Cruz. So
what fight is he fighting at now? 135?
140.
He's moving up to light welter?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'll take go get his ass whipped, man.
That's what I'm saying. That fight is I might just buy a ticket and just go. I was looking at the tickets, but I don't like to sit all the way at the top. It's like $200 or something. I might still go, man, but I gotta see.
Yeah, you gotta see. Maybe you best.
Because the undercard is solid because they got Lubin on it, but Tank moving up to one because that's a little different.
You like Lubin?
Yeah, I like Lubin. I'm high.
Lubin's a waste of time, man.
Nah.
he got the old 90s haircut like Boyz II Men. He ain't doing nothing. Although we come to the end of the road. Lubin ain't doing nothing, bro. Yeah,
This Wilder thing is gonna be interesting because we literally got the 24th is about 5 weeks, right? Yep.
Yeah. It's going quick. It's like 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
5 weeks.
2 weeks or 3 weeks.
35 days, a little over a month, and the Wilder gonna be here, and then we'll see because we'll see.
Wilder's gonna run, man. Wilder's gonna. Belize's got him on his bike. You were gonna see Wilder on his bike. You know what I mean? You're like, yo, what? Then Fury gonna say, "Come fight me." Wilder's gonna, nope, I'm gonna box you, and then what? There's gonna be another draw.
We'll see, man. I hope it's a good fight.
I have a question about Fury's conditioning. From what I saw in the second fight, I don't think Fury would have been able to go 12 hard rounds.
Oh, you talk about, but the thing is, he's so long and lanky. He knows how to cut the round off. If Wilder boxes him, Fury's gonna have to use his legs, man, because he's flat. Fury's concentrating on power now. See, with the Kronk fighters, they flat-footed. That's their style to generate power. So Wilder's number 5 that Wilder gonna box. Wilder needs to move. So, you know what I mean? Be on your fight, but you can't. After a while, you're gonna have to fight him though.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but what I'm saying is, so we didn't get a chance to see the fight go into the later rounds, and I'm curious to see what Fury would have looked like in the 9th, 10th, 11th round.
True. Yeah, that's true.
At 260, 270, whatever he weighed. I'm curious to see what he would have looked like.
Well, Wilder was walking straight to him, so Wilder's ear was bleeding. It wasn't like Wilder was elusive. Wilder walked straight to him with the right hand. Fury misslipped it and just kept banging him with the jab. He just beat the shit out of Wilder, bro. Wilder's defense. Wilder got no defense. Because he got no defense, yeah. Fury can just play with him, He'll jab him to the stomach, and then Wilder bring his hands down on Fury for an overhand right. Then he'll jab him to the head and then throw a shot. You see, he knocked Wilder down with a straight right to the body, right? He knocked him down.
I saw that.
Yeah, see, he just played because your defense is. That's where Wilder hasn't corrected. His defense, he hasn't corrected no defense posture. That's what Malik hasn't done with him. Because Malik's defense was rubbish as well. Malik used to get hit a lot in fights.
So what would you do, EJ, as his trainer?
I make him fight too. I make him move his head. I make him, when Fury throws his jab, I have him slip, come around the sides, man. Hooks, man. I'll have him fighting short hooks. Let all of it. I short hooks, uppercuts. Like when he comes, you see Fury in the Cunningham fight, when he doesn't know how to fight it like up close, he ties you up. So what you do when you make him pay, you step in and you throw short punches, you put them together. Now he'll cover up. While he's covering up, you start shooting uppercut. He ain't gonna see the uppercut, right? Overhand right. He doesn't like to fight in that place. His arms are too long. You see how long his arms are? He has to wing them wide. Wilder needs to shorten his punches up and throw if he wanted to. You know, he got to do what what's his name again? Montel, is it Lamont Brewster did to Vladimir Klitschko? Dog him. You know what I mean? You got to dog him. You ever see that fight? Yeah, he took some punishment in that fight, but when he got in close, Vladimir was finished, man. He got close to Vladimir. He let his hands go inside, and Vladimir was doomed because he never seen that before. Like Lamont, if you ever see that fight, that is how to bat a big guy. You know what I mean? He didn't have to take that much punishment, but when Vladimir got overconfident, man, he played. Oh man, you see, these are the people I'd bring in, man. I bring in Lamar Brewster, I bring in Steve Cunningham, and I have them break down that style, how to beat that style, man. Like Fury's got basically, it's got a European style. He just bouncing on his feet, but he's still basically the same. Fury's deficiencies is his inside game. It still hasn't been good. He's got like medium range, but not inside. He hasn't because his arms are too long, so he can't really have that kind of like thing. And most people are not brave enough to get in there. So, you know, that's what I have Wilder do. But you know, so I go over it all the time. But you know, I'm just chatting. Yo, Jalik, that's it. I'm done, man. Fight Doctor. Last word, Fight Doctor.
Yeah, so I want to answer a question posed in the chat. I think it was, who was it? It was, what's his name? 1978.
Yeah, go ahead.
He asked if I'm still in Chicago. Answer that question is yes. I live in Chicago. Rupski. Yeah, so he asked if I was still in Chicago. Answer that question is yes. And he asked me something about the boxing voice. How come I don't call in anymore? Yeah. And so you know, I've got no problems with the boxing voice. No problems with those guys. It's just the energy over there sort of changed. And you know, where in the beginning, when I would call in, it was more focused on boxing, you know, like just chopping it up boxing. Now it's just about something else. So, you know, I'm an old school boxing head. I like to talk boxing, and, you know, it's just the new rules just don't seem to, they don't sit well with me. So that's pretty much the reason why I don't call into the boxing voice anymore. But I've got nothing but love for Ness and those guys over there.
Yeah, nice one, man. Appreciate it over. Jalik, go ahead, Jalik.
Yeah, that's it, man. I appreciate the invite. Shout out to everybody in the thing. Wilder Fury 3 about 5 weeks away, and we'll see because these two got to fight them out, mano y mano, man to man.
But it looks like talking about man to man. Dan the man just jumped in. It looks like he's got some legs on him now. He's run away from the mic. Go ahead, Dan. We stay. Go ahead, Dan. Go on.
Yeah, technical difficulties, dog. Technical difficulties.
All right, go ahead, Dan. Let Dan burn. Go ahead, Dan. Go on, burn.
Yeah, like I said, though, I know Fight Doctor. I was listening to him when I had to step off. I mean, he makes some interesting points, but I would say this though. I didn't mind Wilder being quiet at the presser, and to some extent. Because, like I told you earlier, he's not going to beat Tyson Fury in a psychological mind game. He knows that he can't out-talk him, trash talk-wise. He can't do it. He's done that in two different occasions, and it doesn't work. No one can out-talk Tyson Fury. No one can do it. So, let's let the cat out of the bag. But I would say though is this though, and I was trying to, I know McGregor and I, on Rival and I were talking about this earlier. Is that I mean, it's easy for you to be behind behind a stationary location. You can say and express how you felt you were done wrong by in the second fight, and how you were set up to fail. Someone spiked your water. Your suit was heavy. Tyson Fury's gloves were shady, which they were. But at the same time, you have no hard evidence to prove those things. So for him to go up there and say refuse to answer questions, because in his mind he knew that shit was going to come up, and he didn't want to address that because he knew Fury's going to jump all over him if it was brought up. So that's why he refused to say anything. So, but it's kind of like you put yourself in that position that you're going to have to answer those questions at some point at some time. You're going to have to do that. But the one thing I would say though, Tyson Fury, man, I don't like the way he behaved. I mean, look, Fury's Fury. I understand he's going to be all theatrics, all jokes, and all exude with confidence, this, that, and the third. What I did not like is the overconfidence. I got a sense of that in that presser, and the fact that he looks a little bit out of fighting shape. He doesn't look like in good shape to me. I'm not sure. I look. I know he's not he's never been a body beautiful guy, but he does not look like in good fighting shape. That's just my assumption. Now I'm still going to favor him to win the fight, but again, man, this is a bizarre, weird presser. One of the bizarre pressers I've ever seen, and there was definitely red flags between two fighters that I just seen today, two of them. So I don't know, man. I just think that one is overconfident, the other one doesn't want to address certain questions because of the fact that he knew it's gonna come up and he can't address it psychologically. So he's beaten in that area psychologically. Just because you're beat psychologically doesn't mean you're going to lose a fight. So let's take that into account. So yeah, that's my take on it. But it is sad. This is the only presser we're going to get, and I understand because we're only 4 weeks away from the fight. So yeah.
And the man's take, well, damn, man, my batteries are running low on this thing, boy. But thanks, Dan, coming back and giving me a take. We had a real good chop up about it, but hey, but the press conference, Wilder looked like. I mean, to you, he looked like he don't want no smoke. I've seen that looks before. I've seen that kind of look that a guy with dark glasses with the ears covered, and to me, it looked like, bro, he psychologically Fury's got in his head. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that I won't even rule that out. I agree with you on that one to an extent. But to be fair, though, as I said earlier, Tyson Fury did the same thing in his leading up to the second fight. He came to the press conference with a hoodie, with a cap and a black sunglasses. He didn't even take those off once during that presser, not once. So to me that doesn't really mean anything, but it could mean something if Wilder loses. So your point would be nullified if that was the case. So yeah, man. Did you cover the Anthony Joshua and Usyk? I know this is about the Wilder and Fury presser, but did you cover the fact that they pretty much got what they wanted out of that situation?
Oh, so that fight is that fight going ahead?
Well, supposedly now, because Joshua got his rematch clause as he wanted. But to be fair, Usyk got what he wanted too, because he wanted to be paid for that as a mandatory. If you want that rematch clause, you got to pay me. So that's pretty much what
Eddie Hearn's paying for it. Anthony Joshua ain't paying nothing. So Eddie Hearn's worried about Joshua's going to lose. He's got the rematch clause if they win.
Right. If Usyk wins, then Joshua gets to invoke the rematch clause. But here's the thing, though. It's a one-way rematch clause. It's not two-way. So if Usyk loses, he has no rematch. He has no obligation to get a run back. So yeah, I know some people are upset about this because this is bullshit. Why should this even be implemented in a mandatory fight? I'm like, well, I get it, but let's not pretend it's never been done before. Klitschko used to do this shit all the time with his mandatory challengers. He used to do it, and I have a reason to believe it's been done in the past, but it's never been spoken about. But we know Joshua and Hearn's been doing that, ever since they've won that title for the last 5-6 years. They've been always getting their rematch clauses in mandatory fights. So again, yeah, the point is that he got what he wanted. Both parties got what they wanted. Joshua got his rematch clause. I know some people are gonna say, yeah, see, Joshua's the A side. He knows what's up. He's the boss. Well, that's not necessarily true. He had to pay to get that rematch clause. So let's not dismiss that.
Yeah. I got one of them on the media, one of them once. What's going on, bro?
What's happening, man?
What media? Are you on mute, bro? You gotta take off your mute, bro. Let me take it off.
Yeah, take him off mute.
Yo, gentlemen, I'm about to bounce. Shout out to EJ. Shout out to Dan the Man. Always a pleasure chopping it up with you, gentlemen, and look forward to the next go round.
Yeah, nice one. Hey, the weekend. The first over.
Yo, EJ, yeah, you doing the dial tone, man. Slow up, dial.
Yeah, you were breaking up, EJ.
Yeah.
What's that, Dan?
Yeah, you were breaking up. You're good now. You were breaking up.
That's your phone, bro. You've been for the minute, bro.
I'm not on my phone. I'm on my computer this time, so there ain't no issues on my end.
You could still be breaking up, bro. Like if you listen to the playback, it was chopping, but it's okay, Dan. Hey, one media, I'll give you a couple of minutes to come back, but hey, listen, that press conference was one of the most shortest press conferences I've ever seen. I know Bob Arum told him not to say nothing, or Wilder was advised not to say nothing to stoke any fames, but I think that's what it was. Fury made Wilder's training look like an idiot. He made Malik look real soft. Malik came back though. Gave him credit though. Malik came back. He said, "Oh, let me you saying I ain't a good trainer, but what's your man Joanne Hill? Who's he beat?" And I said,
I know. I laughed at that too. I laughed at that. And Fury was like, yeah, Fury's like, okay, you got a point, but
yeah. That's what we want to see. So, you know, kudos to Malik, checkmate. Like I was like, yeah, that's what's up. So, you know, and Malik was starting his goal and 2-time. And you know, Fury's brother was talking reckless and all that.
Yeah, Shane Fury.
Yeah, but you see, Malik was way back in the crowd talking hectic. You know, Marcellus, he's way back. But I feel like, you know, end of the day, you know, this is about will and heart and determination. And you know, Fury, you know, they brought up about his weight, and if he underestimating Wilder, man, he might find it hard today. You know?
That's what I'm afraid of. It looks like based off this behavior. Look, Tyson Fury is always going to be a confident guy, no question about it. But I'm seeing some overconfidence here, man. That's what I'm seeing. And another thing too, again, it's like his fighting shape is a problem. You can see he's trying to hold in that gut, coming in all shirtless and looking all flabby. I mean, he doesn't look like a good fighting shape. That's just my view. Then he's talking about, I'm going to blow up to 300 pounds. Look, you could take that as a grain of salt, but if he really does that, man, I don't know, man. All Wilder has to do is pretty much outbox the guy and stay outside, because you know Fury's feet is going to be his.
Well, man, no one's ever outboxed Fury, man.
I know no one's ever do it, but if you're going to blow up to 300 pounds, your foot speed will deteriorate.
He's still got hand speed. He's still got good hand speeds, and he knows how to cut the ring off.
That's true. That's a good point.
But Wilder knows how to level his head. Don't get twisted now. Wilder knows how to look. Wilder knows how to detonate. See, Wilder needs to detonate the bombs in the belly. You know what I mean?
Exactly. You need to target that. That's my point. He needs to target that body. I think that's the only way you're going to win that fight. Target the body. Don't be head hunting, because he knows you're going to be. He's telegraphing. He's anticipating your shots from upstairs. You need to get him in the body, because if you do that, Fury's going to be stationary. He has nowhere to go, and he's going to be worrying about protecting that body. You know, the body shots. That's what he's going to be thinking about all night. So
that's right.
Yeah, but you know, like I said though, I mean, if you want to say Tyson Fury won the psychological warfare in this press conference, I mean, all means, we all knew he was going to do that. We all knew that he was going to do that.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Come on, man. We all knew.
I didn't know what. Did you know Wilder was going to come in with the glasses and the headphones?
I don't know, but well, the glasses is not surprising, but the headphones, that was a little surprising. I mean, people say, well, to be fair, Anthony Joshua comes in with headphones, but I mean, look. But the same time, but the headphones was surprising. It was surprising to me.
You're on his neck, dog. You're funny. That is funny as hell, bro.
I mean, he comes in with his headphones too. But at the same time, I mean, to be fair though, Joshua does speak when he has his headphones on his neck. He does speak at the press. But Wilder only said a few words, his introduction, and that was it. But like I said though, I think you're right though. Shout out to Troy Graham in the chat. Respect. Even though we do have a difference of opinion most of the time. But other than that, to your point, though.
There he is. Is that Troy Graham? He's been ducking and dodging me. He's been ducking and dodging me like AJ and Wilder, man. I told Troy to come over a time ago. Troy's been ducking. But go ahead, Dan.
Yeah. I was going to say, though, to your point, though, maybe Wilder was told not to say anything in that presser today. He was probably told not to say anything. He was. Yeah, I think he was instructed not to say anything, but at the same time, it does reflect on the fighter. If people are going to look at that and say, yeah, Fury got you mentally. You can't even speak at the presser because he's in your presence. But, you know, it is what it is. Like I said, though, I'm seeing red flags by both fighters, man. This is a bizarre and short presser that I've ever seen. Probably the most bizarre and shortest presser I've ever seen. Yeah, you know, that stare down was like fucking longer than the presser.
Wilder had nothing. Well, I tell you what, Wilder had nothing but hate for him. You know, I see Wilder's face. At that point, Wilder. See, the thing is, it's funny, right? Because Fury never said a word. Oh, here he is. Fury never said a word in that point because Wilder was looking at him, and Wilder was like, "Say one thing. I'll take it right now." Fury kept quiet. He kept quiet.
That's the thing, dude.
Wilder was locked in and had his head. Wilder was ready to take his head off there and then, man.
Yeah, you know what? That's the thing too. Even though I do not appreciate I'm critiquing his approach because I'm kind of disappointed in his approach to an extent. But you could tell he was very mad when he looked at Fury, man. That's probably the most angriest I've ever seen Wilder. But then again, that doesn't mean he's going to win the fight because Sergey Kovalev was pissed off at Andre Ward in their second fight.
Now he won't win that. Well, yeah, but he's an idiot though. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. Hey, you know Troy don't like Wilder. He calls him Beyonce. What's up, Troy?
Hey, no, I don't call the man out his name. Nope, don't call him out his name. I do not. That was somebody else's. That's somebody else.
You agree that he's Beyonce though, right?
I agreed on this. No. Hold on. Let me put a cap on our conversation. He said that he's talking about brother Coach Malik. You know, a big shout out to Coach Malik and New Media, right?
Yeah, right.
What he called him Beyonce Wilder, and EJ got offended and said that's disrespectful. So I said, wait a second. How could you be offended by that when this man was running around talking about I want to kill someone in the ring so much to all his opponents?
Right.
Then he tells, Brazil to bring his children to the ring so they can meet the man who's going to cripple their daddy.
Yeah,
and I'm supposed to be offended that someone called him Beyonce? Absolutely not.
Yeah, you know what? To your point, Troy, it's boxing. I mean, there's worse shit that fighters have said in the past. I mean, Tyson used to say worse shit than Deontay Wilder, and he got away with it. I mean, talking about I'm going to eat his children alive, Lennox Lewis, or if Razor Ruddock doesn't die, it doesn't count. I want to kill this man. Jesse Ferguson when he stopped him.
How's that worse than anything Wilder said? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying though. But to your point though, I mean, it's boxing. People are gonna say some vicious shit. If you're gonna dish out something, if you can't take what you've dished out, then that's your problem. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But about the press conference, I didn't see a press conference. I saw one man. I saw one man talking to another man's trainer.
Yeah.
I saw one man being quiet. Then I saw another man who was just talking. I didn't see a press conference at all. I just saw one man. But as I told you, this is WWE at its finest. I'm not changing. I'm standing on my stance. This is WWE at its finest. Wilder already won this fight without throwing one punch. Did you hear listen to what Fury says. Fury said, we'll probably do a fourth fight, seventh fight. We don't know how long we're going to keep doing this.
Yeah, he did say that. I'm like, what the fuck?
I told you, WWE at its finest, isn't it?
Yeah, you know what? You were right about that because we were talking about that the other day.
When Wilder whoops his ass, how's there going to be another one?
Well, it's simple because look, if Fury loses, which Troy he could be right. If he loses, and then he'll go and pick up a title. Let's say if he goes up and picks up the title somewhere else, like for let's say Usyk beats Joshua, right? Let's say if he beats Joshua, then those belts get fragmented. Let's say he goes after the WBA title, Fury wins it, and then he could come back to Wilder and get a unification bout. You see what I'm saying? For a fourth fight. That would make the fight
get the WBA title. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just giving you a scenario because let's say if Usyk beats Joshua, because the WBA is going to call their mandatory after Joshua and Usyk fights. So after that's done, let's say Usyk wins and Joshua invokes his rematch clause, then the WBA say, well, that's not our problem. We need to get our mandatories out the way right now. So if Usyk cannot commit to that, then he's going to get stripped of that title. I'm just giving you a scenario.
It's not. No.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fourth fight.
Regardless of what happens, if Fury decides to go pick up the belt somewhere else, and he comes
it's going to be a fourth fight.
Okay, you think
who's winning this fight?
Deontay Wilder already won this fight without throwing one punch.
Man, how you see that the guy's wearing dark glasses and wearing a headphones like his psychology defeated? How's he winning the fight?
Deontay Wilder already won this fight without throwing one blasted punch.
So tell us how that then. He looked defeated.
I told you because this is something they scripted long ago. They sat down, would have been man, family, and said, look, I know how to make out some money. Right?
I can't believe you said. So you said when he called Mark Breland, I say Mark Breland poisoned his water, Kenny Bayless was drunk, and he got hit with a dead weight. That was all scripted. Is that what you saying? I think he got lawsuits. He got lawsuits from Breland. Breland got lawsuits on his ass. So Wilder can't say that's why he was muted. Because if he say one word about Kenny Bayless, they gonna sue his ass. So I don't know what you talking about. Let's get it right. WWE getting on here. Yeah, why does Buddy do this? What's going on? That's what's happening.
To be fair to Detroit's point though, I'm not much on the conspiracy side, but he may be hitting something on the head here because let's all remember now when Bob Arum and Tyson Fury took that private jet trip over to California to see that arbitrator. Guess who was there? Wilder was there too. I'm not saying he was there to see the arbitrator, but that was kind of like if you put two and two together, like, wait a minute, if these two going to California, Wilder is California right now. Is it possible that these people met up somehow, some way, and discuss how they're going to promote the third fight? Because that to me was a bit bizarre. How Wilder is in one place and Tyson Fury is going to be at that same place along with Bob Arum. I felt that was a bit, coincidental in my view. But
I'm still waiting for Trey to explain to me how Wilder's already won the fight. I want to hear that one.
Well, he just said that the Fury's already as already mentioned in that press conference. We're going to keep this going forever. We may fight the fourth time. We may fight the fifth time, sixth time, the seventh time. He said that.
I don't know. I don't think the people are going to buy a next fight.
I'm just saying though.
Trey, I want Trey to how people ain't gonna buy another fight after that, man. They don't. This ain't Pacquiao and Marquez, man.
I mean, like I said though, the only way they'll buy another fight if let's say Fury loses, and Troy predicts that if he loses, then all he has to do is pick up another belt, and then he goes back to Wilder, and then that fourth fight will be more lucrative. You know what I'm saying? It'll mean something.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, Wilder won this fight already. If he doesn't win the fight, there'll be some kind of controversy, which will make there be a fourth fight. This is all. Look, fans are being played. I'm really not a part of this anymore because I really want both of them out of the damn sport. I keep saying the same thing. I'm never going to change. I want them both retired. When I say Deontay Wilder's retired, I want Fury out of the game too. I can't. Him and Fury need to be gone because what good are they doing for boxing?
What? Well, speaking of Fury,
Wilder made boxing cool again, man. What?
No, he did not. No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
I love the fact
he brought with a knockout.
That's smoke. That's smoke.
Hey, what's up, Dan?
What's up? Hey, what's up, man? Can I say something real quickly? Smoke.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's another thing too. There's another red flag that you got to bring up to account. This is before the presser. Fury gave an interview a few days ago, right? He mentioned that he may retire after this fight. He mentioned something about that. He said, you know what, after I'm done, I'm going to go into coaching. I might do some other things. So he's already talking about retirement. So what is he, why is he talking about all these things? Why is he already looking ahead after the Wilder fight? That seemed a little bit bizarre as well. That's another red flag to me. So on what's going on. So, that may prove Troy's point even further. So, I just want to point that out.
Well, how many times have Fury retired? The dude's like James Brown at the end of this shit, at the end of a song. Like, yeah, he's acting like he's going off stage. He ain't going anywhere. Yeah. He's gonna run right back on and hit that mic again. And I'm gonna just say, like this, I think the fights are real, right? I don't think that they're I think these two guys are really trying to punch each other and knock each other out. There may not be that much of appetite because they're both like kind of unlikable characters. So but everybody wants to see both guys get knocked out, kind of. Like there's a group of people that want to see Wilder get knocked out. There's a group of people that want to see Fury get knocked out, regardless of who they're fighting, right? And there's an appetite for that. There's also just an appetite for knockouts. There's an appetite for heavyweights. They could do this for a while. Like, I'm not suggesting it's like Harlem Globetrotters. Like there's one team that can just keep winning and they will keep going to see that. But as long as it's like a competitive fight, I think you can get some traction out of this. There's not a lot of guys in the heavyweight. Like Fury was talking about fighting Ajit Caballero. Like, I don't give a shit about that fight. Like other people were saying, like people who consistently don't like Wilder, they were talking about that Ajit Caballero fight, but I didn't give a damn about it.
Yeah. Hey, can I say something real quickly just to bring this up? I don't know if you guys missed it. Maybe I missed it. Did anybody see Fury's WBC belt anywhere? I didn't see it.
Because it's in Wilder's gym bag. I told you Wilder won the fight already without throwing one punch.
Yeah, I find that bizarre because Fury didn't even have his belt with him. And he didn't even have
No. But you heard what else he said, right? You heard Fury said, well, when they asked him the question about, going from fighting Joshua to fighting Wilder, he said, he said, well, I'm paid to her. Long and short of it, he said basically the whole time that they were pushing for the Joshua fight, I wasn't training. Then he comes right back and says he was training for 18 months.
Right. So you conclude from what? That Fury's a liar? That's what it took? for me, Fury
To
and
me,
his
no.
relationship to the
Smoke.
truth
This
has
is
been
not
like,
real. Just like you calling yourself Smoke isn't real. It's not real. Smoke.
I didn't. I didn't come right. So it's a nickname, right? And Wilder has a nickname, and it's not his actual name, but he does have a real nickname, and
Which
so is
makes it
Smoke.
not
Smoke has
real.
a real nickname.
Thank you for agreeing with me.
No, it's not. No, it's just the way that you describe reality seems to be a little bit limited, right? So I can have a given name, but I can also have a name that my family calls me. I can have a name that my friends call me. These are all names that they ascribe to me and nobody else, and that I answer to.
Michael
So
Jackson
they're
had a
still
mouse
real,
named Ben.
right?
Do you have a point?
And that's yes. The point is, these guys. I don't think that there was fake blood coming out of Wilder's head.
No, it was fake. It was real blood coming out his ears, not his head. Keep on going.
Unless Wilder's ears are attached to something other than his head, then we're not saying different things.
All right. Well, but the point is, I found there was a lot of bizarreness in this presser. I mean, Fury didn't even have his fucking belts with him. That was bizarre. Well, another bizarre thing. He coming in shirtless is another thing. And the last thing is that he's overconfident and he's not in fighting shape. That's what the points I've
He's
taken from that
going
presser.
because he knows he's not going to win already. So why not just go all out? He knows it's already scripted for him to lose. So why not go all out?
Well, what's your take on that, Smoke? What do you think?
Yeah, while I do think there's a lot of scripting that goes on and there's a lot of fight fixing that happens, and I can't ever tell what's going on with these two individuals, right? I would like to see them wrap this thing up. I would, I don't think that this would be it would be closure if Wilder knocked him out. If Wilder stops Fury, then it's still 1-1-1.
Yeah.
Right. So there's no closure to that. We're still kissing his sister, kind of, so to speak. So
Which will lead to a fourth fight, like I said, right?
Right, but that's obvious though. That's not like we have four fights in boxing before. Like they're not necessarily all scripted, but then there's certain situations where it just comes out where it makes sense. I understand that you don't want to see it, so you're casting aspersions on it. But you already said that the dude was retired and he was never going to fight again anyway. So like,
yes, I did say that. I did, and I'm standing by that. I'm not changing. Yes, I did.
I understand. But this because this flows along with something that you've already been saying. But there's evidence to the contrary. There's now evidence that he does have a fight made, that he will be fighting again. But now it's what kind of fight? Is it a real fight?
Where is he fighting, by the way? Where's the fight being held?
It's in
Las
Vegas.
Vegas?
The T-Mobile Arena.
Okay, great. Okay, great. He's still retired, but yes.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
No. Let's be sensible here. He's not retired, but as I stated, man, all this happened too fast, too quick, and all that. Yeah. Where's the dent in his head? How did you get a license to fight again if you have a dent in your blasted head?
Yeah, sure.
And how did you get off the autopsy table? Because last I heard from his brother, he died on the autopsy table. How does anybody know that?
Well, see, here's the thing. Being involved in the twists and turns of the backstory, maybe you can draw any number of conclusions from this whole thing. But that's why, for me, it's all about the truth in the ring. But even then, your ability to discern the truth is still subjective, right? So it's
to be very honest,
for me, I'm going to enjoy the fights. I enjoy the first one. I enjoyed the second one. I feel like I'm going to get some popcorn ready and throw yet another fight party. For this, all three of them have wanted a fight party to me.
I don't eat popcorn, but there's someone else on here. Is it Woo Media? He's been quiet for a while. That EJ's been quiet for a while. I'm kind of interested in their opinion as well.
Yeah, let's get ones if ones can get off mute.
Bro, listen. I've been talking for some. I'm just letting you guys. You guys just came in fresh, so you guys chop it up. But like I said to you, man, like. I'm happy to see the fight. Some people didn't want to see the fight. I'm still surprised Troy. I'm still surprised Troy, is still talking, is still saying he wants my box. And furthermore, I said to Troy, and I put it down already, that one of them YouTube guys are gonna be world champions, and Troy's not having it.
Jake Paul.
Okay, wait. Hold on. Let's pin this down. Let's be more specific, EJ. You mean one of the current YouTube guys, one of the Paul brothers?
Jake is probably the one to be the world champion.
Let me tell you something, right?
You say Jake Paul is going to be a world champion one day.
I cruiserweight.
Let me tell you. Okay. Well,
he could pair for one of them cruiserweight champions and take a dive. Of course, man, they're gonna get.
Okay, so listen, EJ, you said you train fighters, your license, and I think I text you. Why don't you take him to Dillian White's gym? This boy here, you so big on, and have him box with one of his cruiserweights who's still an amateur or has only one fight or 2 fights under his belt. Why don't you take him down there and see your world champion in action?
He earns more money than Dillian White. What's he going down?
I'm not talking about. See, there you go. That's your focus, money. I'm talking about taking the boy to the ring, to the gym to fight.
Professional boxers all about money.
My man, it's a sport. It's a sport. It's a sport, and this is the issue. This is the issue because I sent you a text and I clearly said that boxing, if you want to be great in boxing, it takes talent, right? It takes timing, and it takes the right management, and it takes the right promotion. Just because you make numbers fighting nobodies does not mean that you're ever going to ever hold the belt or be great in boxing. And that's where the issue with me comes in, because I don't have a problem with these cats over here doing what they do. Stop saying it's boxing. It's entertainment. It has nothing to do with boxing whatsoever, because you're not fighting boxers. Because if they come over here and say, well, I want to fight real boxers, and they get seriously hurt, that's going to cast a big, bad black eye on the sport. And then and that's just not what I want to see.
Hey Troy, well, if you can just clear this up for me, from everything you said, it seems like you wouldn't like Dillian White as much as you do. So please, how do you square this circle?
Christ, I'm not having a Dillian White conversation with you, man. I'm not having a Dillian White conversation. We were talking about the YouTubers, man. Can we stick to that? Because that's what EJ brought up.
You told him to bring him to Dillian White's gym. So
yes, because he said. Okay, the reason I said that is because he said the boy's going to be a world champion. So I said, okay, put him in the ring with one of Dillian White's cruiserweights who might, or a dude that's 200 pounds that might have 2 fights under his belt, 1 fight, 2 fight, or even put him in there with a top amateur, heavyweight that's 200 pounds. Let's see how your future world champion does against someone who can really fight. That was my point. It's not to talk about Dillian White. That was my point. Let's see how he does against someone who can fight.
Oh, well, I mean, the development stage is development stage. I don't know. He seems to be with a guy that's all right. I don't necessarily agree with EJ also, but the cruiserweight is kind of a thin division, and the guys who are good are kind of older. There's some good ones coming up, but there's some dead weight.
It's not a stacked division too, so it's kind of
there's some dead weight at the top. It's not that bold a prediction if you move the guy right, but he does have a weird body type. He seems to gas almost immediately. I don't know. Maybe. But DJ's not even talking about that. He's talking about the venal part, the corruption, right? And that's the part of it. Boxing is a sport, but sanctioned boxing is a business. So it is also entertainment, but sanctioned boxing is definitely a business. That there's definitely envelopes. There's well documented for hundreds of years. The envelopes that pass between the players in order to
all
get
sports are businesses, but my point is this: they could do what they do. I don't care. Stop saying that you're boxing, because at the end of the day, since he's boxing, right? Put him up. Okay, since you consider him a boxer, name me a boxer he's fought. Any of them brothers. Name me any current boxers that they have fought. They fought a basketball player. They fought a MMA guy way past his prime. What else? Who else have they fought another?
Tyron Woodley. He's
no. We're not even jump. That's still not no boxer. That's still not no boxer.
Well, to be specific, we were talking about Logan Paul and at cruiserweight.
We're talking about Jake. We're talking about Jake.
Oh, no. We can talk about both of them. We can talk about, because like he said, one of them cats, whoever they are going to be a future world champion.
I don't think it was right. That's the thing. I don't think you're talking about Jake.
I'm not talking. Let's not just put a name to it. One of them internet fools over there are going to be a future world champion in their side of and maybe in their business. The internet business where they
YouTube champion or the social media champion. How about that?
Yeah, the social media. But if they come over here, I'm telling you, if they come over here and get in the ring with someone who can fight, I don't give a damn if that dude is number 30, ranked number 30. They're gonna get hurt. One
Yeah.
way or the other, they're gonna get hurt. You're way bigger than Floyd Mayweather, and you couldn't do any damage to him. Come on, man. In a real fight, I don't care how good Floyd is. In a real fight, he ain't getting past. He shouldn't be able to get past this boy.
Well,
Yeah.
Floyd,
Listen,
I mean, all right. So just like Floyd was way faster than that guy, and also damn near doing yoga. He was almost touching his toes. He was bending way below the belt. I don't think a cruiserweight can get away from his punches like that. But I do think a
you know
cruiserweight
only
can
5'6",
outlast.
5'7" cruiserweights.
Yeah, no. But
Okay,
especially
thank
not
you.
when it's bending down. That's another thing, right? The whole thing is disanalogous to a cruiserweight, right?
Why
So
would you need to bend down if you're 5'6"?
because
Fighting someone that's
that's what
6
he was
foot.
doing that's what he was doing to evade his punches. Like that fool kept doing that shit. I was like, God damn, Floyd. But it's an exhibition, so whatever.
That's why you keep it away from boxing. Thank you. I'm glad you used that word.
Well, right. The exhibition part of it that was an exhibition. His actual fight that he had that was like a sanctioned bout was also against another guy who was doing his debut and also had no amateur background and also was a celebrity on YouTube. But I think that this guy, I don't know. Like, and he lost that fight too. But he looked better in the second fight. He's looked better in each one of his outings.
Against what boxer has he looked better in every fight? None, because he hasn't fought any.
Well, his last one was against Floyd Mayweather, right?
Yeah, who's not a boxer at the moment? He's retired. He's sideshow Bob, right?
I don't know. I'm not quite sure what point you're making. Like boxing is the sport. It's really
He's retired. That's what I keep hearing. Now all of a sudden
he's retired from sanctioned boxing.
So he's retired
from sanctioned boxing, but you can
so
still box. There's still amateur boxing. There's still
you
exhibition
cannot
boxing.
fight unless you can't call yourself a current boxer unless you're not. He's retired. He wasn't boxing. He was part of. He's part of an entertainment thing.
That was not a sanctioned bout. That
means he
guys
wasn't boxing. It has nothing to do with boxing.
The significance of it was the guy he was boxing against is one of the best that ever did it. What's also significant is the guy was on the wrong side of 40 and 50 pounds lighter.
Back up a second for me, Smoke. I'm sorry. What does the wrong side of 40 mean? Because the wrong side of 40 means you're in your grave. So what does the wrong side of 40 mean? Why don't you break that down for us?
Right. So, like he's 40 plus. I think he's like 42, 43.
He's 44. Okay,
44,
so
there you go. That's what I mean. He's plus
right,
40.
So what's the wrong side of 40 mean? I don't get it.
The
Because
wrong
I guess
side of 40 would be anything above 40 and over.
Yeah, but you're 50, so I guess you passed you the turbo side of 50. I mean, what the hell are you talking about?
No, I'm on the wrong side of 50. See, 49, that'd be the right side of 50. You understand how this works?
No. Really I understand that you're not talking reality, right? But keep on going, brother.
It's terminology, right? It's not a mentality; it's terminology. I didn't come up with this myself.
God Almighty, you're a snakeskin oil salesman, man.
Let me change the topic real quick. Let's get off the YouTube stuff.
Thank you.
Let's get off this, man.
Oh God. Go ahead, man.
Let's talk about the real boxing, man. Let's talk about another fight.
God.
This kind of went under the radar. It kind of went under the radar here because of the Wilder and Fury presser that was talked about today. But Alexander Usyk and Anthony Joshua, it seems like they've agreed to terms now because it's been reported that Joshua got his rematch clause one-sided, which means if Usyk wins, then Joshua has a right to exercise the rematch. So, what do you guys' take on that?
Go ahead, Smoke. Go ahead.
Bullshit. Sorry,
Why is it bullshit?
Because once you earn your mandatory spot, like one of the conditions of that spot is that you don't need to do that. So I mean, if he's willing to pay for it, if he's willing to pay for the option, whatever. Like whatever they agree to is what they agree to. But the idea that you keep forcing rematches, like, come on, man. Like there's mandatories for a reason.
Right. Well, I mean, that's a good point, but Joshua is the moneymaker. If he has enough, resources to pay their opponents for rematch clauses. Yeah, power. Yeah, exactly. Then go ahead and do it. But to your point, though, I'm not in favor of rematch clauses in mandatory fights myself because I don't think they're necessary. But there is, but there is an option for the mandatory to accept it. If they do get paid for it, then so be it. And it looks like in this case, Usyk that's all he was asking for. I know people were saying that he's trying to price himself out. Exactly how's he doing that? All he's asking for is to be paid for the rematch clause, just like just like Povetkin and Pulev was paid for it. So yeah, that's fair.
Now, Dan, I'm gonna step in here real quick just to follow up with what Punch. I'm sorry. Why the hell I keep calling you Punch? Smoke said about the rematch clause. That's not fair. I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember what he said word for word. But basically, he said, "I don't think that's right." Huh?
Cow pucky bull.
Right. And then and why are you saying that? What's your reasoning?
Right, just because I feel like the mandatory is it's a state of not having a rematch clause for a reason, so the next guy doesn't have to be obligated to beat the champion twice, which seems like kind of an unfair proposition on his part. But like I said, if he's willing to agree to do that, then that's on him. It's his career, it's his thing. But I think that just conceptually, I have a problem with it.
Stop right there for me. Thank you very much.
Beat the champ twice for a mandatory,
Okay, well, stop right there for me. Thank you very much. Isn't that the same situation, in a sense, with Wilder and Fury?
Good point.
Isn't it? Because basically the contract ran out, and the boy said he volunteered to go to the arbitration. Now we're having a third fight, so it's going to keep going and going and going, right? Well, it's basically the same thing. Go ahead, Smoke. Go ahead. I'm gonna put myself on mute.
So to me, the fundamental and substantive difference is the idea of a voluntary versus a mandatory. And in the voluntary situation, the champion is basically choosing who he's going to fight, right? And so that person has some sort of leeway about some sort of agency that he can say, all right, if you want to fight me, then here's my terms, right? So then you can come to terms and do all that other stuff. This other one is the sanctioning body determining who you must fight. And you've fought your way up through the ranks. You've earned your title shot. And now you don't have to just beat the champ once. You got to beat him twice. It seems a little bit I don't know. It seems to me a tad bit unreasonable, but not necessarily outside of the realm of being negotiable, right? I get the idea that you may want to sell that right away kind of thing, and you feel like you can leverage it. But I just think the concept is kind of conceptually it's different.
I got you, Smoke. So what you're saying that on one hand, it's mandatory and you have to fight the champion again. But on the other hand, this dude didn't have to go to the arbitration, and he did. And the judge told him he had to fight again. Sounds eerily similar to me.
Well, in other words,
what do you think, Dan? What do you think?
I mean, to your point, Troy, I think what you're referring to is how the way the Wilder and Fury situation played out, as if it was already set up to be a third fight. It's just that they were trying to, sell it, based off what happened in the second fight, build the interest, the controversy. But to Smoke's point, he does have a bit of a point there because, again, traditionally mandatory fights, rematch clauses are not required. The mandatory challenger is not obligated to agree to that. He'll get the fight regardless whether there's a rematch clause inserted or not. So that's why champions don't like to take mandatory fights, because they know they're in a bit of a disadvantage when it comes to those rematch clauses, because they want a rematch, but they know they have to pay their opponent for it. So that's why they look at the situation, reevaluate, and say, you know what, let me just give up the belt. It's not worth paying this guy just to get a rematch, to get a rematch clause. It's not worth doing it. So that's what Hearn was alluding to a bit earlier. But look, again, Joshua has the right. I think he earned the right to get a rematch clause, even if it's a mandatory fight or not. I won't argue against that. So long as if he's consistent like he's been so far, get paid for it just like you paid your other previous opponents. If you come out and say you want a rematch clause and you're refusing to pay this opponent like Usyk, then yeah, you're a hypocrite. So I applaud him. So he decided to offer him the deal, offer him more money for it, and Usyk accepts. So yeah, I mean, look, it is what it is. I wouldn't mind seeing a rematch if it turns out to be a good fight, and if Usyk wins or whatnot, and Joshua invokes it. So I don't see no problem with that.
Can I be honest with you?
What's up?
If I was Joshua, right, this is what I would do. I would just continue to fight all my mandatories until and keep winning. And no matter who wins that Fury Wilder fight, I would not take their calls. The only way that I would deal with them is if they negotiate in public. That's the only way, live and in living color on social media. They make it public, just like we'll set it up like a press conference, right?
Right.
And we'll negotiate word for word, term for term in public. Other than that, they can kiss well, I'm gonna quote Larry Holmes. You know, since we're on social media, they can kiss my big black behind, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I would say this though. Hearn did mention today that, or maybe yesterday, that he did speak to Joshua. He did tell him that you need to forget about Fury, forget about it, because Eddie Hearn's kind of hinted that we're not really going to think about Fury for a long time, for a long while now. So or Wilder. I don't think they really want to.
Thank you.
I think in their mind they made up their mind and say, you know what, it's no point for us to pursue this feud anymore because these guys continue to play games. It's always an issue. It's always a hurdle. Nobody's happy. We try our best to concede, to make some concessions to get the fight over the finish line, and then something ends up going wrong, and somehow, some way, we end up getting the blame for it. But I could see where they're coming from. It's like at this point, let's just go defend our belts. If they get fragmented, so what? It doesn't define me as a fighter. I mean, Joshua, in a way, he could say, look, I have the best resume at heavyweight. I fought all the top 10 contenders opposed to my adversary, to my rivals. So Joshua could tell himself that, look, if I retire today, I'm a Hall of Fame fighter.
And they're not. And Wilder and Fury are not. So you're absolutely right.
I don't see how you arrived at that conclusion, but
wait.
But hold on.
No.
Wait, hold on. I wasn't done speaking. I had a complete thought. The idea to me was always that there was an arbitration, or this idea that the contract ran out because Bob Arum and Tyson Fury said so, but the judge had not weighed in, was always putting the cart before the horse, in my view. And yeah, I mean, if you are of the opinion that it's all just a farce and it's all just a show, then I think that there's evidence to support it, definitely, right? But for me, like, just following the way I understand the world works, I understood that there was an arbitration going on, and if the judge had the final say on it. I don't know why Eddie Hearn didn't know that, right?
Smoke. You know that's a voluntary thing, right? It's not a mandatory thing, right?
Hold on a second. All I'm speaking about in this part, I know that there was a rematch clause and they were supposed to fight already, but there was also, I remember like pretty vividly, because we haven't got out of it yet, a worldwide pandemic, and then also all of sports shut down as a result, and then sports has been slowly coming back. We saw one playoff game so far, the Knicks game, where we have like a full capacity, like somewhat full capacity playoff kind of basketball. I don't know if you watch, whoever watches basketball, but you could see the total difference in the atmosphere with those people in there. Anyway, my point is, this is a big money fight. They're trying to leverage it for all of the return on this investment that they can get, and this is basically the time to do it. Whether or not Fury felt like he really could get out of the arbitration, or whether or not the AJ thing was a big hoax or a waste of time, whatever. That's what people, that's what we talk about when it comes to backstories. But I think it's the fights that get you into the hall. And AJ being a 2-time unified champion with 5 title defenses to one belt, which is the most he has of any belt. Like, I don't know where you're getting this. Maybe he gets in the hall. Maybe not.
Okay, well, thank you, Smoke. Now, just to let you know, nowhere in the history of law or anything has anybody ever been forced to go to an arbitration. Maybe you can find that information for me because you like to do research, but go ahead and find it and turn. But you have to want to go to an arbitration, Smoke. Yes.
I mean, if you're looking for a case law precedence, I mean, I don't mean. Let me jump here.
It's very simple. It's like, it presupposes. It's almost like on its face value. Like, this is why I knew the contract didn't expire, because it's a stipulation in contract. Otherwise, you just go to court, because that's the actual recourse that everybody has open to them, unless you actually contractually obligate to waive that right and go to a mediation arbitration, which is what they did. So the fact that they was in arbitration to begin with indicated that the contract
he
hadn't run out.
He didn't have to go to the arbitration. Is my point? Did he?
Well,
It was contractually obligated. Once he signed on to the contract, then at that point he had to go to
there was a clause.
We don't know what the contract is, whether it was spot, but he didn't really have to go to the arbitration. He did not. Arbitration is not mandatory, so he didn't have to go. He chose to go.
I mean, I don't know. It's possible, but I will say
You go
this,
look
though.
it up, man. I already did. That's why I'm talking like this.
Yeah, fair enough. But let me just jump in here. But to be fair, though, there was a clause, according to what's been reported, that there is a clause written in both of the fighters' contracts that whoever is the loser, there is an arbitrational clause that is inserted in that contract. So Wilder invoked that right.
Okay, how do you enforce an arbitration? Did either one of you know? How do you enforce it?
They already are enforceable.
How do you enforce it?
Because they have legal standing to rule make a final ruling and to adjudicate a case. Like
that's a lot of words, but it's not an expert. Listen.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying to you. The process of settling a complaint legally, the arbitrator has legal standing to make a binding ruling. What that means is what he says goes as far as the
how do you enforce an arbitration? I mean, are you speaking from fact or are you just speaking where are you getting your how do you enforce an arbitration?
How do you enforce it? Okay, how do you enforce anything that the court says?
No, go on, Dan, because I'm not going. I'm not having a circular conversation with you
because it'd be an injunction on the fight. If they tried to move ahead with the fight, there would have been an injunction on the fight, and then whoever it was that put it on would be liable for damages.
Well, my understanding is this.
That's not a fact.
Well,
that is exactly a fact. That's what the injunction is.
Can you please prove it? Because I did a little reading on arbitrations. That's why I'm able to speak like this. I don't know everything.
I'm not a legal scholar. I'm not a lawyer, but I do have a basic understanding of the judicial system. But I would say this though. I think there is a step-by-step process before it gets into an arbitration step. The first step is mediation, which means there is a resolution process where both sides get together. Before it gets into the legal proceedings, they come to the table. They'll try to come up with a resolution before it gets to that point. If both sides cannot come to terms in that situation, then it goes into arbitration. So I think hopefully that answers your question, Troy. I think that's where the arbitration came in, where teams refused to agree to a resolution in the mediation process. In the mediation portion. So I
know about that part from reading and actually going through a couple of those things myself. I've been through some situations in life where I had to go to mediation, right?
Okay, right.
Now, the only difference is the people that were doing the mediation, if I didn't go, they had the power to do XYZ. Right? In this situation, it was nowhere that he was showing that he had the power to do anything. Because if he did, he had 17 months to do it.
Yeah.
There'll be no need for an arbitration. Just enforce what you're going to enforce. Damn the arbitration. Just enforce it.
Right. So that would make everyone who was associated with the violating the court order, because at that point it would be a court order, liable for damages. So Wilder could sue literally everybody who was associated with.
Yeah, I think at that point it goes into a federal.
But he had 17 months. He could have done that instead of going through an arbitration.
No, he needed to get the court order. He didn't have that to begin with.
And it takes 17 months.
The entire process didn't take 17 months. It didn't start until Fury said he's not going to honor the contract.
But Ben said he wasn't going to fight him again.
No, he said that in December.
No, he said that in December. Yeah,
he said that in
October or like September.
October. Okay, well, this is July. This is June going on July, baby.
Right, but they've made this thing's been over for some months. Also, it wasn't 17 months.
It's been over for 17 months. Okay, go do the math. February till now, probably 16 months. I could be a month or so off, but it's been over for a long time.
You're missing it. It's from September to February.
I'm saying from the moment the man said,
maybe in October.
Okay. Listen, I got a question for you. Right, we're gonna get past this because no one knows they don't about. Why come to a press conference and not talk?
Yeah, that was look, I think that was a bit bizarre. This is one of the most, I'll say
it's elementary school.
Well, that too, but I will say this though. It's one of the most weirdest and bizarre pressers I've ever seen. It's a short one at that too. And The reason why I say this is because I'm seeing red flags from both guys. Wilder comes in, he says a few words in his introduction. Okay, cool. Then he goes back to his seat, talks to Malik Scott, puts his headphones on, and pretends nothing's happening. And he's refusing to answer questions. I think that's bizarre. That's a little bit bizarre. And I could probably understand why he did that, because he knows he cannot engage in a trash talking battle with Fury. He knows he's going to lose that, so he's not even going to bother it, I guess. Then you have Fury, on the other hand, come in the presser without his championship belt, which is bizarre right there, without his ring belt. He comes in there shirtless, out of fucking shape, talking up the yin yang, this, that, and the third, acting all hyper and twitchy all of a sudden. That right there is a bit bizarre from both guys, and a bit overconfidence as well from Fury, I may add. That was bizarre. Very head scratching pressers I've ever seen. So I think, but I will say this though, Wilder looked like a very angry man. Now that doesn't mean he's going to win the fight, but he looked very angry. That's probably the most angry I've ever seen him.
So how do you sell the fight if the other dude won't talk?
That's a good question.
Smoke? How do you sell the fight if the other dude won't talk?
Knockout reels on ESPN and Fox.
Yeah, maybe at this point
how's that? The fact that he didn't say anything.
How's that going to work at a press conference?
But he's not worried about he's not worried about those people at the press. He's worried about other outlets. He's worried about other media.
No, but the press conference is where you sell the fight.
Yeah, that's not the only place you sell the fight, though.
But but his fights never really sell. But the press conference helps. So if you why not just cancel the whole tour then? The whole press conference tour.
You know what? Let me just say this real quickly. According to one source, take it as a grain of salt, because sometimes he does say some bullshit a lot. He said the fight's nearly sold out. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a look right now at the T-Mobile Arena and see how many tickets they've actually sold.
Yeah, what's the seating capacity there, please?
Their last fight set the record for live gates. So I'm not quite sure where this whole idea of not selling, but even still, it doesn't make sense if he doesn't sell. Anybody does press conferences, why it would make sense that he would do a press conference in order to sell. If he's been doing press conferences, you say he doesn't sell.
Yeah, let's see.
He was talking in all those other press conferences.
But yeah, right. You said he did. Those other press conferences didn't sell. You said he didn't sell. So.
He doesn't sell. Okay, so you sell out one time, and that's selling to you.
Okay, so if he was doing the press conference and talking and not selling, then what is the point of doing the press conferences?
All right, so
exactly my point. Thank you.
So he didn't speak this time.
Yeah, let me look at it right here. Give me 1 second. It's at Axios.com. So they're the ones who are who are driving the tickets. They're the ticket holders. So tickets will be mobile delivered only. Okay, here we just a sec. Okay, so I'm looking at it right now. There are some upper sections are completely gone, but there are some tickets still left. There's plenty of tickets left. Let's
Where
see.
are they fighting again?
T-Mobile Arena.
So are those tickets there being sold by the arena, or are they through a second hand?
Good question. I think. Well, this is Axios, so this is probably second hand off of the secondary market. So I was just looking at the seat chart right here. Let me zoom out of it if I can zoom out. Let me do that. Let me zoom out. Look at the other sections. I'm gonna zoom into. Yeah, I mean, as of right now on the secondary site, there are plenty of seats left. So I'm not sure if Bob Aaron's telling the truth here, but here we go. Let me look this way. There are some seats left. There are some plenty of seats, but the tickets are selling, though. I will give them that. They are selling. So
right, the secondary market isn't sold out, and maybe you can still get some directly from the arena, or like a Ticketmaster or some sort of.
Yeah, Axios still got them, but as far as the arena is concerned, I don't know. Maybe they're sold out directly through the arena, or actually, no, the arena, the link goes directly to Axios.com, so you can't get it directly to them. They said here they even disclaimed the fact that you can only get the tickets by mobile delivery only. You can't go to a usher, to a ticket stand and get one there. You have to do it mobile.
So it's the whole Vegas thing.
They're not sold out. I don't see it anywhere online on any.
It's not sold out. Well, I mean, Bob Aaron said they're nearly sold out. That's what he said. But
and it's 18,000 seats.
Yeah, But yeah, I mean, to be fair though, they are selling pretty good right now so far. They are. So
Yeah, not for long.
yeah.
Well,
They are selling pretty good so far. But now, as far as what being sold out in a matter of days, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Bob Aaron's indicated that, but again, we could take his word for a grain of salt because he likes to say bullshit all the damn time. So
let me actually take a look at the press conference, and we can be working from the same image facts.
Yeah, what press conference, man? You know, Malik Scott versus Tyson Fury press conference. I mean, what
yeah,
press
that's kind of like
conference?
what it's like to me.
Sounds like it sounds like you're talking about it.
Huh? What press conference?
The one you're talking about.
What? Yeah, Malik. I know how to throw a fight. Scott versus Tyson. I won't shut the hell up. Gypsy.
Fury, yeah. You know what's funny though? I looked at that fight too, the Malik Scott Deontay Wilder fight. Let me just say this: I still think it was a dive, but the argument was that Wilder didn't land the punch, but actually he did land the punch. It was a left hook that he landed on top of Malik Scott's head and he went down on that one. But to be fair though, he wasn't hurt from that punch, even though he went down. It did connect. But we know that Malik Scott wasn't hurt from that punch. He just sat there and didn't want to get up. He straight up took the dive. He straight up took the dive.
I saw a man did not get hit by. Okay, I equated it to the Tyson Bruce Seldon fight. Bruce Seldon did not get hit by a punch.
Well,
he did not get hit.
You know what? To be fair though, I agree with you on that one. Bruce Seldon took a straight up dive. He didn't even get hit by a punch. He just went down.
He was scared to death.
Yeah, he was scared. Now that's fair. But to this one, that's a little different because the punch actually landed. If you look at the replay, the left hook actually landed. It did. It landed on Scott.
It wasn't a knockout punch. It might have landed.
Yeah, that's my point. That's my point, though. Yeah, I agree. It wasn't the knockout punch because you and I can both agree that did not. I mean, it did stun Scott, but it wasn't concussive enough for him to stay down. He just chose to stay down. You know, it was a straight up dive. So I agree.
I listen. And also, look at his eyes. His eyes were clear as yours, mine, and Smoke R's right now. His eyes are clear. Yeah.
Come on, Smoke. You have to admit that was a dive, man. Come on, man.
What?
the Malik Scott and Deontay Wilder.
Oh, now I'll take a look at it and see.
I
just skipped to the press conference. What I was struck by was I think Wilder got paid by Beats by Dre.
You think?
Yeah, that's what I think. Or just Beats. They're not Beats by Dre anymore, right? They're just Beats.
No.
Yeah. So yeah, that was pure WWE to me.
Well, look, I mean, to Troy's point, I'm going to get out of here shortly, but to Troy's point, man, the way this thing is playing out, man, Fury not bringing his belt, I think that was another thing that kind of got me wondering. Why aren't you bringing your championship belts with you? Where they go? Where are they?
Hey, they're somewhere. An undisclosed location. We got Sophia tied up in the Brooklyn basement.
You didn't even bring your championships with you?
Oh, man, dude, if he starts actually showing kidnap fucking...
They're in Wilder's gym bag, you know, and
tied up,
JG is holding them along with the egg weights and everything else. Yeah,
exactly. Put some egg weights on there. What else did you put on it? Had tied Sophia up, put a gag on Sophia, like all that. Hilarious.
So, Smoke, let me ask you this, because we kind of offered our predictions on this fight, though. Who do you think is going to win the fight and why?
I am really so.
Go ahead.
Oh, geez, sorry. My that video just went on, got super loud. Sorry. Right. So I am. I'm just gonna kick back and react. I don't see the fight. The fight hasn't gone any way I've saw it in the last two fights. I'm done trying to see what's going to think about like what's going to happen.
So basically, your head tells you that Fury's going to win, but your heart wants Wilder to win, right?
No, yeah, I definitely would favor Fury to win, but would favor Fury.
Okay. Fair enough. That's kind of like my same line of thinking, but yeah.
AJ,
man,
you know who you think is gonna? EJ, who do you think is gonna win the fight?
yeah,
EJ,
He probably sleep.
Yeah.
He always be
Damn.
sleeping during the middle of his live streams, man.
We some show terrorists. That's what we are.
Yeah.
We are. But
EJ,
go ahead and ask me the same question. No. Why don't you answer first and I'll go last?
Yeah, me personally, yeah, I think that I'm not sure Ones can get off his mute button, but let me just say this though. I think my head tells me Fury's gonna win it, but my heart tells me that Wilder may pull this out somehow, some way, based off what is going on, what's been transpiring. Because there's red flags on Tyson Fury, and I've been saying this many times already, is that he doesn't look motivated to me. He's out of fighting shape. He's overconfident. He's not taking this seriously. Yes, he's training here and there, but this guy looks totally out of shape. I know he's never been a body beautiful guy, but he doesn't look serious at all to me, and that is a red flag right there. That's puzzling to me.
He said he's trying to get up to 300 pounds. I mean,
he must be at 300 pounds already. That's what he's trying to tell you.
He probably is.
Yeah. Okay,
Probably
now
is.
let me tell you what's going to happen. Let me tell you exactly what's going to happen. Wilder's going to win. Then they're going to flash back and say, well, in the second fight, Fury came in with his sunglasses, a sweatsuit, and he was being quiet. And then in the third press conference, Wilder came in with his sunglasses, and he was being quiet. And Fury was the louder man, and that's why he won. Okay, mark my words. This is Wilder already won the fight, and they're going to go back and say all that nonsense. Wilder was confident, quietly confident, which made him more deadly. Fury obviously didn't take this fight seriously because of 2 previous fights, and overconfidence is what got him knocked out or beat. Mark my words, that is exactly what's going to happen because it's written that way.
Yeah. Fair. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't get past me too. And look, some people will say, "Look, conspiracy theories. That's crazy. What you're saying, Troy." That's what they're going to say. I'm not saying you. I'm going to just say this. I'm going to be fair here. There is no such thing. Look, what you're saying is not really out of the realm of possibility because many years ago, I like to use history as my precursor. There was a fighter, great lightweight by the name of Ike Williams. I know EJ may know the guy. May know him. Ike Williams was an unbelievable, very skilled, powerful lightweight. All right. And he's known for his fights against Kid Gallahan and Bo Jack, whatever. But the fact is that he later admitted during the time of his career, he testified in front of Congress in 1961 that he was paid to take fucking bribes in fights, to lay down against opponents. He was told that many times, and he was told to take bribes. And when he didn't take a bribe, somehow, some reason, the fight was not in his favor because he beat the guy but didn't get the decision on the cards. He said that he was, he overheard at that point that somebody told the judges, since he didn't accept the bribe, somebody went and told the judges that if he doesn't knock out his opponent, then give his opponent the decision. I think it was who was the name of the opponent? Jimmy Carter? Was it Jimmy Carter?
I don't remember.
But it could be Jimmy Carter, but I'll have to go back and check. But the thing is that, it's not the realm of possibility what you're saying. That's just my whole point. It's just that if it does play out the way you say it, then I'm going to give you credit.
There's an interview of a former boxing manager. I think his name is like Mike Carell, where he talks about how he fixed fights in the 80s and 90s, how he fixed fights in the 70s and 80s for the mob, and then outside of that, in the 80s and 90s, and how he gets tips on fixed fighting, fixed fights, up until recent times, right? So the idea of the fix and like what the elements of the fix are, there's this would play into a bunch of those kinds of elements, but at the same time, I don't know that you necessarily just need to keep fighting those people over and over again. I don't think that it's necessarily an idea of like, hey, AJ, now just mandatory your way into the hole. And I'm not saying he can do that. He totally potentially has that, but he also has the potential to like not do that, right? Like he could also get knocked out by an unheralded fighter, right? AJ. So I mean, it's one thing to lose to an unheralded fighter, in doing mandatories, and then there's another thing about losing to a guy who is, potentially a Hall of Famer themselves, and
You talking about Alexander Usyk?
in an undisputed fight. No, the winner of Wilder Fury. Like,
Oh, okay.
why wouldn't AJ take this fight? Like, the idea that they are, to quote like Leonardo DiCaprio's character in Django, some lying, time wasting sons of bees, right? Yeah. Outside of that, despite that thing, it's still the boxing business, and as you were alluding to earlier, Troy, the road to greatness is historically been through undisputed at heavyweight. Now the Klitschko's broke that tradition, and both of those guys ended up in the Hall of Fame, but they were brothers, right? These guys aren't brothers, so everyone gave that kind of thing a pass. But I don't know if they're going to give AJ the same kind of. I don't know.
Yeah, let me read this comment in the chat real quickly. Ohio 4242 says that Fury didn't even look that, but he didn't even look bad. The fat part is that sticks out, and he usually covers that with his trunks. Nah, bro. Look, I've seen Fury in better shape than that. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's not a body beautiful guy, but I've seen him at. Look, no homo, but I've seen him with a better waistline than that. Okay.
He has love handles. That's what you saw. He has love handles. His brother, on the other hand, has a different mother than he does, so he has a different body type.
Right.
The dark-skinned brother. What's his name?
Tommy Fury. Yeah.
Tommy,
yeah.
right? Because
he's a naturally smaller guy. Yeah, Tommy's
because his mother is of a different ethnic group than their other mother, so he has a different body type than him. Because they don't even look alike. The other brother looks more like a Fury than Tommy does.
Right.
Yeah,
Shane?
but
Shane.
Yeah, Shane with the big bush and everything, looking like a fat BG. Right.
I mean, the Furies are not. They're overly weight guys, so that's their body. Their body makeup. But look. But again, he's not like a 400-pound guy. But to me, Fury looks like he's out of fighting shape. That's just my opinion. The way I see it, the way he's behaving, and the way like the choice pointed out, and it's a good point that you pointed this out. He's getting up on that presser and the podium saying that we may do this fourth fight, we may do this the fifth time, we'll go at this the seventh time. And you don't bring your fucking belts to the presser and you coming in shirtless? Nah, come on, dude.
Listen, I told you Wilder won this fight without even throwing a punch. Now, what's going on with old boy over here, Teofimo, and COVID all of a sudden? What happened? What happened?
That is, I mean, look, I think it is protocol. They do test, certain days before a fight. So it's kind of like if you're getting on set, if you're hired to do a role, they have to COVID test you like 2 or 3 days before fitting or something like that. But I get that. It's disappointing. They got to push this fight back. And Cambosis, I feel sorry for him because he's spending all his money, for preparation time and, for the sparring, for camp, sparring partners, this, that, and the third. And now he's got to sit back and wait. And now he's losing in, some activity. Now he's got to go back home empty-handed without getting paid. Back home to his family. His wife's having another kid. So, I mean, these things can't happen. I hope they don't delay the fight that long. But usually when guys test positive for COVID, they do push the fight back for at least another month or two. So, it's unfortunate, man. I was looking forward to that fight. My question is that Triller card, is it going to be canceled now? Because I know that was the headliner. So we'll see. They might have to cancel the whole thing from the looks of it.
So the other thing is we don't know if he was like asymptomatic or not. So if he actually was getting the flu, basically, what is he going to look like coming out of that? Like, is he going to recover and is he going to look the same?
Yeah. I mean, let's hope he doesn't look like Povetkin because Povetkin was a not saying a casualty in one aspect, but he was a casualty when he got affected by COVID after the first Dillian White fight. And then they had to push that fight back for several months, to accommodate his recovery. And then next year, when he got in the ring, you could tell that he was not the same. He definitely looked very off. I mean, credit to Dillian White, but Povetkin was clearly not the same guy that that wasn't the same guy who fought Dillian White. Lady Chan's in the chat. What's up, Lady Chan? She says here, let's check. There's a lot of tickets available for Wilder Fury. Nowhere close to be sold out. Yeah, we already did. We already checked that out. I said that already. But as far as being sold out this week, I doubt it, but we'll see. But they are selling though, but they're not sold out. AJ sold out in MSG less than an hour. I'm like, well, actually, they didn't sell out less than an hour. They actually had some pre-sale tickets for the AJ fight, which they broke a record for a boxing event. That was one thing. But the fact is, they did have a lot of tickets going in while the fight was out. So no, they didn't quite sell out until towards the end. As it was reported, that Hearn actually had to give away tickets for AJ and Ruiz. Had to give away tickets so that way they can at least fill up the to sell out the event. So that's what happened. So yeah, he sold out, but he didn't sell out in an hour. AJ did not sell out MSG in an hour. That's totally not correct.
No. Right.
He
And
did
so
not.
also
He did not.
Yeah, also the pre-sale record was set before by Triple G and Lemieux. It's not a very old. The Garden has not been doing pre-sales for very long, so it's a very new service that they offer.
Yeah.
So the previous record was like 6,500 tickets. So
Right.
it wasn't
And
like
another
even a lot of
thing I would point out is that AJ, yeah, he was a weight fighter, but I think 75% of the tickets were purchased by the British citizens. So. By the UK fans. So yeah, 70% of those tickets were purchased by them. I mean, look, it's a good record, but again, he didn't sell out in 1 hour. That did not happen. No, he did not.
As a matter of fact, it didn't even sell out at all. But who cares? That's a UK metric anyway. We care
I
about
mean,
gross receipts.
the arena
We don't even
was
care
at
whether or not it
capacity.
sells out.
To be fair, though, the arena was at capacity, but most of the tickets that they had to get at the capacity level were given away. That was reported, and I think Hearn did mention to this too. He did mention that in the last week the week of the fight of Ruiz and Joshua. He did mention that. And he did admit that. So
yeah, well, I just remember we're just live. I was doing a live that night, so there were tickets available for like $40 on the night of like while the fight was still going on. You could buy them like through secondary market, like tons of seats, right?
Yeah. Well, look, Lady Chan. So
Super
here
cheap.
you go. We came in and bought 70. Well, you did. You did. You guys did buy 70% of your tickets. I mean, look, to be fair, it's a good thing. I mean, to be fair, you guys do support your fighters abroad. I mean, a lot of a majority of the UK fans bought a lot of the Hatton in the Mayweather fight. So that was a big UK crowd. That was a majority of them versus the US crowd for that fight. Lennox Lewis and Evander Holyfield, majority of that crowd was a UK crowd for those two fights. So that's the fact.
But UK is closer to New York than California is.
Yeah, I mean, so it's not a bad thing that I'm pointing out. But
they were selling up as like vacation packages and all that stuff. Like, cool thing.
So,
like it's just a cultural difference. It's not a big thing. That's all I was just saying, that that metric of sellout is like a UK metric. That's not the way culturally we consume the thing. I mean, like even our most lucrative fights, like the highest grossing fights, not all of them were sold out. As a matter of fact, a great many of them weren't.
Yeah. Another thing too is like, she mentioned LA Chancellor that Wilder and Fury can't sell out together. Well, that you may be right there, and you are right and you're wrong there. What I mean by the right part, they can't sell out. But the fact is that Wilder and Fury did break the gate for the heavyweight record in their second fight. AJ never done that. He hasn't even come close to doing that. So until he can break their record at the gate, then So they both can. I mean, look, Wilder and Fury definitely need each other. Yes, AJ could do it by himself. I will give you that. But you have to give credit when credit is due. Let's see. Wilder doesn't sell out in his own country. Sad. Only pay-per-view he's got was with Fury. Well, you're actually wrong there. His other pay-per-views were Luis Ortiz. The gate
that sold where? That sold out?
Yeah, that Luis Ortiz fight, the second fight, it was on pay-per-view, Fox pay-per-view.
That didn't sell out.
No, never sold out. But what she's saying is that he only did a pay-per-view with Fury. No, he done 3 pay-per-views, 2 with Fury, a third one coming up, and 1 with Ortiz, second one.
Neither one of. To be honest with you, I can say this: the fights are better than the pay-per-views, which is what someone like me would pay to see. I don't give a damn about your pay-per-view numbers. I want to see a fight.
Yeah, me neither.
You knock somebody out, yay! But then it all goes back to you've been a pro for 15 years and you haven't beat any of the top fighters yet. Not a one.
Yeah. That's
don't
true.
say Luis Ortiz because he was a top. Come on, man. He's a top contender. Come on.
he is a top contender. Let's be real. Ortiz is not a Hall of Fame fighter, but he is at the time when Wilder fought him. He was at his best. He was dangerous. Nobody really wanted to fight him, and Wilder took the fight. Got to give him credit for that.
I keep hearing that, but I also hear he turned down fights.
Well, he turned down 1 or 2 fights. Well, actually, you know what? When you talking about the first Wilder fight, let me see. What was the fight that
which means is that it ain't that nobody want to fight him. Is that he walked away from some fights? Let's be fair here. You can't be a boogeyman if you're walking away from fights.
Yeah, that's true. But let's get to that. Wilder did Fury 2 actually did 800 pay-per-view standard cable buys, but they also did additional 300 and 300,000 digital buys. So from the looks of it, I read somewhere it was 1.2 put together, but they didn't make a profit because of the purses that they paid out. The gate record was it $17.5 million for a heavyweight fight? Yeah,
I don't care. I didn't get a dime from it.
Yeah,
Somewhere I read.
Yeah. Go ahead, Troy.
No, I was quoting Martin Luther King where he said, "Somewhere I read," and you know, I don't give a damn about numbers, man. I want to see a fight. I can say this about Wilder and his fights: they're not boring. His fights are not boring at all. They're very interesting, but at the same time, you can criticize. There's a whole lot of criticism you could pile up on there and say, he's 15 years into his career. He's 35, 36. There's no Dillian White on his record. There's no Joshua on his record. There's no Klitschko on his record. I mean, what are we talking about here, man? We talking about a third Fury fight?
Look, you definitely make some good points, man. You know what? This is like probably the rarest time that you and I ever agree on things. So, you make some excellent points here. Me personally, as an old school fan of fighting, I never really cared about buy rates as long as I see the fights and if they're value to them. I know the EJ fucking snore, man. You can hear his ass snore. I wish I could mute him, but other than that, we'll get through this. As far as Ortiz is concerned, I think after the first Wilder fight, he did turn down some offers. I'm not sure prior to that. I think maybe there was one or fight or two. I have to go back and check, but I do know after the first Wilder fight, he did turn out a couple hours offers after that. Hey, Smoke, you still there? Smoke. That dude was on mute. But anyway, okay. But I was going to ask him a question about the Hall of Fame talk because you and I just mentioned that Joshua, if he retires today, he's more likely a Hall of Famer. But Smoke kind of disagrees with that. So, but I got to put Smoke on the spot here. If you disagree with that, well, how could you say Wilder is if he retires today?
Smoke, because Smoke is basing it off his 10 title defenses, but that's been done already. That's not anything.
That's true. Look. Spanaki holds the record for the most title defenses at super middleweight, but look who he fought. He fought some good opponents at super middleweight, but most of his fights that he won, he retired undefeated, mind you, 34-0, only 6 KOs, which means he had no punching power at all. But the fact is that his fights that he won, his big fights that he won, they were all home based in Germany. They were all controversial decisions. So that's why when he retired, people looked at Spanaki as an inferior fighter. It's like, this is a guy who was getting the luxury and the benefits of being a hometown fighter in big fights. And many of those big fights, people felt he didn't win. So he retired undefeated, great, but he's not considered one of the greatest super middleweights of all time. Despite his many title defenses, he's not considered a first ballot Hall of Famer or even second ballot Hall. This guy is like only forgotten after he retired. And mind you, this is the same guy that ducked out of the Joe Kawasaki fight when Joe Kawasaki became mandatory to his IBF title. It's kind of funny because Kawasaki did the same thing with Carl Froch, but I digress. But to Smoke, if you say Wilder is a Hall of Famer, why isn't Joshua?
Well, I mean, all right. So there's all right. So I guess the case would be for AJ, the fact that he is like a two-time unified.
Yeah.
And that's not really so that hasn't happened without the other, I think the more seems to be historically significant title defenses to go along
Okay.
with it, right?
Okay.
Because generally, guys who like, if anyone who's done it, they also went on a long reign, and it's the long reign that they talk about, not the fact that they were like 2-time unified. It seems to be like kind of an anecdotal thing. Like there's a one fighter. Damn, I can't even remember his name. It escapes me right now. But like 3-time champ, 1-time unified, not in the Hall of Fame, right? That's not necessarily a thing. And six title defenses. I think that's what he got up to for the IBF.
Well, he's got 7 now. Well, because if you think
I mean,
about it,
but
go ahead.
but that's just one, right?
No.
They're
Joshua.
talking about like consecutive title defenses,
Well,
right?
look, I see what you're getting at this because you're basing this off of a one belt it's one sanctioning belt. I think that's not fair because you got to take it into account. Joshua, yes, he made 2 defenses of his IBF title before he got the WBA. After that, he made 3 more, 3, 4 more defenses before losing.
Yeah, I think he's got 6. Yeah, I think he made it to 6, right?
Yeah,
Before he
and then
lost.
he made it to 6 before he lost. And then he had got his belt back from Ruiz, and then he made another title defense, successful title defense.
Right. So he's on his second run, one bout in.
Yeah. So look at the names though. You got Dillian White, you got Charles Martin, Dominic Brazil, Eric Molina, Vladimir Klitschko, Carlos Takam, Joseph Parker, Alexander Povetkin, Andrew Ruiz, Kubrat Pulev. So you're telling me that he's not a Hall of Famer based off those names?
No, no, I don't even think especially the Dillian White that he fought fighting Dillian White at the regional levels doesn't
Well,
for
they were both at
British
the,
title.
well, to be fair, they were both British stage at the.
I know. I don't even think. I think AJ. He was rated highly, like fairly early, but White wasn't rated anywhere. He was like not. I don't even think.
Well,
he was,
neither
like,
was AJ. I mean,
no. I'm saying AJ was though. AJ was rated like top 5 and like some in. I think in a couple.
Not
but they
before
were
the
both
Dillian
at the
White.
same level as his
No,
points.
I'm telling you, like
They were
AJ
both at
literally
the same
fought for the
level.
belt in his next fight.
Well, no, to be fair, to be fair, AJ was rated like top 15 in the sanctioned bodies. Yeah, Dillian White was rated top 15 in one of them, but
no, he wasn't anywhere. That's what I'm saying. He was not anywhere.
But the point is that they were both domestic level fighters when they fought. They were in their prime.
Right,
They were undefeated. They, why
understand
shouldn't Joshua get credit for that?
I understand that. That's all I'm saying is when they're fighting at the regional level, when both of you guys are on the come up, that's a different sort of thing. Like it's not as though Dillian White has ever even had a world title fight yet.
I get that,
name.
But to be fair, Dillian White's got
name. But when we're talking about like the Hall of Fame, it's not like that's a title defense. That's a.
How was
a
Wilder
name
getting into the Hall of Fame, Smoke? How was Wilder getting into the Hall of Fame, Smoke?
Right, because 10 title defense of the WBC.
That's nothing
belt.
new in boxing. That's absolutely nothing new.
No, okay. So everybody who's done it is in the Hall of Fame.
Ali, Tyson, Ali, Tyson are in there not because of their 10 title defenses.
So Tyson didn't get there. So
Tyson beat 2 Hall of Famers during his reign as the heavyweight champion of the world. And
he certainly did. Definitely did.
He beat 2 Hall of Famers.
He also didn't make.
And one was undefeated.
Yeah, one was undefeated.
Yeah, I don't doubt you, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying he has to be. I'm not saying he's better than Mike Tyson. You don't have to be better. Like Mike Tyson is an all-time great. If he's not an all-time great, he's on the bubble of being an all-time great, depending on your perspective. We're just talking about being in the Hall of Fame. We're not talking about being an all-time.
How was Wilder in the Hall of Fame, Smoke?
Okay, I've already answered your question. I feel like
no, you said the 10 title defenses, but that's not going to get him in.
Right. So everyone who's done that is
well, let me shorten. Let me just go ahead and soften the question. Not soften it. Let me just go ahead and ask this question another way. Out of those 10 title defenses, who did Wilder beat compared to AJ's 7 title defenses?
Who did he beat necessarily? All right. So if the who did he beat would be
subjective.
I guess I mean what one compared to the other. I think that the better wins, definitely 2 better wins. And I mean, but I don't even know that. Oh, okay. First off, the thing. Let me just break up. I'm gonna go back to answering your question. But I just want to tell you just one thing.
No, get around the question, man.
No, I don't want to get around the question. I don't want to get around the question.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to tell you that the idea that it's only your best wins that get you into the Hall of Fame, I think is like that concept. I don't think bears out with certain fighters like Arturo Gatti. Like it's not about like comparing one guy to another, because Arturo Gatti's best wins, he should not be in there over like a James Toney, right? That's not what we're talking about. It's like it's a selection process, and it's like so. But now that you said that, I was just say this: the better wins are definitely are in AJ's, but those wins aren't necessarily. I don't think reflect the magnitude of the fight, right? That even the magnitude of the fight that outside with Tyson Fury, right? Because Tyson Fury beat an active champion and ended his Hall of Fame run, I think is going to be a little bit more of a more historically significant than beating Vladimir Klitschko when he wasn't a champion and had been out of the game for a couple of years. I just think like, but that's just when you come to like quality of opposition, not the results, but just the quality of opposition. Which
in that case, if you're talking about quality of opposition, then that goes to AJ, correct?
Say again, quality of opposition. I think would go to. I think quality of opposition faced would go to both Wilder and.
No. Come on. No. Wait. Hold up. Come on, smoke. Who fought the better quality opposition? Wilder.
Say again.
Who fought the better quality of opposition, Joshua or Wilder?
Right. I think there's an argument to be made for both. I think that the idea that Wilder faced Fury.
Wait.
Let me finish. I can answer.
We've been talking for the longest time and said absolutely
answer
nothing.
your question. I'm trying to answer, but like in the middle of the answer, you're talking over. Like
okay, go ahead, answer.
I'm just trying to tell you the answer. The answer is because the best win could be considered Vladimir Klitschko for AJ. And Fury also fought Vladimir Klitschko, but arguably fought a better version of Vladimir Klitschko.
Okay.
It could be considered Wilder has faced a better opposition. And also since he's already faced him twice.
That's on the contingent if he beats Fury, though. Is that what you're saying?
But well, it's also right because of the accomplishments of Fury against that same top level of opposition. But I think that that Fury actually nudges him on the quality of fighter between Vladimir Klitschko he faced and the one that AJ faced.
Yeah, but we're talking about Wilder and Joshua though.
Right. So and also given the not just the difference in skill level, like when it comes to the technique of boxing, but also he gives up a significant size advantage, a bunch of different sort of attributes. And not only that, in the rematch, he faced him again, and when a lot of people said that he lost the first time and was like gifted the first time. So like I think the quality of opposition and also the apparent gaps in the quality of opposition, I think would also go to Wilder. Like the degree of difficulty. I don't know that AJ's been like
degree of difficulty in opponents.
I think
degree of difficulty.
Right, so,
okay, listen to this.
So
I'm sorry, Smoke. I'm sorry. Please. You've been talking for a while now. Can I just say this?
Can I please finish speaking?
Please finish.
Two fighters that AJ has been the underdog against.
They two fighters he's been the underdog against.
Do not jump into that cesspool. Don't do it.
Okay, one fighter he's been an underdog against.
None?
Smoke. The question was, how does Wilder get into the Hall of Fame?
Because he
that
asked
was
me a
the
different
question, man.
Dan asked me a different question, and I already answered that 3 times. Even you know the answer to that.
Well, let me just say this. Smoke, I like you, brother. You're my boy, but let's be real. In your head, you know AJ has a better resume and quality wins. You know more likely he's the Hall of Famer more so than Wilder. But to your point, I see how you brought in Arturo Gatti to fit in your argument, which is fair because I've been a guy who said, as much as I respect Arturo Gatti for being the warrior that he was, God rest his soul, but he doesn't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. Neither does Jess Willer. Just because he got that win over Jack Johnson many years ago does not give him the right to be in the Hall of Fame. So or Mysterious Billy Smith too. So I get what you're saying, but I guess from that standpoint, Wilder would get in. But as us being,
I'll give you another metric too.
Wait, hold on. As us being objective, like Troy, myself, or maybe you or Lady Chan, whoever, or even EJ, we all know that Wilder doesn't have enough quality wins to even get into First Ballot Hall of Fame. But based off his based off some more popularity and how he got his 10 title defenses, that could be taken into account, and he maybe get in based off that. That is possible, but me personally, I don't think he should. I think he got more work to do. I think he's got to catch up to AJ. I think he could catch up to him, but he's got to put in the work. I mean, I know he started doing that in the last 3 years, but still, I just think he falls short. That's just my opinion.
Right. Well, I get what you're saying, right, when it comes to it, but I think that there's a couple of different other metrics that don't necessarily bear out what you're saying when it comes to like quality of opposition against another guy, and that's going to be the deciding factor. Like I think there's things like knockout, like consecutive defenses by KO kind of thing. There was also another thing, but even getting like knockout of the year, or like fight of the year, or fighter of the year, like all of those like little things, like all those writer awards, that because it is the Boxing Writers Association, after all, that are going to be making these decisions.
He's not getting in. You've talked enough. He's not getting in.
All right, Troy. Listen, I understand, and like everything's WWE to you, but who do you think is selling the WWE? The same people who are voting on the Hall of Fame.
He's not getting in. I mean, listen to what you're saying now. You're going on hypotheticals about knockout of the year.
I'm talking about president.
Come on, Smoke, man. Come on, Smoke. You just want to be right for the sake of being right.
No,
he's not getting in. He hasn't accomplished anything. What has he accomplished?
Well,
Listen.
to be fair, Troy, I mean, he has accomplished something. But the point is, though, to your point,
He hasn't accomplished anything Hall of Fame worthy.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Everything that you think is not worthwhile in boxing, right? All of these things that you don't care about, it's just you that it's not just you that doesn't care about it. But I'm just saying that sometimes the fan interests, individual and collective, are completely untethered to what if
you believed in your word, you wouldn't be fumbling so much, man.
Like I understand that you want to do this thing, like where we go about who's right and just back and forth. But really, I'm just telling you what I understand to be true and precedent on the Hall of Fame, not what I think about a guy's resume. Because there's guys in there that you could say like, hey, how did those guys get in there? And then you start looking at things like how many times they got fight of the year or fighter of the year, and because they all have bios in the Hall, and you start to see a pattern, a certain kind of thing emerge. And this guy, there is no even in each era, you have guys who have maybe lower tier opposition.
Yeah,
but they were not able to get 10 title divisions.
Let me read this comment in the chat. Joseph Brown says that, look, it doesn't matter what you think the Hall of, it doesn't use your criteria. I mean, that is a good point. That's a fair point. As I said, is that, look, we, objectively, we use a criteria, how, if you became a world champion, what type of level of opposition did you beat? That should be the standard criteria. But in some cases, the Hall doesn't use that. I mean, they've admitted fighters. Hold up. They've admitted fighters who undeservedly shouldn't even be in here. I mentioned those fighters already. Jess Willard, the mysterious Billy Smith, Turo Gotti, Nicolino Lache. I mean, look, great defensive fighter, but some will argue that he shouldn't be in here because he only got one good win over Antonio Cervantes. I mean, look, or what's the other Japanese fighter that he fought back in the day? But anyways. But the fact is that, yeah, I get that. But if you're looking at it from an objective standpoint, Wilder shouldn't be considered at this point. He's still got work. I know he's got the 10 defenses. Great. He's my favorite heavyweight. But I got to keep it real for what it is. I just don't think he's got enough body of work to get in at this point.
Right. So
I don't think he does.
Right. But you also are acknowledging that this is what you feel like ought to be versus what is.
It should be that way. I mean, most of the fighters are greatest fighters.
Should be that way is different from what is, right?
Yeah. Well, let's just be real though. Most of the greatest fighters of all time got in because of their body of work. They didn't get in just because of their popularity alone. I mean, that can help, but come on, man.
I agree with you, Dan.
If you keep putting fighters in like a Turo Gotti, I know, God rest his soul. I'm not trying to shit on him. And neither is Jess Willard. If you keep putting guys like that in there, what is good at the Hall? What is good for the Hall of Fame?
Dan, as just an academic exercise, just like recently, I just did this, like maybe 2 weeks ago. I went through the Hall of Fame and separated the all-time greats from just that list. Right? Okay. I got about 20-25%. Somebody else got like 30%. But basically, 70% of the Hall of Fame is not like 70, 75, maybe 80%, depending on how stringent your standards are. are not all-time greats. However, they have had distinguishing careers in certain respects. And in these respects, Wilder meets the metrics. But not AJ doesn't necessarily. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. But
okay,
but
I'm gonna say this in all honesty, right? In all honesty,
okay, hold on.
Wait, how did he
hold
work that
on.
one?
Johnny got in based
Okay,
on
let
everything.
ones get in. Hold on, let ones get in. Ones has been quiet. What's up, ones? Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I'd just like to hear you expand on that. You said that Wilder meets the metrics, but AJ doesn't. Like, explain. I want to hear that. Explain that.
I hope you have 2
like I was
hours.
saying, right? So I was just talking about like to the extent that I'll start with to the extent that AJ does. AJ has got a ton of press, right? Like international press, not necessarily in the United States, but like internationally outside of the United States, tons, right? And to that extent, I think that he is I think the boxing writers really like him, right? And I think they really respect him. So that's how he is, how they, well, not their feelings about him, but their utility to them. Like they talk about AJ a lot. He's a really popular
Right. Because he
subject.
done nothing
right?
to earn it, right? He has done nothing to earn it. Okay.
That has absolutely nothing to do with what I'm talking about, right? But we can talk about the earning it or not earning it in the boxing writer's eyes, and it is a different aside. But I'm just saying that that's what he is.
Answer
That's
the
what
man's
he has on
question,
his side.
please.
That's what he has on his side. What he doesn't have on his side is the other things, like a knockout of the year. I'm not sure if he got fighter of the year or where he's coming the fighter of the year like thing. I don't think he's got a fight of the year. Or even close to it.
Well,
But maybe,
Smoke,
or
to
maybe
be fair, wait, can I hold on? Hold on. To be fair, Costa Zoo is in the Hall of Fame. He never got fight of the year or knockout of the year.
Yeah, but he was also undisputed, though, right?
Exactly, but what? Okay,
right. That's what I'm
was
saying.
never undisputed. So your point, Wilder was never undisputed.
We're talking about metrics, right? So, like when you meet,
No, actually, you're talking about it.
Listen, I think that if any of these guys become undisputed, they're going to punch their ticket into the hole. Like the only guy who's been undisputed that's not in the hole and the heavyweight is like Leon Spinks.
He's not in the Hall of Fame. No, he's not in the Hall of Fame, bro.
That's what I said. The only guy who's not in the Hall of Fame.
Michael Spinks is.
That's what I just said. The only guy who's not in the Hall of Fame has been undisputed. But I think both of these guys, I think all three of these guys, if they should become, if Fury, well, I mean, yeah, it was like 2-belt era and all this other stuff, but so like it goes back a ways.
Well,
so
actually, to be fair, Buster Douglas was an undisputed champion. He's not.
Yeah, there you go. There's another guy. Right, there you go. So, there you go. So there's another guy, right? So right. So so the point being, being unified champion is not necessarily the thing. Like Alan recall, like title defenses seems to be like that's what distinguishes the significance of a unification over somebody else who has a bunch of title defenses. That's where Vladimir Klitschko comes in. It's not because he fought like Hall of Famers or anything. Chris Bird, on the other hand, fought 2 Hall of Famers. But actually not more than 2, like 3 Hall of Famers.
Yeah,
off the top of my head.
Yeah, he beat 2 of them.
Yeah, beat 2 of them, like right. So right. So and he's 2-time champion and all that other stuff, right? Also not in the Hall of Fame.
Why are you taking so long to answer the question, man?
Because he asked me for metrics, which is a multiple point. So I'm going.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
I'm going to give one more so you can give context to the entire thing, right? To the idea of unifications and quality of opposition not necessarily being the thing that gets you in the Hall over title defenses, right? Like. So you got guys like Larry Holmes, but definitely faced the best at his throughout his illustrious career. But through his first title reign, I mean, he lost to Michael Spinks, who is definitely a Hall of Famer. But Fury could also turn out to be a Hall of Famer. But that first reign did not have Hall of Famers on. There wasn't a single one. It was.
Yes, it was Ken Norton.
Past the prime. There were guys that were good for their era, but kind of past it.
Well, you said he didn't have a Hall of Fame on there. He had a Hall of Famer, Ken Norton, on his resume when he.
And Ali.
Right. Yeah, 2 Hall of Famers.
Right. So, right, and definitely, most definitely, but. It was those guys. First off, there was more Hall of Famers to be had there, and they were in that kind of state. So at least with Tyson Fury, he was a reigning and long reigning champion. Whereas AJ, Not so much for Vladimir Klitschko. He wasn't even in the Hall of Fame. He wasn't even a champion at the time he faced him, right? So it's anyway. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the requisite title defenses aren't there, and his one guy that he beat, Vladimir Klitschko, which is definitely a Hall of Fame and definitely a good win. He got him after he had his his historic run.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, he's coming off a 1 year layoff, 1.5 year layoff, almost 2 years, and he was coming off a loss. I get that, but that's still a great win either way.
No, it is a great win. I'm not saying it's not a great win.
You can't take that away from him.
No, I'm not taking it away from him.
Yeah, and the fact that Wilder didn't even fight him, that doesn't, you can't give Wilder credit for a guy he didn't fight. So
no, I'm not giving him, and I'm not giving him for that. I'm totally not. Like, so, and that's the thing. Like Vladimir Klitschko, although he is a Hall of Famer, never faced one.
I'd like to ask media, what's the brother's name? Is it Juan? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Okay, let me ask you a question, right? Just a simple question, because I'm a real simple guy. And all of that talking, did Smoke give you an answer?
No, I got lost halfway through. I just
thank you very much.
He wants
thank
to
you.
finish.
Listen, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Listen to me very carefully. If you know what you're talking about, you don't need a million words to make your point. Now I'm going back on mute. You see how simple that was?
Hey, so let me ask. So, hey Dan, Dan, were you lost also?
Not quite, but to be fair, man, you didn't have to really expand your point. We I got the gist of it, but I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to broaden your point, but you should have simplified it a bit more. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to contrast the idea of Wilder and AJ, right? So, because that's what he asked me. Why Wilder and not AJ? It's because of this. It's because these unifications, they happen. Guys don't get into the hall as a result. These quality of oppositions, they happen, but guys don't get into the hall. These title defenses, though, that is the thing that seems to be the distinguishing factor. These long reigning champions with a bunch of title defenses. That gets you into the hall. These other things don't.
Well, look, again, there is a different criteria that the boxing writers use. I get that, but we're talking about being objective here. Yeah, Troy, come on back, man. But let me just say this. Let's be objective here for once, okay? Look, I know you like Wilder. I like Wilder. That's our favorite heavyweight. I get it. But we got to be objective here. Wilder hasn't put in enough work compared to AJ to be even considered to be Hall of Fame at this point. That is a fact. That's being objective. That's not being one-sided. That is a fact. The list of opponents that I named that AJ beat in a concession it's just like it leaves Wilder in the dust a bit. He's got some catching up to do. Not saying Wilder doesn't have good wins. Say what you want about his resume. It's not the best. I get that. It's not that great, but he does have some good heavyweight wins. He does have some good wins on his some decent wins, I just say. But the point is that right now, just my view, objectively, is that he needs some more work to even be considered to be a Hall of Famer, much less a ATG at this point. But he needs some more work on his resume. Now, would he get in based off certain factors and certain guidelines if he retired today? Yeah, the boxing writers may put him in there, but me personally, I don't think he should get in. That's just my take on it.
I mean, I understand, and I'm totally being objective. And my objective opinion is both of those guys. Like, while AJ, I don't know about leaving the dust. I think that he has better wins than Wilder, right? Like, if I think that if you know.
Okay, well, let me ask you this: did Wilder fight Alexander Povetkin?
But I also think that Wilder lost to a better fighter than AJ lost to. So I think Wilder has a better loss than him, right?
Point. That's a fair point, but that's a fair point.
It's kind of like and I think he was a longer reigning, and during that reign did some things that were just a bit more significant, like that idea of like breaking the heavyweight record gate. Like, that is a thing that is like, and not just that. Like I was saying, like the writers, they they've been storylining this thing. Like, the WBO, like, there's not any just sole WBO champion. Like, there's a guy like Larry Holmes. Yeah, he fought like Hall of Famers, like you said, and all this stuff. But he's basically a WBC guy. Like, the IBF hasn't sent anybody just straight to just be IBF champion, especially not that early in the inception. Like the WBC, even still today, is like the most talked about. Like the boxing writers love putting ink about the WBC. Like that belt is even a more specific thing. Like you can find examples after example of either just the WBA or the WBC sending a guy.
Yeah, good point. Hey, shout out to Lady Chan. She says, look, let's just state the facts so we can still like our favorite fighters, but let's just be honest. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
all about
right. So
all
I
about
don't
objectivity.
Right, and that is in it 100% agreement. That's why I'm just talking about objectivity. Like I'm not actually even like talking about advocacy or anything like that. Like I don't know. I don't have. I think when it's all said and done, all three of these guys will be in the Hall of Fame. This is a completely different conversation.
Yeah, I would agree with that. At some point,
criteria,
but I'm talking about, let's say now, if they both, let's just say hypothetically they retire now. That's what I'm trying to get at right here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Let me just do this. Let's take Theory out of the equation. Let's take Wilder out of the equation. Let's just stick with AJ. If AJ retires today, is he Hall of Fame worthy at this point? Yes or no?
I mean, what do you mean, like worthy? Like,
no.
Of course. Like,
come on, man. Look.
Of course, today, like they're all going to go up on a ballot, right? They're all going to go up on the ballot.
Does he get in if he retires today? If he gets it, if he retires today and he gets,
it depends on who we went up against, right? And that's what we're talking about. If they had to battle it out for the last spot.
Exactly. So if he retires today, is he in the Hall of Fame? Yes or no?
If Wilder and AJ had to battle out for the last spot,
take Wilder away.
All right. Well, it depends on who's going up.
Let's focus on AJ. Let's focus.
So then it depends on who he goes up against.
Okay, he beat Povetkin. He beat Klitschko.
No, I'm talking about in the Hall of Fame ballot. Like you have to beat other guys. Like you get shortlisted, you have to be better than 5 guys to be on the final list. It's like so you have to like.
I see what you're saying. That's a far fetch. So who would be on that list on the first ballot list other than AJ? Carl Froch, maybe if he doesn't get in like the next couple years.
If he so it'd be 3 years. So it'd be 3 years from now.
Ben, I mean,
all right. So let's say it's 3 years from now, right? So he retired right now. 3 years from now, who's not in there right now that could
Simon
be
Brown,
potentially? Right?
Simon Brown, Tim Bradley.
No, Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao.
Well, Manny Pacquiao's still fighting, so that's
no. But I'm saying, but he could also be there in 3 years, potentially.
Well, to be fair, the Hall of Fame, when they do their selection of who gets in, they select 3 modern day fighters. So Joshua.
Yeah, I mean they're both are fighting, right? I mean, I'm just saying that they both are fighting. I'm just saying that like he would be up against everyone who's active right now that retired within the same amount of time. So like if Manny Pacquiao also were to retire. Right? Is AJ going to get in over Manny Pacquiao? I think not.
No, but you're saying that based off of not saying far-fetched hypothetical, but no, but there's no. Let's just say Manny Pacquiao doesn't retire right now, and AJ decides to do it today.
Right. So it'd be who he went up against. That's my point.
Okay then. All right. So let's
no, not his own opposition. The other guys who are also on the ballot.
Tim Bradley. Let's throw in some names. Tim Bradley.
Tim Bradley.
Does he get in over Tim
Bradley? Ooh, dang.
Does he get in over Tim Bradley?
I think he gets in. He probably gets in over Tim Bradley.
Okay. What about?
And you know what?
Hold on. What about Joe Casamayor? Does he get in over Joe Casamayor?
Yeah, but just to make a point, real fast. Hey Dan. Does Tim Bradley have a better level of opposition than AJ?
I would argue yes, he does.
See, there you go. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you about this level of opposition argument. But anyway, let's keep going.
Okay.
No, Joel Casamayor. No, I think AJ gets in over him.
Okay, what about Carl?
But
Froch?
I think that's
a tough Carl Froch. That's a tough one. But
no, I think he still gets in over Carl Froch. I mean, you talk about heavyweights.
Nigel Benn.
But what about, does he get in over James Toney? Does he knock
the problem
James
with James Toney is that he failed drug tests in his career.
That's true. That's very true.
Yeah,
right?
so
does he get in over Cotto also?
Miguel Cotto, no.
Right.
No. So there's 2 names. So basically, there's 2 potential names right now. Now, again, the Hall of Fame, they elect 3 names, 3 modern names.
Right. Okay. So, I got it. But if AJ is the only person retiring, then yeah, it would depend. But who else? Didn't somebody retire this year?
Alexander Povetkin, but no.
Alexander Povetkin ain't getting.
Yeah, he's not a Hall of Famer. No.
Yeah.
Povetkin was a good heavyweight. He does have some good.
But it would be in 3 years. So it'd be in 3 years. So it's somebody who retired last year or now. Like, and it'd be kind of interesting. I'd like to retire some other people right now to really answer to get to the bones of this, because it seems unfair that AJ is the only one retiring, right? Because we have like potential Hall of Famers.
Okay,
like
well, but
Nonito
listen. Okay,
like
well, I
Nonito
need it for
Donaire,
Donaire.
right?
Yeah, he's not getting over Donaire. No question. Yeah, Donaire definitely gets in before
Right.
AJ.
So
Yeah.
that would be another third guy, right? So
Yeah.
there you go.
Well,
Now
look,
the question
I see
is,
what you're saying. I see what you're saying is, when will he get in? I know that's where you're going at. I get that, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, is he Hall of Fame worthy now?
I think
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm trying to get
I
you
think
to
it's
answer.
worthy of consideration. I mean, I don't think he's done enough to get in.
Okay, then that's all you have to say.
Based on, but not because I don't think the same thing that you think. I just think that like you, that it exists more in the like should be this way versus is this way.
Okay, then that's what me and Troy were trying to get you to answer. It's all right.
No,
to
I
say
said that
okay.
I said that a long time ago. I said that originally. Like when you
were
said
dancing
this is
around
how it
that.
should be. I said like if we can just acknowledge that that's the way it should be versus what it is, then we can just move on. Because like I don't argue that like we could be using better criteria, right? But like fighter of the year, that's not a bad criteria. Like if you can get like getting knockouts of the year, that's not bad criteria. Like it's not. I don't necessarily have a problem with the criteria that they use. It's just that it leaves out certain context that you are highlighting, right? Like what about level of opposition? Sometimes the level of opposition doesn't get you there.
No, it doesn't. But now, to Lady Chan's point, if you're gonna do that, if you say that Joshua is not Hall of Fame worthy at this point, on your opinion, that's fine. You can have your opinion. If he's not, then Wilder shouldn't be either.
Well, again, not through the metrics that you're talking about. Like I keep saying, what seems to be like level of opposition is not why Vladimir Klitschko is in the Hall of Fame.
Well,
it
to
just
be fair
is not.
to we talked about this before. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but to be fair to Vladimir fought the best.
But he did. But he also didn't
wait,
do that.
hold on. But he fought the best competition that was available to him, so that is not his fault.
But he didn't do that either.
Who?
Vitaly Klitschko was the best competition that he was available for him to fight.
Well, of course, they were brothers. They weren't going to fight each other.
Correct. So he didn't do that. Well, I'm just saying that he didn't even do that. And not only that, there's several guys that Vitaly Klitschko fought that he did not fight, like Lennox Lewis, who was also available at the time.
Well, Lennox retired when in 2003, and
I
Vladimir
understand.
Was,
they both
and Vladimir was still kind of coming up. So he
fell through. I mean, I understand all that. I'm just saying he didn't fight. He didn't fight the best available at the time.
Okay, look. The fact is that between the two brothers, they cleaned out. But who did the?
That's why they
who did the more work though? Klitschko, Vladimir did more work. Did more work than his brother. So that's a fact.
But it's a separate argument, and I can even concede that point without getting too far into it because I just don't want to break that part down. And I'm willing to concede it. The point being, level of opposition isn't the point. Isn't the metric that you judge it by. The level of opposition, there were better fighters out there, and several. I just named two of them off the top of my head, both of which are in the Hall of Fame themselves. Right?
Yeah,
There's also
I get it. Oh, yeah, I get it. Well, shout out to Lisa Bell's in the chat. Shout out to Lisa. I get it. I see what you're saying, but again, you can't penalize Vladimir because of the level of opposition that was available to him at the time. You can't do that. That's not fair. Okay. Now, I understand you may have a valid point if Wilder and the Furies, if they were there during that time, even though he did fight Fury, he lost, and he fought Joshua, he lost. I get what you're saying. If they were fighting earlier in his prime, then yeah, I see where your argument would have some weight on it. But at this point, man, Vladimir, the Eddie Chambers, the Povetkins, even though he fought a dirty fight against Povetkin, the Marius Walks, the Ruslan Jagaevs, the who else? Who was the other one? John Mark Mormick. I get all that, man. But the fact is, those guys were David Hay. They were all top-rated fighters at the time, and Vladimir beat them all. Brian Jennings, who was rated in the top 10 at one point, beat him. And he was undefeated. So you can't penalize Vladimir because of the level of opposition that he beat. Those are guys who were available to him at the time.
Well, that's the same thing that I'm trying to explain to you about Wilder. It's not about
that's not true. Come on, man.
Right? No, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Like the Shannon Briggs are not there, right? Not even Shannon Briggs. Like the Evander Holyfields are not there. Like it's just not there. Like
wait, okay. Let's go back to Wilder. So Wilder, when he beat Severn, who was available? You had Veery.
Severn was the champion.
Yeah, but he beat Severn. Listen, he beat Severn. Okay, great. Who was available? Vladimir was still the unified champ. He was available. Yeah,
right.
Joshua was still fighting on domestic level, so we gotta leave him out of the equation. Fury was there. You had who else? You had Ortiz. Well, he
Right,
didn't end
but
up being
Verne was the
Ortiz. I get
champion. Why are you mentioning all these other people when he
I
fought
get
the champion?
what you're saying, but what I'm telling you is that when Wilder became champion, there was many other fighters that were available that he didn't fight. Jennings was available. He
Okay,
didn't
but
fight him.
why would they be why? Okay, but you still haven't explained to me why they would be a better challenge than the champion. Either you got Vladimir Klitschko, who's on the top of the pile, also trying to fight for Mace Verne, and then you got Wilder, this next best guy. Like it was a 1, 2, 3 kind of thing. Him and Chris Arreola duked it out for 1 and 2. He beat Chris Arreola, so now it's 1 and 3 with Wilder, or unify with Vladimir Klitschko. So for Wilder,
Well, yeah, well, he
so
didn't fight Vladimir. That's my
for,
point.
for Wilder, it seems to me what would make sense was the number 1 option would be Vladimir Klitschko, and the number 2 option would be Bermane Stiverne.
Well, yeah, he took the other option, which was pretty much an easy.
But those are still the 1 and 2. Like I'm saying, Vladimir Klitschko didn't even fight the 1 and 2 or 3. He maybe got to like 4 or 5, and you're saying that those guys are the best.
You do understand when Wilder became champion. Yeah, you can argue who was at fault for why him and Vladimir didn't fight, but Wilder's manager was the guy. Shelly Finkel was the one that came out and said that he was still a baby. We don't need to rush him into the Vladimir fight. Now, to be fair, Vladimir did say that he need more fights before he consider it, but at the same time, though, you know, your words are going to come back to haunt you. My point is that when he became champion, there were other prime heavyweights that were there for him to fight. He did not fight Povetkin. Yes, that was mandatory. That was not his fault.
Right, but
so
let
me finish. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. Povetkin, not his fault. I'm gonna not give Wilder no, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt in that situation. Yes, he signed on for that fight. Povetkin's the one fucked up, failed the drug test. I get that. All right, but you don't go from Povetkin then fight shot Chris Arreola. Yes, he redeemed himself against Andrew Ruiz, but that guy was shot at the time when he fought. All right, and then you suffer an injury. You come back and you try to fight Andrew Warzik of all people. What the fuck? Okay. Yes, thank God that this guy failed the drug test. Gerald Washington came in the picture. Good win. I give Paul Wilder full credit for that. That was an undefeated fighter because we wanted Gerald Washington to get into the mix, and Wilder took the fight on the short notice, and he beat him. Okay. Then after that, who else was after that? But Stiverne rematch, I believe. Right? Okay. Yeah. Stiverne rematch.
Well, that
was mandatory.
That was mandatory. The Stiverne rematch was also Povetkin and Luis Ortiz popping, by the way.
Yeah. I'll give him credit for the Ortiz win. We all know that was a very good win. Okay, we get that. But my point is that when he was champion, yes, the injuries came in, but he had other heavyweights there. Brian Jennings, I wanted him to take that Brian Jennings fight. For some reason, that didn't come off. Okay, that didn't happen. Joseph Parker was WBO champion at the same time Wilder was champion. Why didn't they get a unification bout? Oh, I know what happened. I heard that they verbally agreed to it, but for some reason, I heard the word from the grapevine that Wilder's team was offering Parker a flat fee, which is bullshit. Why would you offer a champion a flat fee? So that's why he decided to opt out of that and go fight Joshua for the unified titles. So my point is that Wilder had other heavyweights available there to fight. He didn't take those fights.
I don't disagree with any. Hey Dan. Like you went on this entire thing, making a point that I don't even necessarily disagree with you. My point to you is, if you look at Vladimir Klitschko, Calvin Brock also is not the best available heavyweight at the time. Neither was Ray Austin. Neither was Lemon Brewster. Neither was Sultan Ibragimov. Neither was Tony Thompson. They weren't the second best. They weren't the third best. Neither was Hasim Rahman at that point.
Five.
That was no, he was not.
Oh, come on, man.
They were. That's what I'm telling you. Like these are not the first best choice, the second best choice, or even the third best choice.
Ruslan Shagayev.
Ruslan Shagayev, out of all of them, he was probably, but even that is like, even that dude was like, but even that was like top rated because he hadn't done shit.
Top three. They fought for the lineal championship.
I understand they fought for it, but, right? But that idea of fighting for the lineal, that was like fighting for the ring belt because you can't fight for the lineal. You got to beat the man. You can't like fight Ruslan Shagayev for it. But anyway, whatever. That's a separate issue.
Yeah, he beat Shagayev to become the man.
Right, exactly. Like how's Ruslan Shagayev supposed to be the test for who's the man? Like,
well, they were both top rated. I think Shagayev was rated one. He's rated number 3.
Right, exactly. He was rated there. Like he hadn't actually beat anybody. He didn't beat the man in order to become the contender.
Well, yeah,
in
because
order to be a thing. Like it was Vitali, like both Vitali and Lennox were gone, right? So anyway, anyway, I'm not even going through that entire thing.
Samuel Peter. I mean, yeah, he was top 3. He was
John,
definitely top 3.
like all I'm saying is that, like that's like 6 title defenses right there, just rattled off to you. Like I'm just saying to you, it's not necessary. The metric that you're using and the language that you're using. First off, the metric, and like I'm keep pointing out, is not the level of competition. Over and over again, you can see examples of it. Even with anyway, I'm not even gonna go there.
Well, let me ask you this then.
Even with James Toney versus Vlad getting in, right?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Let me ask you this then. Who fought the better level of competition during their championship reign? Vladimir Klitschko or Deontay Wilder?
The better level?
Who fought the better quality competition while they were champion? Klitschko or Wilder?
So all right, let's see. Who's the best guy you'd say he fought? Tyson Fury? AJ?
Well, he didn't beat them, but the best guy he beat was Povetkin. He beat Povetkin. He beat Chambers.
Now that's what I'm trying to. I'm going through. But he beat Povetkin when
David Hay.
Like that was a really ugly fight. David Hay as a heavyweight. Whatever. Samuel
Peter, great fighter. Go ahead.
Well, David Hay was a good fighter at cruiserweight. At heavyweight, he was not a good fighter. Anyway, that's a separate issue.
Well, neither was Michael Spinks when Mike Tyson knocked him out. But go ahead.
No, but wait, hold up. Michael Spinks had 2 wins over a Hall of Famer, like one of the best.
Controversial win.
Okay, wait, hold up. Are you saying that David Hay had the equivalent of wins over?
I never say he had the equivalent, but my point is that you don't necessarily have to be you don't necessarily have to be a not so great fighter in one weight classes, and then just exclude the fact that he was definitely a great fighter in another weight class. The point is, David Hay was a great fighter. Is a great fighter. Okay, go ahead.
I promise you, I didn't just do that. I did. So that's just.
But you just said he was a cruiserweight.
That's just reduction. No, that's just a reduction of what I said. What I said was David Hay didn't do anything at heavyweight. That's where they fought at heavyweight, and then you brought up Michael Spinks.
He won a second-tier title, but go ahead.
For me, the Michael Spinks is disanalogous because Michael Spinks did achieve at heavyweight. David Hay did not achieve at heavyweight.
Okay, yeah, he won a secondary title. I get that. All right, fair enough. But I see what you're saying. But he's still a very good win either way. Because
it's a very good name. He's a very good name, but the fight wasn't like
David Hay was a very good fighter, great fighter, regardless of whether he was not good at heavyweight or not. It's the same argument we're using. It's the same argument we're using against Alexander Usyk. Great cruiserweight.
No.
Yeah, it's the same argument we're using.
I'm not. All right. So listen, if AJ were to beat Usyk, I would also say that AJ did not. I mean, Usyk did not achieve at heavyweight.
But however,
hold up, I'm not done. I still think Chisora is a better win than David Hay did at heavyweight, and not only that, I think Usyk had a better fight.
Wait, back up. You saying that Usyk beating Chisora is a better win than Vladimir beating Hay?
No, did Hay beat anybody at heavyweight?
He beat Valaev at heavyweight. Nikolai Valaev. He went to his backyard and took his secondary title away from him.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I don't think that that's better than Chisora. Like.
Okay. All right.
I mean, what do you think if I go and get like Manuel Char's title? Like.
Look, I get what you're saying, but Nikolai Valaev was a decent heavyweight. He's a good heavyweight.
He was all right. I'm saying
so is all right.
So is
it's still a good win
because
David Hay was not the A side in that situation. So he went to the man's backyard against all odds, and he took his title away from him and got the decision on the cards. By the way, the same thing Evander Holyfield couldn't do. He won the fight, but didn't get the decision on the cards because it was in his backyard. Valaev's backyard. But anyway. But dude,
and that was a different. Listen, and I'm saying that even Valuev has Holyfield on his record. Like, what happened to Valuev? What happened to John Ruiz? What like?
Look, I get what you're saying, bro. But to Lady Chan's point,
all I'm saying is Vladimir did not face the best, but he did have a lot of title defenses.
Yeah. Look, to Lady Chan's point, though, if you're gonna say AJ is not Hall of Fame worthy right now, then you can't say the same for Wilder. I mean, look, that's just a matter of your opinion. I get that. Speaking of Lady Chan, shout out to Lady Chan. She says Chisora is a journeyman with a better resume than Wilder. I wouldn't go there, Lady Chan. I mean, to be fair, Chisora has fought a lot of stiff competition. I get that, but he hasn't won most of those fights, so can't
Yeah,
say that he's never was champion. I
there's
wouldn't say that.
there's just an overall disconnect between like fan sentiment and
Yeah.
what the actual metrics are. Like that's
Yeah.
all. And like people are like saying what they want, what they would like to have happen versus like what actually is going on, like what it means to be on a pound for pound list and what it means to have fight of the year and what it means to have knockout of the year, what it means to be in these kinds of fights. Like they're seeing it, they're looking at it in terms of like how they view the level of opposition and not the way like the sanctioning bodies are putting this out there, and also the way the writers are putting it out there.
Right.
Yeah, there's just a disconnect and whatever. I'm not even.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I
I'm not.
mean,
I'm not a fan either way. Like, because again, there's a way to delineate even a
Yeah.
Hall of Famer from an all-time great. And ultimately, I think AJ's not retiring, so
yeah.
I imagine that he's going to be in the Hall of Fame anyway. So all this is like really academic.
Well, let's see. Lay Chan says that resume isn't about winning; it's about level of opposition. No, that's not necessarily true. Yes, it's good to say that you fought this great guy, you fought that great guy, but what people do judge you by your whole fight. They judge fighters' careers based off the win, not just the quality opposition that they fought, but did they win those fights? Like, if that's the case, then Obakar should have a great resume because he fought a lot of great fighters, but he didn't win those fights. Naming Oscar De La Hoya, Ike Cortez, I can go on and on and on. So the fact is that it's not always about who you fight. What matters is not only who you fight, it's also who you beat. So you have to you have to mesh those two together. So yes, Chisora fought a lot of great names, but he didn't win those fights. So you can't really say that he has a better resume because of the fact he didn't get those wins. So that's just my point. Anyhow, but like I said, Smoke, it just seems to me, look, I know Wilder's your guy, he's my guy, but we got to keep it real. We got to be objective here, I just
keep
think
saying I need to be real, keep it objective, but like, what am I not being objective about? What am I using my opinion about? To me, I'm using nothing but metrics that that you can see reflected in the Hall of Fame's decisions.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I get it. I get what you're saying, man. Yeah. Hey, Lady Chan. It's a matter. We can all agree to disagree, but Chisora. Yeah, he has fought better names than Wilder, but he didn't get the wins. That's the whole point. He never won a championship. So, if he retires today, he's not. Chisora is not Hall of Fame worthy. So that's just that's all honesty.
Chris Bird, two-time champion, wins over Vitaly Klitschko and Evander Holyfield.
Yeah, and Chris Bird's not in the whole thing. Yeah, look, the thing is too, Chris Bird got the wins, but he doesn't have a long title reign, and that's what hurt him. You know what I mean?
Exactly, title defense.
That hurt him. I mean, but to be fair, you can't, if you're trying to equate this to Anthony Joshua. Joshua has a far better career than Chris Bird.
but only because of title defenses. Like
exactly.
I would argue that Chris Bird beat a Hall of Famer for two Hall of Fame. Well, I guess he was a title, right? You could say Evander Holyfield was past it, fine.
Yeah.
Vitaly wasn't, right?
No.
But Vitaly was the champion. That was I think that was a way better win than anything that. First off, I think Vitaly was a better fighter than Vlad to begin with. And then secondly, I think that it was a better win since you were talking about a reigning champion versus a former champion, and also an active fighter versus an inactive one. Like,
look, I get what you're saying, but again, though, man, look, it's all a matter of opinion. I get it, but at the same time, we have to stay objective here. Joshua, like I said, in my view, if he retires today, he's definitely going to the Hall of Fame. No, that's just many people will agree with that. Look, you got to look at what he's done. Okay, Joshua didn't have to go on world level after he beat Dillian White. Let's be real. He nearly got knocked out in that fight. He was hurt badly, but he found the grit. He found the heart to come back and win. But the fact is that he went on world stage immediately after that fight, which he didn't have to. I know it was Charles Martin. I get that, and Charles Martin became a better fighter afterwards, but many people felt that it was too soon for Joshua to get on world stage. Yes, after he beat Martin, he got the title. People were very worried and concerned about the responsibilities. coming,
So,
to come. Yeah, but hold up. My point is, Joshua defended his title. He went up against Vladimir Klitschko, nearly got knocked out in that fight, came back and won. Okay, then he took on Povetkin. Then he took on Joseph Parker. Then he took on Andy Ruiz. Yes, he lost the first fight, came back and won the second fight. He then took on, Kubrat Pulev. Yes, he was a mandatory. He was a top 10 heavyweight. But Joshua is consistently taking tough fight after tough fight after tough fight. He even did this when he was an amateur. Okay, he was taking on fights against great amateur champions that people didn't think he was going to beat, and he beat those guys. So you gotta give respect where respect is due. I mean, Joshua he has been a favorite in some of those fights, but at the same time, you have to look at it from another angle. This man's career was rushed. It was rushed, and he's done, and what he was able to do that other few guys is very difficult for other guys to say. He was able to accomplish a lot at a short span of his career. Yes, he's taken a lot of punishment, but it's hard to do that when you go up to that level of mental stress and physical stress, I should say. So,
hey, I'm not saying it. Listen, I'm not saying he wasn't or any of the things that you're saying. I'm just saying that it depends on who he's going up against. And if they were like just all things being considered, the criteria, the traditional, like the history and the tradition of boxing, tend to lean towards what Wilder's doing versus what AJ's doing. But at the same token, all I'm saying is both of those guys, I mean, they have the added advantage of their A, not retiring right now, and B, are heavyweights. But I can name a bunch of guys that, like, Canelo is definitely getting in over both of these dudes, right? I don't know if Nonito is getting in over both of them, but I think he probably gets in over AJ. Maybe not. I think they both get in over Loma, but that's also right. Who else we got? Bud. Pacquiao. They both. Neither one of them are getting in over Pacquiao, right?
Well, you know what, Smoke? Let me just say this, man.
Cotto?
I mean, look. I don't know if you answered, but I haven't quite gotten straight answers. Why is it difficult to say that Wilder? I mean, Joshua's fought better quality opposition than Wilder.
I didn't. I've agreed with you time and time again.
So you do agree with that? Okay. I just want to make sure.
I'm just saying that's not the metric of the Hall of Fame.
I get that, but the point is, you do agree with us that he has fought better opposition than Wilder and beat them.
I think right. So I think that over the body of work, I don't know that. So I think the tougher fight, like the toughest level of opposition, has been faced by Wilder, but not not the most. Like I think Fury beats everybody that AJ faced, right? I think that is the toughest fight, right? So he already beat Vladimir himself, like I said, and that is the toughest guy AJ's faced. So Fury beating that dude, to me, stands to reason that Fury is the higher level of opposition between both of them, between the two of them, right? That they could face.
Okay. All right. Look, I get what you're saying. Look, it's a matter of opinion.
But that's if you just boil it down to one. But that's just if you just boil it down to one fight. But if you say like 5 fights, then no, then it's a different thing, right?
Let me just say this. I think in your head, you know the truth. You know that Joshua has beat better opposition than Wilder. You know that. But in your heart, you really don't want to say that because, you admire Deontay Wilder so much.
No, Dan, I'm telling you that yes, depending on how you're describing this. If you're talking about individual win, then I think it's Wilder this tape faced an individual guy. But if you're talking about body of work, it is AJ who's had the tougher road, like the back-to-back-to-backs like you're talking about.
Okay, fair enough. Joseph Brown says that who you beat doesn't have a higher value than title defenses. Actually, again, Joseph Brown, with all due respect, man, let me point out a fighter, Spanaki. Have you heard of Spanaki? Answer that. Have you heard of Spanaki, the German fighter? Yes or no? Okay, all right. Look, here's the thing. Spanaki is unheard of at this point. No one talks about him. No one even cared to remember him. You know why? Because this is a man who has the record of the most title defenses at super middleweight. Yes, you beg the question, who did he beat? Yes, he beat the names of Charles Brewer. He beat the Robin Reeds. He's beaten the Anthony Mundines, not to cry over spilled milk. But the fact is, is that most of those wins that he had were done in his backyard. Not to say you can't always win in your backyard, but the fact is that these were all controversial decisions in his big fights against the Charles Brewers, against the Brian Mitchells, and the Robin Reeds. I get all, yeah, but the fact is that Spanaki retired undefeated with a record of most title defenses. And when he did retire, people pretty much wiped him out of the boxing, encyclopedia. He's not even considered an all-time great or one of the greatest super middleweights of all time. He's not. He's not in that category. He's got 18 or 17 title defenses at super middleweight, but he retired undefeated, but he's not a Hall of Fame fighter. So that's to your point, I disagree right there. Yeah, who you beat doesn't have value, higher value of title wins when it comes to Hall of Fame criteria. Well, again, Spanaki, if that's the case, then Spanaki should be in the Hall of Fame, but he's not. So, you're playing it simple.
It's also, like I said, there's another thing, right? Well, it's with the title that you held, like the
he held the IBF and he held the WBA super middleweight titles. He did.
Yeah. So right. So that WBA super middleweight, those title defenses. Seems like it should be enough, right? But I'm not quite sure how many there were. Like the IBF it was a burgeoning sanctioning body in the in the early 80s. It took them a minute, and all the guys that initially got in because they had other sanctioning bodies belts, right?
Yeah, they did. But look, you don't. To me, look, the Hall of Fame criteria, their criteria level has narrowed over the years. I get that, but truthfully, man, no, you don't get in just because you have a string of title defenses. It depends on who you beat. End of story.
No, right. So not all title defenses are the same. I agree with you. Yeah. WBC Heavyweight Champion title defenses. That's pretty much cream of the crop. You're not talking about some like new booty fly by night. You can literally get into the Hall of Fame only defending that title.
Yeah, look at Zolderty, another guy, light heavyweight. The guy was a lineal WBO champion of the world, right? When he beat Julio Cesar Martinez back in the day. Not Martinez, Julio Cesar Gonzalez. Okay, the same man who took the title off of Darius Michalczewski in a controversial fight. But anyways, when he took that title away from him in the WBO with it, who did he fight after that? Nobody. All WBO German level competition. And this is a time when Hopkins, Jones, Pascal, Dawson, Clinton Woods, all these guys.
The 3 belt, that's the whole point. 3 belt
era.
They
were all
fighting.
Yeah, exactly. They were all fighting for that ring belt and the WBA, the IBF, and the WBC titles. And this guy was totally in Germany doing some other shit that people didn't even know this guy. And he was the lineal champion. So again, he had a lot of string of title defenses, but nobody talks about Zolder. Why? Because he didn't fight anybody. He had a shitload of title defenses.
He also wasn't. Those title defenses weren't therefore a non-recognized sanctioned body.
Yeah. Hey, Lady Chan said, "Hey guys, let's go over to IQ's Boxing Live." I mean, yeah, I could probably do that. Let EJ go to sleep. Yeah.
And then he'll be on here by himself sleeping dead air. I'll let you guys do rank.
Yeah, I'll probably get over there and see what he's talking about. He's having a live right now.
I'll call it a night.
Yeah, let's go to Ring IQ.
Yeah,
you want to head over there?
I'm not down, but it's always a pleasure talking to you.
All right,
and Lady Chan, you already know. Until next time, people. Peace.
So you should debate you, man.
Yes, say again.
Yeah, Lady Chan probably wants to debate you. She wants to debate you.
Oh, well, we can do it on your channel, Chan. I have no problem coming to your house. You know that.
Yeah, Lisa's over there, so yeah. Well, so you want to do it on her channel?
Lisa has a channel?
No. Lady Chan.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Lady Chan. Yeah, we can go right to you.
Yeah. All right, cool. Hey, Juan, you wanted to say something, brother?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, I'm gonna send you a message in the chat.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. All right, yeah. Look, man. Yeah. Well, I mean, look, we got pretty much let EJ go to sleep now. This motherfucker snoring.
I don't think it's a question of let him go to sleep. Yeah.
Yeah, my man's out for the count, man. I don't even worry about it.
I know he always does this shit. When you have these
Yeah,
live
no,
streams
yeah,
late at
yeah,
night, he'll just doze off,
yeah,
and then next you know he wake up and say, "Oh shit, I
yeah,
got this
yeah, yeah,
live. Let
yeah.
me turn this
Yeah, I was
off."
just keeping it going for him. But yeah, and also I can do it with Dan the Man for like forever, like just
Yeah,
back and
yeah.
forth. We
Smoking and
get
I go back, man. We go way back, man.
with Auntie
Yeah,
thing.
Juan's been around too. So I mean, Juan's, I know you
Yeah,
popped up in here and there, man, but you've been around too. So,
Yeah, man.
hey, but let me ask you this, dog. We didn't get your take on this. What was your take on that presser today between Wilder and Fury? Just give real.
Yeah, so you know what? I haven't actually seen it, so I was catching up and just listening to you guys' interpretation and body language and all of that. I saw a few clips, and Troy had some really good points, man. I was pretty much agreeing with most, if not everything, that he was saying about that. And you know, a lot of it was just what he was saying as well about it being staged in this WWE and so forth. But I empathize with that because it's kind of like at this stage, it's like, what kind of joke thing is this for? Other than, you know, fans, Wilder fans or AJ fans, I think most casuals and, you know, just neutral boxing fans are kind of, the demand for it is not even there. It's just like mainly politics as to why there's a third fight and so
Right.
forth. So I get where he's coming from with the jest and, you know, my man's belts in the bag and all of that.
Yeah,
But
exactly. Yeah, that's a good point, man. Because I mean, Troy and I rarely agree on things, but I definitely agree with him on this one to the highest extent because it was bizarre. You know, both men showed some red flags to me. Wilder didn't want to answer any questions in the presser. He had his headphones on. Yeah, I get that because if he engages into a verbal war with Fury, he's going to lose that. We know Wilder cannot out talk Fury. No one can. All right, plain and simple. But the fact is that Fury coming into the presser, no shirt on, shirtless, without his belts, which is bizarre. He didn't have his WBC or his ring belt. He was shirtless, all extra hyper, overconfident. I think that those things, and he definitely looks out of shape to me, in my view. Yeah, he doesn't. He's not 300 pounds or 400 pounds, but he's talking about I'm going to go 300 pounds for the fight. I might fight Wilder for fourth, to fifth, sixth, seventh time. We may do this for a long time. When he gives you these type of signs and these signals, I'm like, okay, this guy's not taking it seriously. I think he's overconfident. He's not. I mean, something's not right there. I think there's a red flag between both of these men. But to Troy's point, he believes that this fight is scripted for Wilder to win. It's possible. It's
yeah, I mean,
So Lady Chan is
another,
tapping in. I'm gonna go head over to her thing. Okay. It's nice listening to you guys, but yeah, I'm gonna leave BJ.
All right, cool. All
And
right,
see
yeah.
what Lady Chan have her chew me out
All
over
right, cool.
AJ.
All right.
The latest one, latest Dan.
all
All right, cool. Yeah, I got your chat, man. I got your message, man. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna get your email right here. I'm gonna go ahead and copy and paste it.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Yeah,
I'm
appreciate
gonna add you to the groups, man. Yeah, because we definitely need another voice of opinion here. So yeah, we got to get you back in, man.
Yeah.
Let me do that right about now. But yeah, man, I just
And
think
I was gonna say as well is that I agree with you on the basis that Fury does well when he's working towards something, when he's the underdog and he has to, like, you know, when he came back off of his long thing and, you know, a lot of people were saying that, right, like Fury, like he's done out here, Wilder's gonna knock him out. And I remember at the time people were saying that Wilder's gonna get this.
Right.
Me personally at the time, I was saying, well, boy, we don't know what Fury's gonna turn up, so I can't really, you know, say who's gonna win.
Yeah, exactly.
But
I'm kind of on the fence on this one too because my mind tells me that Fury's gonna pull it out because he has more tricks to his arsenal. But my heart tells me something different. My gut tells me that Wilder may pull this out because, to your point, the way Fury's behaving, I don't think we're not going to get the Fury that showed up for the second fight. That Fury was more serious. He was more motivated, just like the first fight. He was more hungry. He didn't allow any, other distractions such as going out and partying, drinking, doing a lot of, social media posts. He didn't do none of that leading up to the rematch. So now he's doing all this crap now, jumping around, acting all extra hyper, like he's on. So I mean, something ain't right there with this guy. That's just my view of the situation.
yeah, so my point, like, just to double down, is that I think that when he's up against it or he's working towards something, he seems to succeed. But when he's comfortable, I just feel like with what you're saying about his, shirt off, he looks kind of. I mean, Fury's got a bit of a messy shape as it
Yeah,
is, but
right.
you're saying that he looks even worse.
Yeah, to
Yeah,
me,
he looks worse. So that suggests that not that he's not taking it serious, but he's comfortable. Do you know what I mean? Like he's got
right.
this, he's got the silk linen on the bed, and you know what I mean. Is that going to have an impact
Yeah,
on the fight? Is what I'm
yeah.
saying.
You know
So
what? That's a good point because I know the late great Marvin Hagler, the marvelous. He always said this, and I always like to quote him when he says this: when fighters are complicit to is the word I'm looking for. When fighters are complicit, he would say that it's very difficult to be in that position where you're making millions of dollars on fights. You go home, get in a nice king size bed or this queen size bed, whatever the case may be. You sleep in silk pajamas, and then it's hard for you to get up in that situation to leave that mansion and go train at 5 in the morning. It's hard
yeah,
to
and
stay
although
motivated.
Fury's rich, is the analogy is not like in terms of wealth. It's more so that he's back on the map. He's established. He beat Wilder once. A lot of people said that he beat him the first time as well.
Right.
So now he's kind of. I mean, with Fury, you can never really trust this man's actions and what flies out of his mouth. Do you know what I mean? I rate him because he's entertaining from a perspective of you never know what you're gonna get.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
he says one
exactly.
thing and then
Right.
he's got no problem contradicting himself
Yeah.
and then doubling down and saying, no, I ain't even say that.
Yeah.
Like he might be on camera, but that word, I ain't even say it.
Yeah. That's a good point. It's just he's unpredictable. You don't know what to get out of this guy. It's like this is the same thing that Anthony Joshua was mentioning in one interview. He's like, this is a character that I'm dealing with. You don't know what he's gonna do the next day. He'll say one thing, and then next you know he's gonna say, I'm fighting Wilder at Edge of Cabell. This is a guy I'm dealing with. I don't like, Joshua's pretty much voicing out his frustration in that interview that I've seen. It's like, I gotta deal with this motherfucker. I mean, seriously, I don't know who's gonna turn up. The Dr. Jekyll Tyson Fury or the Mr. Hyde Tyson Fury. I mean, what the fuck? I gotta deal with this guy. Next, he may pull out of the fight. He's not to be trusted. you
Yeah.
know. So yeah, I see. Yeah, I mean, look, the fight is about what 6 weeks, 5 weeks away. I think this is their only presser before the last presser into fight, to fight week. But yeah, that was the shortest and bizarre presser I've ever seen.
I mean, I'm gonna watch it because of what you guys have been saying. I'm gonna actually go back and watch it probably
Okay.
tomorrow now.
Okay.
And just observe because I think there's a lot of information in there. Wilder was kind of humble this time, and Fury was kind of bolsher and loud, and he's got his shirt off like he don't care and all of that. So yeah, it's an interesting one, and I've been out of the game for a little while, so I'm just starting to regain the modern boxing knowledge of what's going on in today's boxing and what
Yeah.
have you. So
Yeah, man. Look, sometimes you do need that time off. You need a break from social media because I did that one time. I took like 3 or 4 months off, and sometimes you have to come back. You need that break. You need to focus on your other activities in your life. Yeah, Lady Chan. She got a live right now. Have you been over to Lady Chan's channel?
she's live right now.
Yeah, she's asking
Okay,
us to
yeah.
come through. All right, let me try to get over there right now, man, because we're gonna let
Yeah, no
EJ go to
problem.
sleep. But yeah, I'm gonna add you to the groups, man, and yeah, we'll catch up, okay?
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
All right, brother. All right,
All
see you.
right.
Good to see you. All right, bye bye.
Yo, man, I must have been snoring, boy. Oh man, what is everyone talking about? Bloody hell, man. What's going on, bro? EJ KO'd, boy. Must have been snoring up the place. Like, what are they talking about? Lady Shan come over, boy. What's she talking about? Man, they look like a good conversation out here, man. Smoke. Look like everyone came over here, man. Oh my days. So everyone jumped over on it. So come over here to tell people to go for her channel. Oh my god. Actually, you know. Oh my god. Oh man. I will fall asleep on this. Anyway, man. Anyway. Hey. I guess the press conference is over and I'm done. Peace.